Yunquan Yingyue has always been solitary, until one day, she received an invitation to a prestigious academy and encountered 3 contemporaries. However, why does the atmosphere diverge so drastically from her expectations? Itadori Yuji, the white-haired man with sunglasses, perpetually indulging in sweet treats, the most formidable number 1, remarked, "How feeble you are! How did you even become a sorcerer?" Suguru Geto, with his dark hair styled in a bun, whose smile renders his eyes nearly invisible, the second strongest, replied, "Please refrain from such remarks about our new classmate. It is quite impolite." Inumaki Toge, the brown-haired girl, resembling the 2 contemporaries even more than they do, a typical high school girl, said, "Tisk, ignore those 2 fools." Yunquan, unaccustomed to such a spectacle, was naive in her anticipation that her peers would be amiable. At this moment, she thought a mere smile would suffice. The 4 were in the vibrant bloom of youth, exuberant and carefree, reveling in the splendor of their adolescence. Initially, she believed that the joyful times would endure, yet what was once a smooth mission abruptly transformed, pushing Yunquan Yingyue beyond her limits. With a closed eye, she succumbed to a vegetative state. Upon reopening her eyes, the world appeared as a wild steed unleashed, galloping towards an incomprehensible direction. With comrades perishing and suffering, Yunquan Yingyue felt compelled to take action. Suppressing her trembling lips, she grasped her just-awakened technique and swiftly turned the blade upon herself. She had thought that this would lead to a happy ending, allowing her to finally close her eyes in peace, but when she opened them again, was she not devoid of everything? Yunquan Yingyue jolted upright. Realizing that time had reverted to the year she commenced her first year of high school. What sort of inferior technique was this? Chapter 1. Enrollment. "That won't happen," Yunquan Yingyue exclaimed, turning abruptly. In the stillness of the darkness, a vague silhouette emerged alongside the voice. It was a petite girl with dark hair, exuding a sense of familiarity, yet Yunquan Yingyue could not recall who she was. What was happening? Where was this place? Before Yunquan Yingyue could process her thoughts, the voice continued, imbued with determination and joy, tinged with a hint of release. Yet, Yunquan Yingyue felt an inexplicable wave of sorrow. Her eyes and nose grew increasingly heavy, as if tears were about to cascade down, her grief spilling forth uncontrollably. Everything has meaning. In that new world, everyone will live happily and joyfully. As the words fell, the object in the dark-haired girl's hand suddenly plummeted, crashing to the ground. At the moment of the dull thud, the dark-haired girl's figure was marred by numerous fissures, which rapidly spread across her entire being. Just before she disintegrated into a myriad of fragments, someone dashed toward her. It was a tall man with white hair, clad in a black uniform, obscured from view by some object, rendering his features indistinguishable. Yunquan Yingyue focused on that silhouette, and in the next moment, he seemed to sense her presence and slowly raised his head. Though his eyes were hidden, Yunquan Yingyue felt an eerie sensation, as if she were being scrutinized by a predatory beast. "I curse you." A deep voice interrupted Yunquan Yingyue's thoughts, articulating each word with clarity, his tone calm, yet infused with an inexplicable obsession. Before she could react, the ground beneath her feet vanished in unison, and Yunquan Yingyue was engulfed by a sensation of weightlessness, as though plummeting from a great height. "No!" Yunquan Yingyue opened her eyes and swiftly sat upright. The room was eerily quiet. Bright sunlight streamed through the beige curtains, and a gentle breeze rustled the pages of the books on the table, producing a soft sound. It was merely a dream. Yunquan Yingyue exhaled in relief, allowing herself to relax. Having experienced such a chaotic dream, she found herself not invigorated, but rather fatigued. She was not particularly astonished, for since the dawn of her memory, she had occasionally dreamt of peculiar occurrences, akin to prophecies, some of which would indeed manifest in the future. However, most often, they were merely illogical and fantastical dreams. Tucking the unruly strands of hair from her forehead behind her ear and wiping the beads of cold sweat that had mysteriously appeared on her brow, Yunquan Yingyue turned to glance at the alarm clock by her bedside. It was 7 o'clock, leaving her with 2 hours before the time to report to school. Due to her mother's funeral, she had already taken a month off. If she were to be late today, it would surely cast a poor impression. She was already not well-liked, and could not afford to further alienate her new classmates. Shaking off the unpleasant memories from her childhood in the orphanage, Yunquan Yingyue rose to her feet and made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Her admission experience had been rather abrupt. It all began when she casually vanquished a level 4 cursed spirit while shopping at a convenience store. That very afternoon, a teacher named Izengdo arrived to invite her to enroll. After clarifying all necessary details, Yunquan Yingyue did not hesitate to accept the offer. Having always been alone, she felt even more unencumbered after her mother's departure. Becoming a sorceress meant she need not worry about her future and could save others, which seemed rather appealing. Most importantly, Yunquan Yingyue shook her head, choosing not to dwell further on her thoughts as she slung her sword bag over her shoulder and donned her Bluetooth headset. An hour and a half later, the taxi came to a gradual stop at the foot of the mountain. Yunquan Yingyue took a deep breath to calm her racing heart and slowly lifted her foot to ascend the steps. It was eerily silent. Her black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and a visible joy illuminated her delicate features. Her long eyelashes fluttered rapidly as her lustrous black eyes eagerly surveyed the mountainous scenery, greedily absorbing every inch of the view. She strolled along the forest path with her luggage in hand, the rare tranquility unconsciously causing her to slow her pace. Yunquan Yingyue had always felt that the world harbored disdain for her. To others, mind-reading appeared as a coveted superpower, but for her, since the inception of her memories, incessant whispers had encircled her, rendering her unable to find peace for even a moment. It was only upon witnessing the cursed spirit that she was momentarily struck by a vision of herself battered and bruised in battle against such a grotesque creature, leading her to a profound realization. There was no disdain. She merely bore the curse of the world. Like a deity listening to wishes, she was compelled to accept the thoughts of all. Yet, she was far from a lofty and esteemed divine being. After exerting every ounce of her strength to vanquish the cursed spirit, she found herself, bruised and battered, hiding in the orphanage's storeroom to tend to her wounds, fully aware that she was an anomaly in this world, one that stood in stark contrast to the ordinary. However, everything shifted when Teacher Izengdo stood before her. She could not hear the hearts of sorcerers. The newfound silence enveloped her, uncontrollably lifting the corners of her mouth, prompting her to readily accept the invitation to enroll. This hard-won tranquility was something Yunquan Yingyue cherished deeply. No matter how long the road, it ultimately had an end. Even if she walked slowly, she could see the school gate not far ahead. Fortunately, her luggage was light, allowing her to traverse the distance with relative ease. I wonder if my classmates will be easy to get along with? Surely, it cannot be worse than before. As Yunquan Yingyue stood at the school gate, her fingers involuntarily tightened, the memories of being despised and bullied swirling in her mind, a wave of nausea rising from the depths of her throat. She quickly shook her head, striving to escape the whirlpool of recollections. Yet those images were too vivid, as if they were unfolding right before her eyes. Yunquan Yingyue could not help but tremble slightly, her nails digging deeply into her palm, hoping that this minuscule pain would rouse her from her reverie. Just as she was about to succeed in her deep breathing, a thunderous noise erupted behind her. A tremendous force struck the ground, causing her to spring up abruptly, as if propelled by unseen hands. The loosely held small suitcase slipped from her grasp, landing forlornly on the ground. Fortunately, its quality was sturdy, or else the contents, including her clothes, would have spilled out for her two classmates to witness, resulting in an utterly mortifying spectacle. A mere 5 centimeters of elevation was sufficient to snap her back to reality, causing her to stagger and regain her balance, while she clutched at her wildly beating heart. Adjusting the strap that was about to slip from her shoulder and steadying her precious curse tools, Yunquan Yingyue widened her eyes and slowly turned to glance back. Chapter 2. The peculiar classmates. Two tall, dark figures emerged from a large pit in the ground. One, with white hair, muttered curses, while the other, with black hair, smiled back in retort. The white-haired youth appeared unperturbed, but the black-haired boy beside him seemed somewhat disheveled, his prestigious uniform smeared with dust, reminiscent of a chocolate mochi coated in shredded coconut. Startled, Yunquan Yingyue's thoughts spiraled, rendering her oblivious to the white-haired boy brushing off the non-existent dust from his attire. Striding over with a somewhat stiff posture as he adjusted his sunglasses, Shrouded in darkness from the fabric before her, the petite Yunquan Yingyue, standing at a mere 5'2", strained to lift her gaze to meet his sunglasses. Are you the new classmate who arrived a month late? How pathetic. How did you manage to become a sorcerer? The white-haired youth inquired, lowering his head to reveal an exquisitely handsome face. He pulled down his sunglasses, unveiling striking cerulean 6 eyes, their long, snow-white lashes fluttering gently, sparkling in the sunlight like the brilliant horizon where water meets the sky. This conjured an incongruous thought in Yunquan Yingyue's mind, likening him to an elegant long-haired feline. Wataru Satoru's gaze swept over Yunquan Yingyue, arriving at a conclusion. So naive. His blunt words, laced with casual indifference, jolted her back to reality, compelling her to maintain a polite smile while internally berating her earlier naivete. The new classmate's demeanor appeared unrestrained. Unable to muster harsher words, Yunquan Yingyue could only describe him as gentle in her contemplation. Perceiving the proximity between them as somewhat uncomfortable, she discreetly took a step back, pondering how best to respond to his question. Wataru, do not speak to the new classmate that way. It is quite rude. Just as her smile began to stiffen and her mind seemed to freeze, a soothing voice interjected, shattering the impending tension. The boy, clad in lantern pants, had his sleek black hair styled into a bun at the back of his head. His narrow, phoenix-like eyes squinted slightly, and despite his handsome features, the noticeable black gauges in his earlobes suggested a rebellious aura. Yet, he radiated a gentle charm that put one at ease. Hello, I am Yunquan Yingyue. I look forward to your guidance. Grateful for this boy's timely intervention, Yunquan Yingyue slightly bowed her head in appreciation. Her social awkwardness remained unyielding, as she touched her slightly constricted throat, oblivious to whether her faint voice could be heard. After speaking, she bent down to retrieve her fallen luggage, only to find a hand had already lifted the suitcase. She looked up to meet a beaming face, the corners of his mouth curving at an angle meticulously calculated to exude warmth and instant familiarity. My name is Suguru Geto. That fool over there is Wataru Satoru. Are you all right? I think I may have startled you. Suguru Geto introduced the white-haired boy with casual nonchalance. Huh, Geto, who are you calling a fool? Wataru Satoru exclaimed, having waited in vain for a response from Yunquan Yingyue, only to see her lips move silently. Before he could speak, Suguru Geto slyly disparaged him again, prompting Wataru to narrow his eyes in indignation. He strode over, firmly pressing a hand onto Suguru's shoulder. Wataru marveled at his own patience for the day, teetering on the brink of irritation, sourness, anger, sadness, and perhaps a hint of nostalgia. He meticulously dissected the complex emotions that had surged within him since he laid eyes on Yunquan Yingyue, arriving at this absurd conclusion. How amusing. To feel nostalgia upon meeting someone for the first time. Wataru scoffed inwardly. Were it not for his 6 eyes discerning that this girl possessed no techniques, he might have assumed her ability lay in adjusting affections, having stayed up all night with a close friend to complete a gal game. Wataru couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. The girl before him was simply a weakling. He clicked his tongue impatiently, suppressing the inexplicable emotions stirring within him. After all, he was the strongest. His mood would not be swayed. If you hadn't been so reckless, we wouldn't have fallen from the sky. Suguru Geto's eyes snapped open, his bangs swaying with his movement. Despite his ever-present smile, his words lacked courtesy. Oh, is it not you who is too weak, Geto? Wataru replied, his hands propped behind his head, his sunglasses perched halfway down his nose, revealing a glimmer of icy blue, his expression one of bemusement. Though Suguru longed to continue their banter, he noticed Yunquan Yingyue, caught awkwardly between them, unsure of where to place her hands. He suppressed his irritation and stepped forward, intending to guide her into the school. Let us go in then. I'm exhausted. Wataru interrupted, striding between them with his hands in his pockets, swaggering through the school gate. We'll practice together in the next class. Suguru, having made a swift decision, rubbed his shoulder where Wataru had bumped him, suppressing the urge to grimace. Yunquan Yingyue, bewildered by the sudden shift in the once charming boy, felt a pang of confusion. Wataru just like that. Don't take it personally. It's nothing. Let me help you with that, Suguru reassured her, patting her shoulder and halting her attempt to reclaim her suitcase, opting instead to carry the relatively light burden for her. What a gentle bunch I have encountered, Yunquan Yingyue mused, though she found Wataru's temperament somewhat challenging to navigate. Adjusting her weapon pouch, Yunquan Yingyue smoothed out the creases in her clothes. Donning casual athletic attire for convenience, she felt validated in her choice. Reflecting on the events that transpired even before entering the school, she let out a soft sigh, striving to keep pace with the tall youth. After her meeting with teacher Yaga, Yunquan Yingyue's conviction that she had made the right decision intensified. When she encountered Maizinen around a corridor corner while carrying her luggage, she felt an overwhelming sense that agreeing to attend this school was the most astute choice of her life, worthy of being framed and celebrated for eternity. New classmate. I am Mizinen. I look forward to your guidance. For reasons unknown, Mai paused momentarily before adding, my ability is reversal techniques. If you ever get injured, just let me know, and I will heal you. Approaching with a stick, whether it was a lollipop or a cigarette, the girl with chestnut short hair crossed her arms. Her brown eyes devoid of obvious emotion. A beauty mark beneath her right eye added a touch of softness to her otherwise aloof demeanor, and her faint dark circles did not detract from her striking appearance. After making her declaration, even she seemed taken aback, raising an eyebrow, but soon dismissed the fleeting hesitation. Her words, spoken with such certainty, imbued Yunquan Yingyue with an unexpected sense of security, as if she had known Mizinen for ages. For the first time, Yunquan Yingyue summoned her voice to its fullest capacity. Yes, I look forward to your guidance. Chapter 3. Practice come, let me escort you to the dormitory. With that, Mizinen turned and glanced back at Yunquan Yingyue, indicating for her to follow. Ah, all right. Thank you, Mai, Yunquan Yingyue replied, catching up to the few steps Mai had taken, grateful for her kindness. Observing the somewhat reserved Yunquan Yingyue, Mizinen abandoned her intention to smoke, retracting her hand that had reached into her pocket for her lighter. Amidst the sorcerers, is there truly such a soft-hearted girl? Reflecting on the difficult personalities of her two contemporaries, Shoko found herself unconsciously gnawing on the mouthpiece of her cigarette, lamenting how her peer's demeanor appeared exceedingly docile. Much like a souffle enveloped in whipped cream, just a glance at its soft, sweet allure would evoke a delightful sensation on the tongue. And a single bite could soothe the heart, as the sugary essence flowed deep within, eliciting a satisfied smile. You may address me as you wish. Feel free to be informal. To her astonishment, Yunquan Yingyue widened her eyes in surprise at such an invitation, turning to observe the delicate profile of the person beside her, clearly noticing the beauty mark beneath her right eye. It was the first time someone had permitted her to call them by their name directly. Could this be the dawn of friendship? Unbeknownst to her, her eyes sparkled with hope as she nervously pressed her lips together. Could she do it? Then, after a brief hesitation, the name Shoko, signifying closeness, rolled around in her heart, and with a gentle whisper, Yunquan Yingyue uttered, you may also call me by my name. Ah, there it is. Noticing the faint blush on Yunquan Yingyue's cheeks, Shoko took a deep breath, placed her hand on her shoulder, and deftly shifted the topic. Ah, thank you, Shoko. The dormitory door was just to the right, and Yunquan Yingyue promptly halted her steps in accordance with Shoko's gesture, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. You need not thank me so often. Shoko felt a twinge of annoyance at her excessive politeness. Perhaps she should reflect on herself. Had she been influenced by those two fools, rendering her unaccustomed to normalcy? What a racket. What on earth are you doing? The door next door suddenly swung open, revealing a fluffy white head peering around the frame, and even through sunglasses, one could discern the displeasure etched across his face. Given the scant number of students at the school, there was no distinction between male and female dorms. So Yunquan Yingyue was not surprised to see a familiar face next door. Wado, don't take your losing at games out on others. The slower to respond Suguru Geto blocked Wado's head with his hand, subtly pressing him back to urge him inside. Yet Wado refused to budge. Let go, Geto. Do you want to fight? With a swift motion, he swatted Geto's hand away, and his previously displeased expression morphed into one of irritation. The satisfaction that had blossomed from successfully pranking him quickly dissipated as Geto smiled gently, seemingly unfazed by Wado's provocations, though the vein at his temple betrayed his true feelings. Well then, it's just in time for the next class to be physical training. TCH. This scene played out daily, countless times over. And it was no exaggeration to say that Shoko felt utterly unfazed. She turned to see Yunquan Yingyue's conflicted expression as she pondered intervening, her own face impassive as she pushed her into the dormitory. Don't bother with those two idiots. Hurry up and pack your things. Class starts soon. With remarkable speed, Yunquan Yingyue organized her belongings and followed Shoko to the playground. The two troublemakers had already begun to brawl, exchanging powerful blows. Just as Geto's patience was nearing its breaking point, his fists clenched and ready to unleash cursed energy upon Wado, who was sticking out his tongue and making faces in provocation. Suddenly, the formidable teacher Yagasego arrived. With two sharp thuds, fresh packages collided with the heads of the two combatants. How many times must I tell you? Using techniques without permission is strictly forbidden. And if the barrier alarm goes off again, you will write a reflection. Watching Geto receive a reprimand, Wado could not suppress a silent laugh, his handsome face practically radiating amusement. Just as Geto pondered whether it was worth it to strike Wado first and then write a reflection, Yaga seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, swiftly turning to capture Wado in his grasp. And you, if there is another incident, you'll be writing it too. TCH. Wado's expression shifted to one of disdain as he scoffed, the very sight of him incensing Yaga to the point of discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Yaga felt he might meet an untimely end today. Thus, when Nijimai Shoko and Yunquan Yingyue approached, they were greeted by the sight of Wado being throttled by Yaga, gasping for air as he desperately patted Yaga's arm in a plea for mercy. Nijimai Shoko showed no mercy, joining Geto in a hearty laugh at his expense. Yunquan Yingyue felt a slight urge to chuckle but suppressed it, sensing that laughter might lead to troublesome consequences. As the group gathered, Yaga, displaying a rare mercy, released Wado and addressed Yunquan Yingyue. Today's lesson will focus on physical training. Adapt quickly to the curriculum here at Jujutsu High. Perhaps pressed for time, Yaga hurriedly arranged Yunquan Yingyue's matters before taking his leave, leaving the four of them to exchange glances in the vast, empty space. So, if we're practicing, who wants to go first, Wado? Recognizing Yunquan Yingyue's social ineptitude and having little faith in Wado to take the lead, Geto took it upon himself to break the awkward silence. After all, he was genuinely curious about the abilities of this new classmate. Not me. She looks like she can't even withstand a single punch from me. What if something goes wrong? Although Shoko was also present, pulling a piece of candy from his pocket, Wado casually unwrapped it and popped it into his mouth. A look of annoyance etched across his face. In the silence that hung palpably in the air, Wado caught the subtle gaze from Geto and the disdainful look from Nijimai Shoko. Yunquan Yingyue remained unfazed by his belittling remarks. Rather, she had endured far worse bullying throughout her life, rendering Wado's words utterly inconsequential. At the very least, he wouldn't lay a hand on her. Adjusting the strap on her shoulder, she was about to speak when Geto stepped forward. Well then, let us practice a bit, shall we? Sure. Yunquan Yingyue had no objections. Since they were to spar, it mattered little with whom. She unsheathed a jet-black katana, its hilt adorned with dark red patterns, and upon drawing it, the blade gleamed with a cold light. As she stepped into the arena, she noted that Geto stood empty-handed, awaiting her, glancing at him, then back at her own weapon. Yunquan Yingyue blinked and decided to inquire. Is it all right to be empty-handed? Anticipating her question, Geto maintained his cheerful demeanor, appearing quite relaxed. It's fine. I happen to be quite adept at hand-to-hand combat. Though he outwardly proclaimed a desire to be friendly to the new student, internally, Geto regarded her as weak, a person in need of protection. How insidious, leaning against a tree in the shade. Nijimai Shoko lit the cigarette she had been savoring for quite some time, releasing a wisp of smoke laced with a remark that was unclear as to whom it was directed. Chapter 4. Breakthrough. Wado surprisingly refrained from retorting and instead focused intently on the two already engaged in combat, his ice blue eyes unblinking. Lacking any techniques, Yunquan Yingyue was heavily reliant on her cursed tools, and aware of this weakness, Geto aimed to seize her katana right from the outset. However, Yunquan Yingyue saw through his intentions, retreating diagonally to the left to evade Geto's grasp. Reversing her blade, she targeted the opening on Geto's right side. Just as she prepared to strike, he swiftly spun, delivering a right roundhouse kick that forced her to abandon her offensive plan in favor of defense. Leaning back and raising her arms to shield herself, while tightly gripping her katana to prevent it from slipping away, barely avoiding the attack. The gust generated by the kick stung her cheek, yet Yunquan Yingyue kept her eyes wide open, carefully observing Geto's footwork changes until she finally seized the moment of his right foot's landing, which momentarily froze. Oh dear! A sharp, cold light descended from above, prompting Suguru Geto to spring back, swiftly retreating from the range of Yuki Tsukumo's attack. The katana usage is barely acceptable, I suppose. Although Satoru Gojo was equally astonished by Yuki Tsukumo's reflexes, the words of the young master hardly conveyed any praise. Confronted with the relentless stream of commentary from the strongest, Kinji Hakari had already grown numb. What was wrong with this fellow today? Meanwhile, resentment began to brew on one side, while the practice duel between Yuki Tsukumo and Suguru Geto blossomed into something more intense. Despite Yuki Tsukumo's adept reflexes and technique, the disparity in their physical strength soon became apparent, and she was swiftly captured by Suguru Geto, her right hand handcuffed behind her back. Is this the end? Yuki Tsukumo, with her back to Suguru Geto, lifted her head to gaze at him, intending to nod, yet something flashed before her eyes, revealing only fragmented images. The visage of Suguru Geto was there, but he wore a robe, a conspicuous stitched line running across his forehead, looking down upon her with a mocking grin. Long time no see. Suguru Geto's tone dripped with sarcasm, a malice thick as viscous black mud surged forth, and his eyes sparkled with a derisive glint that seemed to pierce the hearts of those present. His voice, deceptively tender, slowly exhaled her name. Tsukumo. After he finished speaking, silence enveloped the air. Suguru Geto released Yuki Tsukumo's hand, intending to check her condition when the figure before him stirred. Yuki Tsukumo suddenly broke free from her restraints, pivoting swiftly as her left hand slashed out with a blade. Had Suguru Geto not reacted in time, She might have cleaved him in two. Tsukumo? Quickly putting distance between them, Suguru called out her name. Sensing that Yuki Tsukumo's demeanor was disturbingly off, her head hung low, her features obscured by shadows, rendering her expression unreadable. Outside the fray, Kinji Hakari had stepped away to fetch water and had yet to return. Satoru Gojo, acutely aware of the shift in Yuki Tsukumo's aura, straightened up, though his 6 eyes detected no immediate change in her state. Is she angry? The sugar cube had long melted away, leaving behind only a lingering sweetness of strawberries. Satoru smacked his lips, opting to continue observing the unfolding drama, confident that Suguru would not falter. Yuki Tsukumo's movements suddenly became remarkably proficient, her aura sharpening with an intensity that startled Suguru Geto. Could there be a second form or something of that nature? Winning would yield a refresh. The thought flitted through Suguru Geto's mind as he evaded her strikes. Given that this was merely training, Yuki Tsukumo had refrained from unleashing her full power or employing lethal techniques. Yet now, without hesitation, she appeared to have been enhanced, her reflexes and strength posing a significant challenge for Suguru. If he continued to hold back at 50%, he might very well lose. It seemed he had underestimated her after all. In that moment, as Suguru Geto reached for Yuki Tsukumo's wrist, a flash caught his attention, and when he regained focus, her figure had vanished from his sight. Suguru widened his eyes involuntarily, realizing that Yuki Tsukumo seemed to anticipate his every move, as though she were intimately familiar with his techniques. Could such a phenomenon occur during their first encounter? This realization caused Suguru to falter, committing a potentially fatal error in combat. Killing intent erupted from behind him, palpable as though it could manifest physically, transforming into a sharp blade that pierced his chest. Suguru attempted to evade, but Yuki Tsukumo's strike was evidently quicker, catching him off guard, leaving him to witness the silver blade descend like a shooting star. 1 second. 2 seconds. Suguru felt no pain, for the blade halted a mere millimeter from his skin. With widened eyes, Suguru quietly swallowed, gradually retreating to free his neck from the knife's edge. The sound of Yuki Tsukumo's rapid breathing roused him, and he hastily scrutinized her state, only to find her pitch-black eyes devoid of focus, deep and consuming like a black hole that swallowed everything within her gaze. In that fleeting moment, Suguru Geto genuinely believed Yuki Tsukumo intended to kill him. Coming back to her senses, Yuki Tsukumo stood frozen, bewildered with the knife in hand, clearly recalling her recent actions. I'm sorry. She bowed deeply, an endless stream of apologies escaping her lips. She had nearly harmed a comrade. Even if it had been with the blunt side, it was unacceptable, and that strike would have surely caused great pain. What had just transpired? How could she have reacted so violently? A fog clouded her mind, rendering her unable to recall anything. Well, it's nothing serious, really. Faced with Yuki Tsukumo's earnest apologies, Suguru Geto suddenly recalled the brutal scenes from his battles with Satoru Gojo, far bloodier than this moment. Yet, seeing Yuki Tsukumo's self-reproachful expression, he decided, as a form of compensation, I shall simply call you Tsukumo from now on, and of course, you may call me Geto. Alright. The abrupt shift in topic left Yuki Tsukumo utterly perplexed, and she could only agree, staring at Suguru Geto's smiling face with a head full of questions. How cunning, this Geto fox. You can't leave me out of this. I want to call you that too. From a distance, Satoru Gojo, amused by the earlier scene, leaped over, wedging himself between the two like a neglected cat, mewing in protest. Such is the inexplicable nature of adolescent friendship, after a mere training session. It felt as though some barrier had shattered, swiftly closing the distance between them and fostering a newfound camaraderie. Oh my. Who would have thought you could actually land a hit on Geto? Satoru removed his sunglasses, circling around Yuki Tsukumo, then leaned in closely, adopting a conspiratorial pose. Though his voice was loud enough for all present to hear. At that moment, you should have struck him down. Perhaps now Geto would be peacefully lying on the ground. Crack. Something seemed to snap. Suguru Geto flexed his wrist. Oh, so that was his reason. Well, no matter. Come here, Gojo, we need to talk. Chapter 5, Acceptance. A gentle voice laced with unmistakable anger echoed, causing Satoru Gojo to stick out his tongue, feigning disgust, and rolling his eyes dramatically. No way. Are you lonely? That's just gross. In an instant, the two combatants were at each other again, their movements swift and agile, exchanging blows with a force that resonated powerfully. A stark contrast to their earlier practice, creating a scene that felt worlds apart. Don't mind them. Kinji Hakari, returning with drinks, was unfazed by the chaos that had erupted, pulling Yuki Tsukumo to the side. Let us back off for now. Though unsure why the sudden brawl had begun, Yuki Tsukumo instinctively followed Hakari's gentle lead. Rewrapping her katana and slinging it over her shoulder, she felt a cool bottle of water thrust into her hands, causing her to instinctively retract her fingers from its chill. Unsure of her preferences, Kinji Hakari had chosen the fail-safe option of mineral water. Even she found it odd. Her character would never allow such warmth towards someone she had just met, yet she simply acquiesced to the voice deep within her. There is nothing wrong with following one's heart, Kinji Hakari mused. As Yunquan Yingyue turned her gaze to look at Iiri Natsuko, she noticed that the latter wore an expression devoid of emotion, urging her to hasten her departure. Hurry back, it's too hot. With a leisurely stride, Iiri Natsuko paused. Her languid eyes, weary from insufficient sleep, rested upon Yunquan Yingyue. No need to express your gratitude. For the first time in her life, Yunquan Yingyue found herself on the receiving end of such kindness, leaving her in a state of bewilderment that nearly engulfed her entire being. She could only nod vacantly before breaking into a light jog to catch up with her. Throughout her life, aside from her nurturing mother, the director, Yunquan Yingyue had never experienced an ounce of kindness from strangers. The gazes directed at her were always tinged with inexplicable disdain. The frail girl was oblivious to her own transgressions and could only curl up in a corner, nursing her wounds alone. Yet, despite her matured intellect, she remained but a child. One fateful day, her pent-up grievances erupted, and she tearfully implored the director, questioning what she had done wrong to elicit such aversion from everyone. Her parents had abandoned her. Her peers ostracized her. The adults loathed her. Could she truly be as irredeemably wicked as they implied? The director merely held her close, gently patting her back, the warmth of her embrace gradually soothing the tempest of emotions within Yunquan Yingyue. Just as sleep began to claim her consciousness, the director uttered a phrase that would linger in her heart. One day, you will find a harbor that welcomes you. Has she found it now? Before Yunquan Yingyue could untangle her chaotic thoughts, a tremendous noise erupted behind her, instinctively prompting her to turn and shield Iiri Natsuko, adopting a defensive stance. However, the scene that unfolded before her was utterly bewildering. The ground lay uneven and battered, smoke mingling with swirling dust, and a nearby tree lay toppled, seemingly severed in two, its branches pitifully swaying as if in surrender. The entire playground appeared as though it had just been ravaged by a bomb. Yunquan Yingyue recalled that mere moments ago, the playground had not looked like this at all. Gojo, a robust voice pierced through the wind, causing the two individuals engaged in a silent standoff to shudder in unison. Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto instinctively hunched their shoulders as if recalling something unsettling. Suguru Geto discreetly clasped his hands behind his back, pretending that he had not nearly unleashed a cursed spirit just moments ago. Observing the furious Nightshade Sensei, Yunquan Yingyue felt an ominous premonition wash over her. Let us ignore those two and return to class. We have another lesson coming up. Iiri Natsuko rolled her eyes and tugged at Yunquan Yingyue's wrist, leading her back toward the school building. Yunquan Yingyue glanced back, taking in the sight of the two boys, who were now entangled in a petty squabble while attempting to hinder each other amidst the debris of the playground. On the first day of school, she had garnered a comprehensive understanding of her three classmates, albeit unilaterally. Convinced that she had found acceptance among her peers, the four quickly grew familiar with one another. Gojo Satoru, inherently unconcerned with societal norms, complimented Yunquan Yingyue, who had never before experienced the nuances of normal social interaction. Under this influence, she began to naturally adapt to his demeanor, embracing it with warmth. Oh, Iiri Natsuko observed Yunquan Yingyue's gentle and amiable demeanor, exchanging a flat look with Suguru Geto. Someone was getting a little too comfortable. The four of them were in the throes of youth, spirited and carefree, particularly the two strongest among them, whose days were rarely uneventful, much to the chagrin of the sunglasses-clad muscular teacher, Nightshade Sensei, who frequently pursued them in a fit of rage. Having narrowly escaped the calamity thanks to Iiri Natsuko, who now sported a cigarette, they returned to the scene, eagerly indulging in the chaos with eyes gleaming with malice. Under this influence, the once shy Yunquan Yingyue began to diverge from her reserved nature. The day their prank succeeded, she would forever remember the heart-wrenching and incredulous gaze of Nightshade Sensei. Though she felt somewhat guilty towards her teacher, Yunquan Yingyue couldn't help but smile, her lips curling into a genuine expression of joy. Director, I believe I have found my place of acceptance. Sitting on her bed, Yunquan Yingyue gazed out the window at the starry night sky, a gentle breeze caressing her face as she inhaled deeply. She, too, had discovered her own harbor. By the second week of school, Yunquan Yingyue finally donned her school uniform. The short jacket paired with straight-leg trousers, cinched at the waist with a delicate belt, complemented the classic black fabric adorned with the signature spiral buttons, exuding a sense of simplicity and style. Thus, when the four stood together, they appeared remarkably harmonious. Accompanying the arrival of her uniform was also her first assignment. Ah, so Yingyue has received a task as well. Noticing her preparing to depart with her katana slung over her shoulder, Gojo Satoru sauntered over, his long strides closing the distance between them in mere moments. His towering figure almost engulfing her. Shouldn't you invite me along? After all, Yingyue is rather inexperienced. A simple treat of desserts will suffice. After all, caring for the fragile is quite the endeavor. Iiri Natsuko never doubted Gojo Satoru's mischievous nature, yet he consistently managed to surprise her, even at his most insufferable. As she flicked the burning cigarette butt at his face, the instigator was swiftly dragged away by Suguru Geto, who had him by the neck. Desserts? That's no problem. I'll bring some for Satoru. Whether it was Iiri Natsuko clutching the cigarette butt, the flailing Gojo Satoru, or Suguru Geto, who was intent on imposing order. All their movements paused as they turned to face Yunquan Yingyue, who spoke softly, devoid of anger, her smile unwavering, as if oblivious to the earlier exchange. Not only Satoru, but I will also bring gifts for Natsuko and Geto. The school bell rang, shattering the eerie silence, prompting Yunquan Yingyue to retrieve her phone, revealing a message from the assistant supervisor. Well then, I must take my leave. Farewell, everyone. Chapter 6. Gifts. It was only after her footsteps faded that the atmosphere in the corridor began to stir once more, before Gojo Satoru could retaliate. Suguru Geto released his hold, his face unmistakably displaying disapproval. Satoru, that was a bit much. Tisk, are you her protective mother or something? Gojo Satoru, repulsed by such a look, quickly took a few steps back to distance himself from him, feeling as though the candy in his mouth had lost its sweetness. Bullying Yingyue will only earn you her disdain, Satoru. In response, Gojo Satoru stood firm. What can I do? Whenever I see her innocent face, I just feel compelled to tease her a little. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit irritated. For a persistent voice within him clamored to hold her close and never let go, though he would never voice such a sentiment. The casual exchange of words caused Iiri Natsuko's expression to shift into a complex one. Had Suguru Geto not intervened, she would have likely reported them immediately. Suit yourselves. I'm off to write my report. Staying here might expose me to an insidious stupidity virus. Naturally, Suguru Geto's demeanor was hardly any better. His small eyes radiating disdain as he felt his esteemed friend was acting rather juvenile. Satoru, have you considered visiting a psychologist? Physical ailments can be treated, but mental aberrations are another matter entirely. Huh, how annoying. This was Yunquan Yingyue's first impression after leaving the high school. The cacophony of ordinary thoughts raged wildly in her mind, and she awkwardly massaged her temples. Indeed, transitioning from frugality to extravagance is effortless. Yet moving from extravagance back to frugality proves to be a formidable challenge. Shaking her head, Yunquan Yingyue surveyed the abandoned tents around her, unsheathed her katana, and took deliberate steps forward. The designated location for this mission was a grassy expanse behind a park. Ever since a skeleton had been discovered here, the park had gradually seen a decline in visitors. Amidst the undulating waves of cursed energy, a grotesque and malformed cursed spirit emerged from the nearby underbrush. Momentarily stunned before lunging at Yunquan Yingyue, gripping the hilt tightly, her gaze hardened. She needed to resolve this swiftly and return to the Jujutsu High. The two fourth-grade cursed spirits were dispatched with surprising ease, the spacious surroundings facilitating her prowess. Before the spirits could even struggle, Yunquan Yingyue cleaved one with a single stroke. However, just as she believed the exorcism concluded and prepared to depart, she keenly sensed a murderous intent approaching from behind and instinctively crouched. A sharp projectile grazed her scalp, embedding itself into a distant tree trunk, splinters scattering. A massive cursed spirit, its form entwined with black tendrils, fixated its singular, unblinking eye upon her. A third one. Was the intel incorrect? She had been informed there were only 2 fourth-grade cursed spirits. Yet, there was no time to ponder such matters. The cursed spirit's assault was imminent. Yunquan Yingyue focused intently as the fine tendrils surged toward her. She slightly bent her knees, poised to retreat. But at that moment, a faint, choked sound reached her ears. Almost imperceptible, immediately dissipating with the wind, followed by a quavering, youthful voice. How terrifying, what is this? 2 distinct voices pierced through to Yunquan Yingyue's ears and mind. In disbelief, she turned to see a small boy cowering in the grass behind her, his face a mask of terror. If she evaded now, he would bear the brunt of the attack. With no time to deliberate, Yunquan Yingyue abandoned the notion of escape, sprinting toward the boy and enveloping him in her embrace. Leaping onto a branch. However, in her attempt to shield him, she lost precious moments, and the cursed spirit seized her hair. A sudden, intense pain tore through her scalp, and instinctively, she clutched the trembling boy tighter. With a swift flick of her wrist, she repositioned her katana and, just before losing her balance and being dragged down from the tree, severed the tendrils ensnaring her hair. A flash of cold light erupted as her long tresses cascaded to the ground like a waterfall, observing her now uneven hair. The cursed spirit erupted into a cacophony of derisive laughter, spinning around in glee. Underestimated, indeed. Perched on a branch, Yunquan Yingyue regarded it with an impassive expression, sheathed her katana, and calmly withdrew a firearm from her jacket, taking aim before steadily pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet, imbued with cursed energy, struck true at the spirit's forehead. It vanished before it even had time to react. She chose the katana for its familiarity, yet she was not limited to its use. With the mission successfully completed, Yunquan Yingyue gently set the boy down, ruffled his hair, and offered reassurance for the fright he had endured. It's all right now, hurry home. Your parents will be worried. She messaged her supervisor that the tents had been packed away, and she was ready to leave, needing to purchase a gift as well. However, just as she turned to depart, the boy, who had remained silent until now, suddenly tugged at the hem of her clothing. His gentle grip did little to impede Yunquan Yingyue's stride, yet she halted abruptly to avoid knocking him over. Big sister, the recent events had left the boy shaken, his voice stammering and lips quivering, yet he endeavored to speak clearly. This is for you. Crouching down, Yunquan Yingyue observed the small hand extended toward her, cradling 4 colorful candies, each resembling a marble, their translucent wrappers glistening under the sunlight. I've saved these for a long time, all for you, big sister. My mom doesn't let me eat much because of cavities, so I only have these few. Please don't think they're too little. Thank you for saving me. Fear lingered in the boy's eyes as he encouraged himself, striving to steady his trembling voice. How could I? Thank you. Yunquan Yingyue pressed her palms together and accepted the candies, watching as the boy scampered away. Just as he was about to disappear from view, he seemed to recall something and turned to shout something back at her, but the distance rendered his words inaudible. Never mind. She regarded the candies with a faint smile. Miss Igarashi, didn't we agree to go buy gifts? As she sat in the car, Yunquan Yingyue realized they were not headed to the store, but rather en route back. As the bustling commercial district receded into the distance, she could not suppress her curiosity and tentatively inquired, careful not to distract her driver. Assistant Supervisor Igarashi Haru drove without a hint of compassion, firmly denying her request. Yunquan, you must be aware of your current state. I won't allow you to go gallivanting around injured. Injured? Yunquan Yingyue was taken aback, having thought the only casualty was her hair. It turned out she had sustained an injury as well. Upon Igarashi Haru's reminder, Yunquan Yingyue discovered a 1-inch-long gash on her right shoulder. It was not severe, and in the earlier tense moment, she had scarcely felt any pain. Now, however, the subtle throbbing crept up her nerves, becoming more pronounced. Yet the bright red blood continued to seep out, staining half her shoulder, which seemed illogical. An injury of this nature should have stopped bleeding by now. Was it the result of excessive movement that caused it to reopen? Understanding this, Yunquan Yingyue refrained from further protests. After all, wandering about the commercial district in her current state would surely attract unwanted attention, akin to being a fugitive on display. Regrettably, she had promised to bring back gifts, and she couldn't help but wonder if Yu Xiao would be upset. Chapter 7. A haircut. The answer was a resounding yes. The moment Yunquan Yingyue entered the classroom, all 3 pairs of eyes turned toward her in unison. In merely 2 hours, her appearance had transformed. Her once waist-length hair now barely grazed her chest, uneven and resembling a dog-esque shoe. The black fabric on her shoulder was further stained by blood. I'm sorry. I didn't bring back a gift. Surprisingly, her first statement was this, leaving the trio momentarily stunned. Yu Xiao Wataru, typically quick-wit, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Staring at her like she was a fool, his mouth agape before finally revealing a clenched teeth expression. Most people would first seek treatment from Shoko. You idiot. It's all right. It doesn't hurt. Let us go to the infirmary. Pushing aside the obtrusive Yu Xiao, Ijiri Shoko interrupted Yunquan Yingyue's attempt to explain and guided her to the infirmary for treatment, disregarding the 2 who had followed them. Yunquan Yingyue's wound was not severe, though it appeared alarming. It healed quickly, leaving no trace behind. Touching her right shoulder, Yunquan Yingyue turned to glance at the smooth skin that had just moments ago been marred by blood, marveling once again at the efficacy of the reversal technique. However, Yunquan Yingyue turned her head to the left, then back to the right, and again to the left, feeling the lightness of her now shorter hair. It felt liberating. Just as Ijiri Shoko finished tidying up the desk and turned around, she caught sight of Yunquan Yingyue's carefree head bobbing, a blend of cuteness and naivete. Unbeknownst to him, something had struck a chord of amusement within Suguru Geto, who stood at the doorway, covering his face as he chuckled uncontrollably. Hey, what are you doing? Did the blood seep into your brain? Satoru Gojo strode over, bending down to clasp his hand atop Yuki Tsukumo's head, halting her vigorous shaking as she attempted to assess the situation. Honestly, for a mere level 4 mission, how did you manage to end up like this? And to top it off, you didn't even seek treatment from Shoko upon your return. Pathetic. His blunt words left no room for niceties. And while Shoko Ijishi had already grasped her scalpel, Yuki Tsukumo offered no retort, merely responding in agreement, her smile unwavering. I apologize, compared to everyone else. I truly am quite weak. In Yuki Tsukumo's memories, gently smoothing the hair of the young master had always been the most effective way to deal with him. Moreover, she felt that Satoru Gojo's words were indeed truthful. Among the 4 first-year students, she was undoubtedly the weakest. Having never experienced friendship and lacking the knowledge of how to interact with others, Yuki Tsukumo could only choose to unconditionally tolerate time and again. Yet, the method that had always succeeded in the past had inexplicably failed today, leaving Satoru Gojo visibly displeased. His azure eyes, concealed behind sunglasses, glimmered like crystalline ice as he shot her a cold glance before turning away. With a resounding slam, the door shut, leaving Yuki Tsukumo momentarily bewildered. Although he often jested in a light-hearted manner, this was the first time she had encountered such a serious situation. Is he really angry? Just as Yuki Tsukumo began to attribute this to her own fault, a large hand rested on her head. The warmth radiated through her hair and seeped into her scalp, enveloping her entire being, causing her to involuntarily squint her eyes. You've worked hard. Suguru Geto's gentle voice resonated close above her, and Yuki Tsukumo could see the subtle creases in his uniform. That's why I say, Satoru, being inconsistent in words and actions can lead to misunderstandings. Suguru Geto felt a twinge of sympathy, though a sense of schadenfreude gradually swelled within him. Don't pay attention to that guy. You know he is a jerk. Noticing Yuki Tsukumo looking up, Shoko Ijishi chimed in, advising her not to take it to heart. However, given your strength, a level 4 cursed spirit should not pose a problem. Did something happen? Yuki Tsukumo glanced at Suguru Geto, who, while still smiling, bore a serious expression tinged with concern. After pondering briefly, Yuki Tsukumo succinctly recounted the situation to both of them. As her last word fell, she retrieved 4 candies from her pocket and placed them before the two. Please accept these as a substitute for the gift I failed to procure. I hope you find them acceptable. Of course. Shoko Ijishi was the first to take the not-so-sweet lemon-flavored candy. Although she was not fond of sweets, she could occasionally tolerate a small indulgence. Then I shall have this one. Thank you. Suguru Geto pinched the tender green apple-flavored candy, popping it into his mouth before neatly folding the wrapper and placing it in his pants pocket, with 2 remaining. Just as Yuki Tsukumo contemplated whether Satoru Gojo would accept such a meager gift, the protagonist returned. Hey, what are you two eating? Why didn't you invite me? Satoru Gojo's sharp gaze fell upon the bulging cheeks of the two, landing on Yuki Tsukumo's outstretched hand. Both Suguru Geto and Shoko Ijishi ignored him, instead savoring their candies while casting him a subtly defiant look. If you don't mind, choose. Before Yuki Tsukumo could finish her sentence, her vision blurred, and all that remained in her palm was the orange-flavored candy. The sweetest strawberry-flavored one had been seized by Satoru Gojo, who unwrapped it and tossed it into his mouth with one hand. Not bad, not unpleasant. As he spoke, Satoru Gojo circled around Yuki Tsukumo, pressing down on her head to prevent her from rising. Be still. If I make a mistake, it's on you. The sound of scissors snipping echoed from behind, causing Yuki Tsukumo to realize that Satoru Gojo had, at some point, acquired a pair of scissors and was now measuring a few uneven strands of her hair, seemingly contemplating the best way to cut. Initially, she had planned to return to her dormitory to tidy up her hair herself, but with the situation now at hand, Yuki Tsukumo could only place her hopes in Satoru Gojo. Satoru, please don't cut haphazardly. With the candy nestled against her cheek, Suguru Geto mumbled a vague warning to Satoru Gojo, who appeared to be the least likely candidate to be entrusted with scissors. It's simple. I am the strongest. After sufficient deliberation, Satoru Gojo's hand swung down decisively, and with a few snips, several strands of hair fell to the ground in less than a minute. Done. Yuki Tsukumo accepted the mirror handed to her by Shoko Ijishi, and the reflection revealed a girl with sleek black hair cascading evenly to her chest. A significant improvement from her earlier disheveled appearance. You did wonderfully, Satoru. Yuki Tsukumo's words were heartfelt. Her peer not only possessed formidable strength, but also excelled in every field. Even in unfamiliar territory, he could master it with just a few attempts, a true prodigy. Of course, I am the strongest. Satoru Gojo's nose seemed to rise to the heavens, prompting Suguru Geto to grimace in discomfort. But when it comes to cutting hair, I am undoubtedly better than you, Geto. Your eyes are simply too small. It always seems like you can't see clearly. A shot fired at the knee. Suguru Geto felt his temples throb with irritation. Satoru, personal attacks are quite impolite. Even Yuki Tsukumo could discern the irritation in Suguru Geto's tone. Yet Satoru Gojo merely dug into his ears, wearing a baffled expression. Personal attack? No, I am merely stating facts. And by the way, Geto, what kind of novel philosophy is that? I genuinely detest philosophizing. Is that so? Then let us step outside and discuss it, Satoru. Chapter 8. An impromptu skipping class, Suguru Geto's smile grew increasingly radiant. Yet Yuki Tsukumo swore she could hear the lament of the crushed candy echoing from his mouth. Perfect, if you're going to fight, take it outside. Don't disturb me here. Calmly leaning against the desk, Shoko Ijishi spoke up, watching the two troublemakers depart. With the troublesome pair finally gone, Shoko Ijishi straightened her posture, ready to conduct a thorough examination. The reversal technique had a curious effect on Yuki Tsukumo. As she approached, a flicker of contemplation crossed Shoko Ijishi's eyes. To illustrate, if healing the same wound required 2 seconds for others, Yuki Tsukumo would take 3 or 4 seconds. Her healing process always took longer, which made no logical sense. This was the first time Shoko Ijishi had encountered such a phenomenon. Is there anywhere else that feels uncomfortable? Shoko Ijishi leaned closer to inspect Yuki Tsukumo's right shoulder. As she spoke, Yuki Tsukumo caught a faint hint of lemon, the fresh and tangy scent momentarily distracting her. That's fine now. Uncertain, Yuki Tsukumo stammered before quickly regaining her composure and responding earnestly. I see. Shoko Ijishi straightened up, having found no abnormalities. Ironically, the absence of any issues was the most concerning aspect. A vague sense of familiarity washed over her regarding the current situation, yet each time she sought to delve deeper, those memories seemed shrouded in mist, rendering them indistinct and elusive. A sense of foreboding began to creep in, but at present, she had no clear direction. Naka. We still have class in a bit. Let us head back. Bang. Before she could finish her sentence, a tremendous noise erupted from outside. Yuzuki was nearly choked by her own saliva, but Naka promptly patted her back to help her breathe. Peering out the window, they observed 2 troublesome children entangled in a scuffle, hastily separated by the arriving Yaga, who promptly delivered a sharp reprimand as recompense for their extensive renovations of the playground. Watching the two in distress, the towering figure of over 6 feet stood awkwardly as he faced the music. Naka could only utter 4 words, delightfully entertaining. And so, the days passed, slowly, as the sultry wind carried familiar scents, heralding the arrival of summer. With the advent of summer, it marked the busiest period of the year. The peak of curses, thrusting the 4 first years into a whirlwind of activity, stripping away their previously leisurely lives. Their days became filled to the brim with classes and assignments. Naka lamented more than once the upper management's egregious disregard for their precious downtime, leading to dark circles under her eyes that were growing increasingly pronounced. Yuzuki, on the other hand, maintained a relatively good disposition, harboring no complaints, as she aspired to strengthen herself and assist the trio within her capabilities. Although the work of a sorcerer is to exorcise curses, the continuous reliance on her without grounding was rather excessive. It was imperative to unwind. With this thought, as Yaga turned to write on the blackboard, Wataru nudged his friend Suguru, who sat beside him. Following Yaga's lecture, Yuzuki diligently took notes, meticulously recording each point of knowledge. Her diligent demeanor elicited astonishment from Wataru and brought tears to Yaga's eyes. There were indeed good students, and Yaga, inexplicably moved, discreetly sniffled, deciding to elaborate further on the lesson. Just as Yuzuki immersed herself in the ocean of knowledge, a slight force suddenly struck her head. A flash of white caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a crumpled piece of paper rolling down to the floor by her knee. Looking up, she spotted the culprit waving at her. Noticing Yuzuki's gaze, Wataru removed his sunglasses and gestured for her to pay attention to his lip movements. Nodding, Yuzuki squinted her eyes, concentrating intently on Wataru's mouth, striving to decipher his words. Afternoon, Ginza, no tasks. Capturing the crucial message, Yuzuki automatically pieced together its meaning. She glanced at Naka and Suguru on her left, discovering they were also observing her, and they exchanged a knowing thumbs up. With that, Yuzuki set down her pen and, without hesitation, returned the thumbs up. The motion was unanimously approved, and Wataru was in high spirits, flashing an enthusiastic OK sign, revealing a broad grin. The next moment, however, he was abruptly struck on the forehead by Yaga's chalk. Wataru, if you keep causing trouble, you'll be standing outside. Though there were no tasks in the afternoon, they still had class. As they emerged from the school gates, nearly reaching the foot of the mountain, Yuzuki realized with a start that this could be considered skipping class. The typically obedient Yuzuki felt a twinge of anxiety. Previously, if she had engaged in such acts of disrespect toward her teacher, she would have been loathed even more. She despised being bullied. Hence she had chosen to impose strict limitations on herself, embedding herself firmly into a myriad of rules, avoiding any actions that could be deemed outlandish in the eyes of others. Yet, seeing the unmistakable uplift in the spirits of the other 3, Yuzuki found herself smiling, as if their joy was infectious, allowing her to gradually relax. Now, everything was different. She had found a haven of acceptance for herself. No need to overthink. The youth of today is fleeting. A sudden languid voice broke the silence, and Yuzuki turned to see Naka, who was yawning yet evidently in a much better mood. Being a precious asset capable of reversing cursed techniques to heal others, Naka was rarely permitted outings, making this long-awaited excursion a release of her pent-up pressure. Indeed, why not? Yuzuki took a few quick steps and embraced Naka's arm. In moments like these, one should simply relish the experience, shouldn't they? As vibrant adolescents, their energy was boundless. And after being cooped up for so long, it felt as though they had an inexhaustible supply of vigor. Just as they were eagerly discussing their first destination, Wataru slammed on the brakes, declaring, "First, we're going here. If we wait any longer, the limited edition ultra-luxury strawberry parfait will be gone." Under the increasingly sharp gazes of Naka and Suguru, Wataru tucked away his phone, sporting a knowing expression as he turned away. "I'm footing the bill, so hurry up." Chapter 9. Tenderness. This dessert shop was a well-established gem, having been in operation for several years. Among its offerings, the signature ultra-luxury strawberry parfait was limited to a mere 100 servings each day, which explained Wataru's urgency. Settling into the plush seats, the waitress presented the menu. But Wataru didn't even glance at it, immediately requesting one of everything, ensuring that his long-awaited parfait was included. He had no worries about waste. He was an undeniable sweet tooth who would never overlook a delectable dessert. The establishment was remarkably efficient. Within 10 minutes, the table was brimming with sweets. And Wataru finally savored the parfait he had been yearning for, reclining back with satisfaction. Naka had no interest in sweets. One might even say she detested them, especially surrounded by such cloying aromas, resulting in her frowning as she merely sipped on her iced latte. Just as Yuzuki was at a loss, a plate that entered her line of sight interrupted her dilemma. Suguru's long, slender fingers stood out against the white porcelain as he offered her a plate of matcha milfai. The sweet cream paired beautifully with rich matcha. Even the neatly cut layers provided a visual delight. "How about starting with this? I think you'll like it," he suggested with a cheerful smile. Having initially considered this for himself, but feeling Yuzuki would appreciate it more. "Yes, I really like it. Thank you, Suguru." Carefully, Yuzuki made space on the table for the plate, a touch of surprise in her heart. The matcha milfai had been directly in front of Suguru, and she was on the verge of giving up on it. Yet here he was, offering it to her. A mere coincidence, perhaps? She scooped a small spoonful of cake into her mouth, the sweet and delightful flavor allowing her to unwind completely. Indeed, indulging in sweets could elevate one's mood. Having devoured only half of her portion, Wataru had already polished off the enormous parfait and was now engaged in demolishing the other desserts on the table at an impressive speed. No matter how many times she witnessed it, Yuzuki remained astounded. While she understood the strain that Six Eyes placed on Wataru, necessitating a substantial intake of sugar for energy, the sheer sight of it could become overwhelming. If she didn't eat soon, it would all end up in Wataru's belly. Noticing Yuzuki lost in thought, Suguru offered her a napkin, gesturing to the corner of her mouth, indicating she had something on her lips. Realizing the absurdity of her current appearance, Yunquan Yingyue hastily reached for a tissue, diligently wiping the cream from the corners of her mouth. Once she had cleaned herself up, she did not forget to offer a grateful smile to Suguru. "Geto, I had no idea you had this side to you, Geto. Are you really becoming a caretaker?" Sitting beside Suguru Geto, Wataru Fushiguro felt akin to an innocent dog caught in the crossfire, suddenly kicked while walking, a sour taste quickly enveloping him, rendering even the cake unpalatable. Suguru Geto paid no heed to Fushigiro's impotent rage, deftly blocking his elbow strike while continuing his indulgent excavation of the cake. Neither of the two men seemed bothered by the other's plight. In fact, Narumi Natsuki reveled in their misfortune, watching the spectacle unfold while bringing the last plate of Mitarashi dango closer to Yunquan Yingyue. Indeed, Fushiguro was right. Though Suguru Geto possessed a gentle disposition, he was, after all, someone who could engage with Fushiguro, who inherently bore an air of arrogance. He believed that the strong ought to protect the weak. Yet, this was not the sole reason for his attentive care towards Yunquan Yingyue. Each time he caught sight of her, an irresistible urge to be gentler, even softer, welled up within him. This was not love. Suguru Geto was acutely aware of that. They had only known each other for a brief period. Declaring it love would be utterly absurd. He considered himself not the type to be frivolous. It was affection, perhaps, unrelated to the romantic entanglements between men and women, a pure admiration that resonated deep within his soul, as if they had encountered one another countless times within the vastness of humanity. Strange, indeed, considering they had only spent 2 months together. Yet, no one would concern themselves with such irrationalities. As sorcerers, they were embodiments of eccentricity, beyond the reach of ordinary language. However, it was imperative that Fushiguro remained oblivious to this. Suguru Geto recalled the chaotic scenes of a certain individual, enough to cause his brow to furrow and his fists to clench unconsciously. It felt overwhelmingly infuriating and troublesome. Thus he allowed himself the luxury of refusal. After indulging in desserts, Fushiguro, akin to a contented cat being petted, visibly radiated joy. With ample time remaining and Fushiguro having openly declared he would cover the bill, the group, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, enthusiastically explored Ginza without a hint of fatigue. Upon exiting a particular shop, Suguru Geto noticed that the person behind him had not followed suit. Turning around, he found Narumi Natsuki standing by the entrance. "Where's Yingyue?" "She went shopping. I'm waiting here for her to avoid getting lost." Having returned, Suguru Geto decided to wait with her, both tacitly ignoring the individual leading the way. "No one actually called out to me. I've given you several chances." With hesitating steps, Fushiguro approached the corner, astonished that no one had stopped him. Finally, unable to contain himself, he strode over, incredulous that he had been overlooked by his peers. Addressing Fushigiro's complaints, Narumi Natsuki chose to ignore him entirely. While Suguru Geto cast a resigned glance in his direction, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude. "Fushiguro possesses 6 eyes. How could he not know where we are?" "That has nothing to do with it, you fool." As the conversation around him intensified, Narumi Natsuki took a couple of steps back, her movements conspicuously clear, as if to signal her desire to dissociate from the two. Meanwhile, Yunquan Yingyue, having purchased a gift, found herself passing another dessert shop with a long queue at the entrance, indicating a bustling business. "Hello, what is this?" Yunquan Yingyue paused, addressing a staff member clad in a costume promoting the store. "Greetings. This is our newly launched cream puff gift box, featuring 9 delightful flavors. If you'd prefer to avoid the queue, you can also opt for pre-ordering. If you like it, please place your order." After contemplating for a mere 2 seconds while gazing at the elegantly displayed box of cream puffs, Yunquan Yingyue accepted the pin the staff member offered. The price was somewhat steep, but having accumulated funds from her tasks, she was well within her means. "Thank you for your patronage." The demeanor of the stranger had noticeably improved. After placing her order, as she walked back, she pondered this remarkable change. Previously, she would have been ignored by the staff, only to receive their attention when absolutely necessary. Since encountering them, it seemed that everything was progressing in a positive direction. Clutching the bag tightly, Yunquan Yingyue quickened her pace. Apologies for the wait. Regaining her breath from her brisk pace, she successfully reunited with the trio. Finding them was remarkably simple, as the 2 tallest and most formidable figures stood there like landmarks, easily visible at a glance. "You took too long." Wataru Fushiguro approached, resting his arm atop Yunquan Yingyue's head, the height perfectly suited as if tailored for comfort. "All right, it's getting late. Let us have dinner and head back." Suguru Geto interjected, attempting to mediate while subtly pulling Fushigiro's arm down. As the 2 DKs engaged in their playful rivalry, Yunquan Yingyue had already slipped out from under Fushigiro's arm and moved to Narumi Natsuki's side. Chapter 10. Joyful times passed swiftly following a vote. Sushi triumphed in the competition with a decisive 3-1 victory. Consequently, Wataru Fushiguro sought out a sushi restaurant reputed to be the highest rated. The flavors were indeed delightful, and the ingredients remarkably fresh, leaving the group thoroughly satisfied, except for Fushiguro, who had been overwhelmed by wasabi. "Geto, I truly misjudged you." His azure eyes shimmered with tears as he stuck out his tongue, still recalling the sharp sting of the wasabi, hastily tossing a candy into his mouth. "What did you expect when you stole the sweet shrimp from my plate?" A wicked grin curved Suguru Geto's lips as he continued his ascent, unfazed by Fushigiro's accusations. "What do you mean by stealing?" Hearing this, Fushiguro, who had been leisurely hopping down the steps, became indignant, turning around to walk backward while continuing to bicker with Suguru Geto. The summer night in the mountains was not entirely silent. The sounds of insects mingled with the rustling leaves in the breeze. After a noisy afternoon, Yunquan Yingyue took a deep breath, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Narumi Natsuki, wanting to keep her distance from the 2 behind her, lingered half a step behind Yunquan Yingyue, her eyes wide and unblinking as she climbed. As night fell, the group chose not to make a grand entrance through the front door as they had upon arrival. Instead, they opted for the nearest wall to the dormitory, intending to climb over. Yunquan Yingyue declined Suguru Geto's offer to carry her, confident she could manage the height herself and preferring he assist Natsuki, especially since Fushiguro had already jumped in ahead of them. However, it was peculiar that, given Fushigiro's personality, he did not urge them on, but rather waited patiently in place. Wasting no more time, Suguru Geto lifted Narumi Natsuki, and, with a few nimble leaps, they were inside. Just as Yunquan Yingyue secured the bag in her hands and poised to lightly step down, Natsuki's voice rang out. "No, wait." Confused, Yunquan Yingyue blinked, her eyes widening as she took in the scene below. A night moth had one of the DKs in a chokehold, while the 2 towering figures were curled up, occasionally kicking their legs and patting his arms in a desperate plea for mercy. Meanwhile, Narumi Natsuki stood off to the side, her expression even more dispassionate upon seeing Yunquan Yingyue peek over the wall. We're done for. Yunquan Yingyue perched upon the wall, uncertain whether to leap down or remain still for a moment longer. Come down, everyone follow me. Finally, she relented and released her grip as Yi Ejindao beckoned her down. Observing the increasingly tangled expression on her face, if she did not let her descend soon, the CPU in her mind would surely overheat. Thus, at 11:30, the group convened in Yi Ejindao's office. The peculiar assortment of cursed remains piled in the back of the room appeared even more sinister in the silence. The four of them knelt obediently before Yi Ejindao, either bowing their heads or closing their eyes, unwilling to meet the gaze of their formidable teacher clad in sunglasses. Whose idea was this? The deep voice was unexpectedly calm, yet it evoked tumultuous thoughts beneath the surface. Yunquan Yingyue subtly shrank her neck, pursed her lips, and was about to take the blame when she inadvertently caught sight of the two to her left. Xia Yuja and Jia Ru Niao pointed decisively at the far left figure. Fanjiao Wazi, without a moment's hesitation, placing the blame squarely upon him. Although they had initially supported the proposal wholeheartedly, even contributing to it, she now understood the silence. Stunned by this turn of events, Yunquan Yingyue remained frozen until Jia Ru Niao gently nudged her back to reality. Noticing the knowing glances exchanged between the two, she glanced at Fanjiao Wazi, who sat upright with his hands resting on his thighs. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to align herself with the majority. My apologies, Wazi, she silently mouthed as she raised her finger to point at him as well. The moment he realized he had been sold out, before he could even voice his indignation, Yi Ejindao's fist descended upon him. Bang! I knew it was you. The invincible Fanjiao Wazi, unable to retaliate, clutched his head and trembled as Yi Ejindao chastised them sternly. At midnight, they were expelled from the office, each bearing a 5,000-word reflection, while Fanjiao Wazi alone was tasked with writing 10,000 words. The four of them stood in unison at the doorway, bracing against the gusts sweeping through the corridor. In the next moment, Fanjiao Wazi erupted. Jia, I misjudged you. But wasn't this your idea, Wazi? The two strongest engaged in a heated debate as they walked, even exchanging a few playful jabs. Their long legs covered ground quickly, leaving Yunquan Yingyue struggling to keep up. Let us save it for tomorrow then. She rummaged through her bag, catching up with Jia Ru Niao, who was also heading back to her room. Niao. Hearing her name, Jia Ru Niao instinctively halted and yawned. The unexpected tranquility of the afternoon left her yearning for a good night's sleep. Here, this is for you. A rectangular box was extended towards her, adorned with delicate silver patterns on a lavender background, its front inscribed with elegant cursive. It's lavender tea. With everything going on lately, you haven't had time to rest properly, so at least during those few hours you can sleep, aim for a better quality of slumber. The girl's words caught Jia Ru Niao off guard, yet upon reflection, it was entirely in character for her to say something so thoughtful. With her gaze lowered to the box, she hesitated before accepting it, ensuring a firm grip. Thank you. No need for thanks. I'll head back to my room now. Good night. With a wave, Yunquan Yingyue jogged a few steps to close her door. As Jia Ru Niao stood at the threshold, her hand poised on the doorknob, she turned slightly, whispering to the silent corridor, good night. Morning arrived at 8 o'clock. Yunquan Yingyue rubbed her eyes and stifled a delicate yawn. Having slept less than 8 hours was insufficient for someone like her, who had been on missions for days. Upon entering the classroom, she pulled the door open only to find it empty, perplexed that no one was present when class was supposed to begin soon. How strange, could the teacher be late? After securing the classroom door, she decided to check the dormitory. Yingyue? After walking a short distance, she heard a familiar voice behind her. Turning around, she discovered Xia Yuja. To her surprise, he was not in uniform but donned a loose-fitting sweatshirt and long pants, revealing his delicate collarbones, with his dark hair casually draped over his shoulders, exuding an air of languor. Why are you up so early? Wasn't this morning's class cancelled? Perhaps, just having woken up, Xia Yuja's voice carried a hint of hoarseness, markedly different from his usual smoothness, yet unexpectedly alluring. Oh, is that so? Yunquan Yingyue's face registered surprise, and Xia Yuja could tell she had not seen the messages. He and Wazi had received their mission early that morning, and since Niao had yet to submit her report, the morning class was entirely scrapped. By the way, as she observed Xia Yuja's tousled hair, her thoughts leaped to another topic, and she retrieved something from her pocket to hand to him. Xia Yuja accepted it and discovered it was a hair tie, a slender black string adorned with a rabbit charm, its white face beaming with a cheerful grin. Didn't you mention your hair tie broke during practice with Wazi? I thought this suited you well, so I bought it. Her voice trailed off, tinged with a hint of tremor, as if evading something, and she lowered her gaze, fiddling with her fingers, avoiding his eyes. She certainly couldn't confess that she had originally intended to buy a fox, as it seemed more fitting, but it had been sold out. Xia Yuja recalled that during their sparring days ago, his hair tie had snapped due to Wuzi's forceful punch grazing his hair. You heard that, didn't you? Realizing this, Xia Yuja glanced down at the hair tie in his hand, the rabbit smile looking all too familiar, especially its eyes. It shouldn't be what I think, right? By the way, why a rabbit? Thank you, I really like it. Regardless, gratitude was essential. Looping the hair tie around his wrist, Xia Yuja prepared to head back to his room. You're too slow, Jia. You might fall in the toilet. From a short distance, the door swung open, revealing Fanjiao Wuzi, tousled white hair tousled, leaning against the doorframe, his azure eyes behind sunglasses betraying a hint of fatigue. With his strikingly beautiful eyes, he quickly spotted the item on Xia Yuja's wrist. Unfair. You're secretly giving Jia a gift. Fanjiao Wuzi strode over, resting his weight on Yunquan Yingyue's shoulder, commencing his complaints. I want one too. No special treatment. I do have something for you. It just can't be obtained right now. If all goes well, it should be ready by lunchtime. The pressure on her shoulder was quite painful, and Yunquan Yingyue attempted to extricate herself, but upon hearing her words, Fanjiao Wuzi immediately straightened up, lifting his arm. Humph, I'll begrudgingly wait then. Yunquan Yingyue smiled lightly, rubbing her shoulder. She wouldn't let Wuzi down. Satisfied with her response, Fanjiao Wuzi entered the room first, with Xia Yuja following closely behind, turning back to wave at Yunquan Yingyue. We'll head back now. Our mission is about to commence. Waving goodbye, the door clicked shut, and the corridor fell into silence once more. Once tranquility enveloped her, a wave of drowsiness surged forth. In relinquishing her grasp on the moment, Yunquan Yingyue decided to indulge in a brief slumber while time still permitted. However, just as she reclined upon her bed, tucking herself under the covers and closing her eyes, her phone erupted with sound. Urgent mission, Yunquan, leave at once, the faster the better. I await you at the entrance. The voice of the assistant supervisor, Igarashi Haruharu, pierced her eardrums with urgency. This mission was critical. A third-level cursed womb had manifested atop a residential building, poised to hatch at any moment. Swiftly rolling out of bed, Yunquan Yingyue donned her coat, ensured her talismans were in order, and seized the katana resting by the door before stepping outside. At 8:40, seated in the car, Yunquan Yingyue switched off her phone, gazing out at the rushing scenery beyond the window. She had reserved a time for cream puffs at 11 o'clock. She should be able to make it in time. For us to be tasked with such a third-level mission is quite bothersome. As he crushed the last cursed spirit that fancied a game of hide-and-seek, Wataru Gojo landed lightly on the ground, hands in his pockets. After a moment's pause, as if remembering something, he offered a half-hearted apology. Oh, but Jia still wants to eat it, my apologies. This cursed spirit was far too weak to be of any use, and he intended to consume it anyway. So Suguru Geto waved his hand dismissively, entirely unconcerned. Now that it's done, let us hurry back. Pulling out his phone, Suguru Geto noticed a delivery notification. His game had finally arrived today. He could conveniently pick it up on his way back to Jujutsu High and play with Yingyue and the others at noon. This time, I will certainly win. The assistant supervisor's vehicle came to a halt before them, and Wataru Gojo opened the door. Hard to say, Suguru Geto did not rush to retort. Instead, he smiled as the car began to move. He had noticed that Yunquan Yingyue seemed quite adept at playing games. Turning his head, Suguru Geto observed Wataru Gojo, who was leisurely resting his chin on his hand. Not taking it seriously could lead to defeat, but I do enjoy watching the spectacle. As the vehicle gradually halted at the entrance of Jujutsu High, the two alighted and spotted a familiar white car departing. Yingyue's assistant supervisor. TCH. She has caught up in a task as well. Their plans disrupted, Wataru Gojo felt a twinge of annoyance, but resigned himself to the circumstance. No choice. We shall discuss it upon her return. With that, they averted their gaze and strode through the school gates. Upon reaching the mission site, the tents had long been erected. Atop the apartment building, a blood-red cursed womb pulsed ominously, resembling a gigantic heart. It had exhibited signs of hatching the moment it was detected by the window sensors. Its rapid development catching them unawares, forcing them to hastily evacuate the crowd and set up the tents in anticipation of the sorcerer's arrival. It appeared that there had been a light rain the previous night, as puddles still lingered on the ground, the soil slippery and treacherous. Yunquan Yingyue unfastened the strap of her sword bag, drawing her katana as she entered the tent. Sprinting to the rooftop, she pushed open the door to the terrace, only to be met with the sight of the cursed womb on the verge of successful hatching. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunquan Yingyue charged forward. The sooner she dealt with it before it fully emerged, the less damage would be inflicted. With a light touch of her toes, Yunquan Yingyue crouched and leaped, raising her blade to strike. Yet in the next instant, an indescribable pressure permeated the air, expanding outward in all directions above her head. Just as she hesitated for a moment, she lost the optimal opportunity for attack. Yunquan Yingyue spun midair, narrowly evading the cursed spirit's assault. What emerged from the cursed womb was a fully formed second-level cursed spirit. Its slender, elongated form twisted grotesquely, with an unusually swollen abdomen, as if it had carried a pregnancy to term. Its crimson eyes, scattered across its body, darted about, and its large hands bore claws sharp enough to pierce the hardest substances. This creature represented an insurmountable challenge for Yunquan Yingyue, a third-level sorceress, to confront alone. Battling against the tremors of fear, she quickly assessed the situation. The confines of the apartment building were too restrictive, and she needed to lure it to the open ground below. With this thought, Yunquan Yingyue suddenly fired a shot. The bullet striking the cursed spirit's head with precision and erupting into a dark purple splash of blood. The spirit was immediately incensed, its hoarse wail threatening to shatter Yunquan Yingyue's eardrums. Noting that it had fixed its gaze upon her, she simply waved her hand at it before vaulting over the railing. Chapter 12. Intense battle. The moment she landed, the cursed spirit's attack followed closely behind, prompting Yunquan Yingyue to roll forward, the ground shattering beneath her as dust and mud splattered her clothes. A gust of wind rushed from her left, and instinctively, she raised her blade to block the cursed spirit's strike. With a swift counter, she cleaved through the spirit's arm at the elbow, severing it cleanly. Yet, the spirit was oblivious to pain. It continued its frenzied assault on Yunquan Yingyue, its severed arm regrowing as if nothing had occurred, forcing her into a defensive posture. However, as a third-level sorceress facing a second-level cursed spirit, the disparity in their levels rendered Yunquan Yingyue increasingly powerless. With each attempt to break free from the stalemate, more injuries accumulated on her body. This was no longer a viable strategy. As she fired another shot to confuse the spirit, intending to seize the moment of its distraction, the cursed spirit made its move. Unlike its previous attacks, it merely opened its mouth, revealing a dark abyss within, and let out a piercing shriek that reverberated throughout the space. Yunquan Yingyue faltered in her actions, as if forcibly subdued, warm liquid trickling from her ears and cascading down her cheeks. Before she could react, she was hurled away, but with a swift motion, she managed to slice off a considerable portion of its arm. This time, the blade infused with cursed energy ensured that the severed limb did not regenerate. This act, however, utterly enraged the cursed spirit. As Yunquan Yingyue was propelled through the air, she regained her balance, but upon landing on the damp earth, her footing slipped, and she was unable to evade the spirit's attack, which slashed her side. The pain was excruciating. Blood gushed forth, the intensity of the agony consuming her mind. Yunquan Yingyue gasped sharply, gripping the cursed spirit's arm that had yet to retract, using it as leverage to propel herself upward and bring her sword down with fierce determination upon its head. Yet it was futile. The spirit, still clutching half its head, seized her and tossed her aside. In her moment of distraction, she failed to secure her grip on the katana, which fell into the spirit's grasp, crushed in its powerful grip, rendering it utterly useless. With a resounding crash, Yunquan Yingyue collided with a tree trunk, gradually sliding down to the ground in a heap. Leaves dislodged from above rained down upon her, yet she could hardly muster the energy to care. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her, and the wound at her side continued to bleed, her vision beginning to blur. Was this to be the day of her demise? Just as she struggled to rise, a voice echoed within her mind. What is this? The tone was laced with sheer terror, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. It must be from someone outside the tent. Hadn't the crowd already been evacuated from the building? Due to her injuries and fatigue, Yunquan Yingyue's mind was too clouded to ponder further. The cursed spirit ceased its actions, catching Yunquan Yingyue, who was intently preparing to evade, by surprise. Following the direction of the spirit's gaze, she beheld an open door on the third-floor corridor of the apartment building, where a woman stood trembling against the doorframe. The cursed spirit's eyes locked onto hers. In that instant, panic surged within her. As the spirit floated closer, Yunquan Yingyue instinctively reacted, seemingly summoning her last reserves of strength. She leapt 3 feet into the air, firing the remaining 2 bullets from her gun into the cursed spirit's body. Using its form as leverage, she landed on the railing of the 3rd floor, positioning herself protectively in front of the woman. Despite the pain, the cursed spirit pressed on with unwavering determination, charging towards them with its maw agape, intent on devouring both. Casting aside her weapon, Yunquan Yingyue drew forth a short blade concealed at her ankle. As the spirit lunged, she swiftly struck its face with one hand to halt its advance, while the other plunged the knife into the small eye on its abdomen with fierce resolve. The spirit froze, emitting a wretched cry reminiscent of a newborn's anguished wail. Its sharp teeth sank deep into her arm, embedding themselves in her shoulder. Yunquan Yingyue gripped the hilt of her knife tightly, not relinquishing her hold until the cursed spirit gradually dissipated. It's over, do not be afraid. Although pain clouded her consciousness, threatening to render her unconscious, she stifled her tremors, wishing to comfort the woman who had witnessed the harrowing scene. Please, no? The woman seemed to misunderstand. Her jaw clenched tightly, her lips unparted. I was just offering my husband some advice, trying to swindle you for a bit of money. I didn't know you would jump. It's all my husband's fault. He deceived you into thinking he was single. That phone is in his backyard. This is not my fault. Please, do not come after me. Her chaotic thoughts spiraled, reflecting sheer panic, further muddling Yunquan Yingyue's already hazy mind. Suddenly, something pressed against her chest, followed by a heavy force that shoved her away. Yunquan Yingyue's eyes widened. Although she appeared frail, as a sorceress, she possessed a body enhanced by cursed energy. Generally, this level of force would be trivial. She could remain rooted to the ground without budging an inch. Yet today, exhaustion had drained her to the point where her eyelids trembled, as if drawn together by an inexorable force. I can't hold on any longer. Her footing slipped, her center of gravity tilting backward, and a sensation of weightlessness engulfed her. Her brain screamed warnings, yet she could not react, only closing her eyes against the howling wind. In the fleeting moment before plunging into darkness, one thought consumed her. She had failed to retrieve the cream puffs and had broken her promise to Wu Dao. Am I being a tad too slow? Wu Dao sat languidly on the sofa, his long legs carelessly draped over the coffee table, his voice stretched in complaint. They had returned shortly after 8:40, and Yunquan Yingyue had left around the same time, yet now it was past 10, and she still had not returned. Surely, a grade 3 mission should have been a simple task for her. She should be on her way, he reassured himself, trying to muster patience. Responding to the request of Jiaru Niazi, Xiaoye Jie entered with a can of coffee, handing it to Jiaru Niazi, who was curled up on the other end of the sofa, while simultaneously nudging Wu Dao's legs off the table. Upon receiving the coffee, Jiaru Niazi eagerly gulped down a few sips, feeling a semblance of vitality return as she continued to work on her report. Wu Dao and Xiaoye Jie resumed their debate, which ultimately escalated into a challenge through a video game. Yingyue was quite skilled at this as well. She had effortlessly defeated Wu Dao last time, appearing as though she had not exerted herself fully. As the game loading screen appeared, Xiaoye Jie suddenly had an idea, igniting a spark of rivalry. I was merely going easy on her. Jie, open your eyes wider. If you can't see, just close them. Ding ding ding. Just as their verbal sparring was about to escalate into a physical confrontation, an unexpected ringtone pierced the tense atmosphere. They turned to find Jiaru Niazi had answered the phone, her expression instantly transforming into one of grave concern. What happened? Xiaoye Jie inquired as soon as she hung up. Without hesitation, Jiaru Niazi dashed for the door. Yingyue is in trouble. Chapter 13. Significance. They arrived at the infirmary to find Yunquan Yingyue just brought in. Her body was in tatters, grotesque wounds gaping open, revealing crimson insides. While the blood on her clothing had already congealed into a dark red hue, yet fresh crimson continued to seep out, staining the operating table and dripping down. The once vibrant girl had lost all vitality in a matter of hours, lying on the table, pallid and barely breathing. The priority was to treat her wounds. Jiaru Niazi employed a reversal technique, gradually stabilizing Yunquan Yingyue's condition. With the wounds treated, her complexion improved significantly, and a hint of color returned to her lips. Wu Dao was busy interrogating Igarashi Haru, his demeanor cold. This cursed spirit was manipulated into jumping by that male's deceitful intentions, he stated quietly, yet clearly enough for all present to hear. Unexpectedly, the girl on the table stirred. Yunquan Yingyue, summoning the last vestiges of her strength, reached out with trembling fingers. Grasping the sleeve of someone nearby, her voice barely a whisper, backyard, the courtyard. Her voice dwindled, and she wished to struggle to say more, but her body could not permit it. After hearing the assistant's words, Xiaoye Jie, who had fallen unusually silent, recognized her efforts to communicate. He gently released her grip from Jiaru Niazi's sleeve, then placed a comforting hand over her eyes, whispering softly, "Sleep now, you no longer need to strive." His assured words brought immense comfort, and Yunquan Yingyue instinctively complied, succumbing once more to slumber. Igarashi Haru had many matters to attend to, and since everything that needed to be said had been expressed, Wu Dao waved her off, allowing her to depart. The door closed softly, leaving the room steeped in silence. To save a life, yet she was pushed off the building. How pathetic. Perhaps deeming him an inconvenience, Wu Dao abruptly removed his sliding sunglasses, applying a slight force that made the frames crack ominously. This is why I despise the so-called righteous discourse. That fool is just as much of a righteous idiot as Jie. No, she is even more hopeless than Jie, though he berated her. He lowered his voice to avoid disturbing the aforementioned fool resting in his arms. The expressions of the others were grim, particularly Xiaoye Jie. to protect non-sorcerers. He had engaged in a futile battle against a grade 2 cursed spirit, only to be dealt the final blow by a non-sorcerer. The irony was palpable. For the first time, Jie felt a flicker of doubt regarding the righteousness he had steadfastly pursued. Yet something seemed to inhibit such thoughts. And under the pressure of conflicting emotions, even his typically gentle demeanor began to fray, surfacing an inexplicable impatience. It felt as though he had forgotten something. And he rubbed his temples, the nagging sensation that failing to recall it could lead to severe consequences. However, it is evidently not the time to discuss this matter. The task remains unfinished, and they must personally attend to it soon. Contemplating the mention of the backyard by Yunquan Yingyue, Suguru Geto lowered his hand that obstructed his view and met Satoru Gojo's gaze, observing the same indifference reflected in his eyes. As a close friend, Gojo felt he understood Geto quite well. It would suffice to retrieve that phone. The rest would no longer concern them. The young woman on the bed had stabilized her breathing and was out of danger, and neither wished to linger a moment longer, promptly setting off. Discarding the bloodied cotton balls and gauze into the trash bin, Nagikari sat at the table, staring blankly at the white paper for an extended period before finally tossing the pen aside. Reports could wait until later. Yunquan Yingyue seemed to have experienced an interminable dream. In her dream, she traversed mountains and rivers, oblivious to what she was pursuing, yet she pressed onward relentlessly, enduring dryness and fatigue. And even when her feet were bruised and bloodied, she refused to halt. Yet, in the end, she found nothing of her heart's desire. Gradually opening her eyes, she beheld the white ceiling and the orange-red sunset streaming through the window. An inexplicable emptiness filled her heart, as if something profoundly significant had been taken from her. She placed her hand upon her chest. However, in the next instant, she shot upright, locking eyes with the three individuals present. The words regarding the phone in the backyard were swallowed back before they could escape her lips. "You really can sleep like no other," Gojo remarked, tossing the phone onto the table, finding the silent phone game dreadfully tedious, to the point of nausea. Following her gaze towards Geto, who approached her, Yingyue murmured. But he merely smiled and ruffled her hair. "Do not worry, it is all over now. Let those two fools deal with the aftermath." Nagikari's voice suddenly emerged from the left, prompting Yingyue to turn her head and see her gesturing for her to raise her arm. "Extend your hand. It is time for an examination." Thus, it was revealed that the woman, deceived by a scoundrel, only learned of his marital status amidst her pregnancy. And having been swindled of her money, she despaired and leapt from a building, with that man's wife complicit in the matter. After listening to the brief explanations from the two, Yingyue grasped the general outline of the incident. No wonder there was such overwhelming resentment. Who knew how they had overlooked her while dispersing the crowd? In short, it was a case of self-inflicted suffering. Disgusted, Gojo made a face, expressing his disdain. Yet, it was truly fortunate that no one was injured. Yingyue's tone was gentle as she gazed at her pale fingertips, genuinely pleased with the success of this mission. "But you were injured, returning in such a disheveled state." The trio fell into silence, none daring to speak, not even Gojo, who was often deemed the most incorrigible. Does this hold any significance? Yingyue pondered aloud. Geto chose to speak, his urge to seek an answer overpowering, as he eagerly awaited her perspective. "What do you mean?" Yingyue queried, perplexed. The other two, though surprised by Geto's sudden question, did not intervene but continued to listen intently. Since the victim also had black hair, that woman must have mistaken you for her in her panic. Yingyue, you were inadvertently drawn into this. To save such a despicable person, you bore such grievous injuries. Does this hold any meaning? Seemingly struck by this question, Yingyue rested her chin on her hand, contemplating earnestly. Geto is right, they are indeed scoundrels, having unjustly caused the death of someone who should have had a future brimming with potential. Yet, I chose to save her solely for my own sake. Rubbing the back of her head, Yingyue smiled somewhat bashfully. Perhaps this sounds selfish, but I do not wish for anyone to perish because of me. Especially someone I could have saved. It would feel as if I had pushed her into death. Furthermore, I believe she must live, face judgment, and atone for her transgressions. A hasty death would be a leniency she does not deserve. Upon her utterance, the room fell into a profound silence. The first to break this eerie stillness was Gojo, who leaned closer to Yingyue, removing his sunglasses to reveal his vibrant, celestial eyes, glimmering with intrigue, seriousness, yet a depth concealed within. So you can articulate such thoughts. Huh, here I thought you were merely an imbecile with a peculiar way of thinking. In Gojo's eyes, Yingyue wondered what sort of person she truly was. Yet, she remained silent, maintaining a polite smile. Indeed, they are scoundrels, Kaori sighed, exasperated that the only rational person had yet to see through his true nature. Ah, I see. The bickering among the group seemed to envelop them in a shroud, muffled to Geto's ears. So, that is her perspective, he mused. a faint smile tugging at his stiff lips as the tension within him dissipated, the shaky foundation no longer crumbling. Indeed, there is no need for doubt. No need for wavering. Let us continue moving forward. Chapter 14. Secrets. However, it is rather peculiar. The previously leisurely atmosphere suddenly turned serious as Gojo circled Yingyue, seemingly probing for something. When we arrived, that woman adamantly denied any involvement, even questioning how we knew about the phone, claiming she had said nothing at all. Her long eyelashes fluttered as Yingyue met his crystalline gaze. I can see that woman was not lying. If she truly said nothing, then how did you come to know? Yingyue felt no discomfort, and Gojo was fully aware of that. Yet, this only piqued his curiosity further. How could she know a secret that the involved party had not revealed even a fraction of? Instinctively clutching the blanket, Yingyue felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She was uncertain how to voice her thoughts. Knowing she possessed the ability to hear others' private thoughts at any time might be deemed repugnant. However, gazing at the faces of the three, she could not utter a single lie. They had embraced her as their own. They were her first true friends. And she should not hide behind a facade of insincerity. Taking a deep breath, Yingyue chose to express herself honestly. Huh, you can read minds? Upon hearing this answer, even Gojo was momentarily taken aback. But I cannot hear the thoughts of sorcerers, so there is no need to worry. Noticing the blank expressions on their faces, Yingyue hastily waved her hands, emphasizing this point, fearing they might feel uncomfortable because of it. It has nothing to do with that. A gentle hand rested atop Yingyue's head, smoothing down her fluffy, soft hair. Geto patted her head, concern evident in his eyes. Yingyue, are you feeling all right? Caught off guard by such a reaction, Yingyue momentarily struggled to find a response. Gojo, obscured by his sunglasses, hid his expression, while Kaori maintained her indifferent demeanor yet observed her closely. Clearly, they all recalled their previous outing. Unexpectedly, Yingyue slowly broke into a radiant smile. What are you smiling about? You're not losing your mind, are you? Kaori, have you cured her yet? Seeing her react this way, Gojo spoke candidly, even beginning to doubt the quality of Kaori's reverse technique used in her treatment. Am I a scoundrel, Gojo? Kaido felt an overwhelming reluctance to engage with the troublesome child beyond uttering that single phrase. However, Yuen's joy radiated from her very core. A genuine expression of emotion that flowed exuberantly from her heart to her limbs, akin to the soothing sensation of soaking in a hot spring. Thus, she acquiesced to the moment's sentiment, even if her smile seemed oddly out of place. It's all right, I'm not tired at all, truly not the slightest bit fatigued. Wiping away the moisture from the corners of her eyes, Yuen spoke with a voice that was soft and sweet, nearly diverting the topic to their grandmother's house, causing the three of them to instinctively pause their actions. She was uncertain of the proper dynamics among friends, nor did she know how to articulate her affection for them. Yet, one thing was clear, Yuen truly cherished them, deeply and wholeheartedly. She adored them enough to place herself last. Although her wounds had healed, her frail appearance still evoked concern. Despite Yuen's repeated assurances of her well-being, almost eager to break into a street dance as proof, Moth Knight decisively dismissed any of her explanations with a wave of his hand. The responsibilities that should have fallen upon her were divided between Wataru and Satoru, and when Yuen attempted to argue her case, Suguru merely patted her shoulder, urging her to rest well over the next 4 days. On the third day, the first thing Yuen did upon awakening was to perform a set of stretching exercises in her room. After a quick breakfast, she hurried off to Ginza. Her beloved cream puffs awaited her. It was the weekend, and the streets were bustling with a myriad of pedestrians. Initially displeased at receiving an unexpected assignment on such a day, she found herself forced to stand under the sun, awaiting the accompanying supervisor. Ignoring the series of flirtatious glances around her, Wataru's temper finally erupted. Too slow. At this rate, we could have arrived ages ago. He politely declined the advances of a girl seeking his phone number, while Suguru hurriedly attempted to soothe him. It's only been 10 minutes. Ever since our last solo mission, when Wataru forgot to secure the tent and ended up causing a bizarre explosion that made the evening news. Teacher Moth Knight has prohibited us from being away from supervision. Suguru cast a mournful glance at his close friend, recalling how Wataru had confidently assured Teacher Moth Knight that there would be no issues. That was just a mistake. Yuen seemed to witness an unforeseen scene. As Suguru widened his eyes slightly, just as his disgruntled words were about to spill forth, Wataru, like a firecracker that had lost its spark, lowered the arm resting behind his head and followed Suguru's gaze. Chapter 15. Chewing gum. Hey, are you really not considering joining me for some fun? You might actually enjoy yourself. A brash young man with flamboyant yellow hair blocked Yuen's path, sporting a mischievous grin, striving to ignore the vulgarities creeping into her mind. Yuen maintained a stern expression, positioning herself to shield the elegantly packaged item in her hand, preparing for another resolute refusal. If he persisted in his incomprehension, Perhaps violence would be the most effective means of communication. Yuyuan silently resolved. Before she could finish her thought, darkness enveloped her. As if the entire world had been plunged into obscurity. She could see nothing, her ears were muffled. And all she could sense was the delicate friction of skin against skin. A pair of hands settled on her shoulders, and a familiar scent wafted toward her, causing her to momentarily lower her guard. All right, feel free to bring us along as well, Suguru spoke kindly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Though his eyes harbored a depth of seriousness that belied the politeness of his words, instilling an inexplicable sense of pressure. If it turns out to be dull, I'll snap your neck. Without his sunglasses obscuring his gaze, Wataru's 6 eyes were laid bare, glistening like ice. His white lashes fluttering as he cast a piercing look at the young man, akin to a predator assessing an unwitting prey. His brazen tone held an undeniable weight of conviction, suggesting he was indeed capable of following through on such a threat. When the young man appeared momentarily stunned, the expressions of Wataru and Suguru shifted to a shared coldness, as if warning him to reconsider his presence. Yikes. My apologies. Once the young man fled, Suguru released his grip, shielding Yuan's eyes from the sun before returning Wataru's sunglasses. As the darkness receded, Yuan instinctively squinted, yet the blinding sunlight did not rush in. Instead being kept at bay. What a coincidence to encounter you here. Suguru seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation, adjusting his stance to obscure the direction from which the young man had departed, shielding Yuan's view. Only someone as foolish as you would dawdle on the street. Something was forcibly thrust into her hand, and Yuan looked down to find a milk candy teetering on the brink of melting due to the heat. Not tasty. You can have it, Wataru said with a look of disdain. The two continued their banter, wholly dismissing the earlier unpleasantness as if nothing had transpired. Yuan let out a resigned sigh, her eyelids fluttering slightly. As she moved, her bangs swayed gently, prompting Suguru to lean in slightly, feigning ignorance as if he hadn't just covered her ears. What is the matter, Yuan? After observing the two for a time, Yuan ultimately remained silent. Was he worried? Concerned that she might be affected by what had just transpired? In truth, it was of no consequence. She had grown accustomed to such encounters. Yet, it was perhaps best left unsaid, as the young man's intentions had already exposed the duo's actions. Here, this is the surprise I promised Wataru. Extending the gift box towards Wataru, Yuan chose to let go of the earlier incident. With keen eyes, Wataru immediately recognized the shop's signature. Contemplating a visit there himself once their task concluded, he accepted the gift box, casting an appreciative glance in her direction. I didn't expect you to have such discernment. Very well, I shall reluctantly accept it. Don't feel obligated, Wataru. If you don't like it, you can give it back. After receiving a call from their supervisor, Suguru casually exposed Wataru's hidden intentions, ignoring his friend's vexed reaction as he turned to Yuan. We have a mission ahead, if you're all right. Would you like to join us? It won't take long. You'll just need to wait nearby. The task was set in an abandoned building on the outskirts, merely involving a second-tier cursed spirit. Wataru was too lazy to move while munching on his cream puff, so Suguru decided to go alone. He reassured Wataru that by the time he finished, he would have already returned. To avoid disrupting Suguru, the two chose to sit on a nearby rooftop and observe. Wataru idly ate his cream puff while Yuan watched Suguru summon the cursed spirit below, effortlessly dispatching the target within moments. The cursed spirit was subdued, its immense strength and level suppression rendering it immobile, transforming into an ominous black orb resting in Suguru's palm. Yuan blinked, fixated on Suguru's small figure below. She watched him tilt his head back, swallowing the cursed spirit jewel. Suddenly, an inexplicable sadness washed over her, her spirits plummeting without rhyme or reason. Suguru, possessing the curse manipulation technique, was destined to bear immense pressure from the moment he awakened his curse technique. Exorcism, absorption, a never-ending cycle. What flavor might the cursed spirit jewel possess? In a moment of abstraction, Yunquan Yingyue heard her own voice cautiously inquiring. The figure of Suguru Geto, who walked ahead, halted at her words, turning around with an indifferent gaze. His gaunt and haggard appearance compelled Yunquan Yingyue to clutch the hem of her clothing tightly. There was nothing particularly distinctive about it. Recently, Suguru had been rather unremarkable. He preemptively interrupted her, as if only just realizing his own disconcerted state, offering a rather awkward smile. Just mere bitterness of summer, he mused. What are you daydreaming about? A chill brushed against her lips, abruptly disrupting the emotions she had been nurturing, causing them to dissipate entirely. Yunquan Yingyue quickly regained her composure, instinctively licking her lips, the sweet flavor dancing on her tongue. Looking down, she discovered a brown puff pastry, with creamy white filling oozing from its flaky shell, topped with chocolate chips teetering on the verge of falling off. Noticing her return to reality, Wataru Gojo mischievously let go, relishing the sight of Yunquan Yingyue clumsily catching the pastry. Aren't you having any? She glanced at the bag beside her, still containing ice packs, yet the box of puffs was entirely empty. Not anymore. The taste was merely passable, I suppose. Licking his lips, Wataru adjusted his sunglasses that had slipped down his nose, one leg draped over the edge of the rooftop, the other dangling down. His relaxed posture reminiscent of a cat basking in the sun after a hearty meal. I see, Yunquan Yingyue thought, gazing at the puff cradled in her hands, which was about the size of her fist, emanating a delightful aroma. Here, Wataru, this is for you. Remembering something, she used her other two unsoiled fingers to extract a pack of gum from her pants pocket. Why not indulge? Wataru extracted 2 pieces and tossed them into his mouth, returning the remainder to her. Yunquan Yingyue set the gum aside, taking a bite of the puff. The outer shell was crispy, the cream melted in her mouth, and the rich, slightly bitter chocolate beautifully masked the cloying sweetness of the cream, creating an exceptionally harmonious flavor. She instinctively squinted her eyes in delight. After finishing the entire puff, Suguru Geto, who had concluded his task downstairs, made his move. Observing this, Yunquan Yingyue clapped her hands, quickly rising to her feet, not forgetting to take the gum with her. Pushing open the rooftop door, Suguru sent a message to the assistant supervisor and noticed Yunquan Yingyue approaching him. Here, Suguru. This is for you. He looked down to find a piece of gum. Glancing at it, then back at Yunquan Yingyue, he appeared slightly puzzled. Just as he considered whether she had witnessed him swallowing the cursed spirit jewel moments ago, Yunquan Yingyue made her move. Sensing his curiosity about the sudden gift, she shifted to the side, revealing Wataru Gojo lounging at the edge of the rooftop. Wataru has one too. Hearing the commotion, Wataru turned his head, displaying a broad grin and even blowing a bubble with audacity. I see. Suguru accepted, unwrapping the package. Thank you. The gum was flavored like green apple, its slight tartness balancing the sweetness, preventing it from being overly saccharine, while the refreshing mint added a perfect finishing touch. Quite delectable, Suguru thought. The 3 of them returned to Jujutsu High in the assistant supervisor's vehicle. Just before opening the door, Yunquan Yingyue paused, calling out to Suguru, who had taken only a few steps. Suguru. Upon hearing her, he turned around, and the girl jogged over, her lustrous black hair trailing a graceful arc behind her, a faint dimple adorning her delicate face. Here, Yunquan Yingyue extended an unopened pack of gum to Suguru. I thought you might enjoy this flavor. He accepted it without hesitation, tucking it neatly into his pocket. Thank you. Chapter 16. Game on the 4th day, the vivacious Yunquan Yingyue, radiating good spirits, declared her complete recovery, successfully rejoining her team. She rescued the recently overwhelmed strongest duo from their plight. Thus, life at Jujutsu High returned to its monotonous routine. As evening fell, a weary Yunquan Yingyue entered the school gates, having just concluded a mission, and made her way to Suguru's dormitory. Upon knocking on the door, a tall silhouette, shrouded in darkness, blocked her view of the interior. It was Suguru who opened the door, a broad smile on his face, his already narrow eyes squinting further, though the veins at his temples betrayed his true feelings. Come in and have a seat. He stepped aside to allow Yunquan Yingyue entry, gently closing the door behind her. Yunquan Yingyue surmised that the two might have quarreled again, but she was taken aback by the harmonious scene before her. So slow, Wataru Gojo complained. A piece of daifuku lodged in his mouth, his azure eyes fixated on the flickering characters on the screen, his fingers dancing over the controller, leaving behind what appeared to be afterimages. Or are you afraid to face me in a duel? Yunquan Yingyue recalled how, even before her recovery, Wataru had incessantly raved about wanting to challenge her, eager to redeem himself from his previous defeat. Today, he finally had the opportunity, and naturally, he was brimming with excitement. Nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, Shoko Ijishi overheard this and rolled her eyes dramatically while picking up a piece of watermelon from her plate. I'll give it my all. Not believing she could surpass Wataru, Yunquan Yingyue opted for a somewhat humble response, yielding the 2-person couch to the 2 girls. Suguru approached and chose to sit on the floor, mirroring Wataru, resting his chin on his hand as he watched him speedrun the game, occasionally chuckling at his missteps. After saving the game, Wataru switched off the somewhat passable narrative game and pulled out the eagerly anticipated fighting game, accepting the controller handed to her by Suguru. Yunquan Yingyue earnestly familiarized herself with the mechanics. As soon as the novice tutorial concluded, she was unceremoniously yanked into the fray by an impatient Wataru. What need is there for a referee in this type of game? Just start. Suguru shot him an exasperated glance, and as Wataru protested, he unexpectedly shouted, start. In the blink of an eye. Naturally, this referred to Wataru. The character he controlled fell gracelessly to the ground, uttering its death lines before vanishing. Even Shoko, who had been somewhat oblivious to the situation, displayed a look of astonishment, not to mention Wataru himself. As if anticipating Wataru's habits, Yunquan Yingyue perfectly predicted his next move, successfully evading and executing a series of dazzling combos. If it weren't for the fact that the game had only just been released a few days prior, Suguru would have believed that Yunquan Yingyue had been closely following Wataru's gameplay and had been well acquainted with this title for a long time. What a talent. Setting down his water cup, Suguru could not suppress the smirk tugging at his lips. Puffed. Amidst Wataru's incredulous silence, Suguru burst into laughter, playfully patting Wataru on the shoulder and giving him a knowing glance. However, with his eyes being so small, Wataru claimed he couldn't see it. Hey Suguru, that's a bit too much laughter. Gripping the hand resting on his shoulder, Wataru widened his eyes, veins bulging as he strained against the pressure until the tips of his fingers turned white. The two high school students, whose combined mental ages could be counted on one hand, began bickering again. Just as Yunquan Yingyue set down the controller, Shoko stuffed a piece of watermelon into her hand. Try this. It's not overly sweet, but it's from that idiot Wataru, so you might as well enjoy it. The vibrant, crimson flesh of the watermelon beckoned enticingly, its sweet aroma wafting into Yunquan Yingyue's nostrils. As she took a bite, the icy juice cascaded down her throat, a refreshing chill permeating her very being. Yunquan Yingyue squinted her eyes. The remnants of the sultry heat from their mission dissipated like mist, leaving her in a state of bliss, every muscle in her body unwinding in comfort. The two immature souls continued their debate, with Wuxiao Wujing, unable to endure the taunts of Zhou Jie about his lack of prowess, rushing to pull Jiri into the fray as a judge. Jiri, tell me, am I really that incompetent? It's clearly Yingyue who's acting odd. It's peculiar how well you know me, he protested, his sunglasses almost askew with indignation. With a leap, Wuxiao Wujing vowed to deliver a tiny shock to Zhou Jie. And to think, while munching on the watermelon I bought, you're calling me an idiot. How outrageous. It's precisely this childishness that renders one foolish. Jiri, however, paid no heed to Wuxiao Wujing's grievances, casting him a knowing look that suggested he should ponder his own actions. Yunquan Yingyue sat gracefully on the sofa, observing Jiri, who, while sipping a drink and scrolling through her phone, managed to counter Wuxiao Wujing's every retort with pinpoint precision. The lively and harmonious scene evoked a gentle smile from her lips, and she remained silent, simply gazing, feeling a profound familiarity that threatened to bring tears to her eyes. What was she lost in thought about? So many days had passed. Surely her mind hadn't been left with lingering effects? Seizing the moment of her distraction, Wuxiao Wujing grasped her wrist and lowered his head, taking the chocolate she had unwrapped and placing it into his mouth. Was she unaware of this young master's nature? Despite Jiri's description of him as a hopeless chatterbox, Yunquan Yingyue felt no malice emanating from him. Thus, she merely smiled indulgently, dismissing his words and the interruption that had occurred mid-sentence. Stop bothering Yingyue, or you'll be disliked, Wujing. Upon hanging up, Zhou Jie returned, draping an arm over Wuxiao Wujing's shoulder. When his friend turned to him, Jie's smile remained unchanged, though he increased the pressure on Wujing's shoulder, urging him to remember their responsibilities. I mentioned earlier that we have a mission soon. I trust you haven't forgotten. The scrutiny from beside him intensified. Who knew how Zhou Jie's small eyes could emit such a sharp gaze? Wuxiao Wujing clicked his tongue but turned away, refusing to engage. I'm not going. This rubbish mission can be handled by Jie alone. Unfortunately, this tactic bore no fruit with Zhou Jie. Didn't we agree to continue playing? It's getting late. Hurry back to finish up. Reluctantly, Wuxiao Wujing found himself compelled to act. Safe travels. After seeing the two off, Yunquan Yingyue intended to inquire if Jiri wished to watch a particular television show when suddenly, something landed on her shoulder. Turning, she discovered Jiri had unknowingly closed her eyes beside her. Jiri tilted her head slightly, resting it against Yunquan Yingyue's shoulder, her long lashes casting a delicate shadow, accentuating the dark circles under her eyes. Ever since her return from the injury, Jiri had been tirelessly busy, and today was an infrequent moment of respite. Let us rest for a while, Yunquan Yingyue mused, knowing that if she carried Jiri away, she would surely awaken. After a brief contemplation, Yunquan Yingyue abandoned her initial idea and gently laid Jiri down, allowing her to rest more comfortably on her lap. The air conditioning hummed, providing a soothing stream of cool air that enveloped the room, lulling them into a state of drowsiness. Stretching her arm, Yunquan Yingyue retrieved a thin blanket from the floor and carefully draped it over Jiri. Outside, darkness had fully descended, and in the serene quiet, the weight of fatigue grew heavier. Snuggling deeper into the sofa, Yunquan Yingyue gradually closed her eyes. Suddenly, she opened them wide. Jiri, seemingly devoid of any weariness, gazed at Yunquan Yingyue's peaceful slumber. She tugged the blanket closer around Yunquan Yingyue, rubbing against her soft thigh, succumbing to sleep. See, what is so wrong with this being so simple, Jie? As Zhou Jie pushed open the dormitory door, he halted abruptly, nearly colliding with the incessantly chattering Wuxiao Wujing behind him, confused by his friend's sudden stop. Liu Xiao Wujing's keen senses told him there was nothing amiss within the room. They're asleep, Wujing. Keep it down, Zayujia whispered. Shifting to reveal the scene of the two, one seated, one reclined on the sofa, both deep in slumber. Uffed, I thought there was something wrong. Although he feigned annoyance. Liu Xiao Wujing lowered his voice in earnest. He retrieved a blanket from the cabinet and draped it over Yunquan Yingyue, tucking a small pillow beneath her head. Once finished, Zayujia ushered Liu Xiao Wujing, who had just turned off the television, outside. Let us not disturb them. Come on, let us go to Wujing's room. Let us continue the game from before. I won T lose to Jia. I will absolutely maintain my winning streak. Such confidence, indeed. Chapter 17. Persimmon Snow Skin Dessert. Autumn has arrived. Yunquan Yingyue covered her nose and sneezed. The sweltering summer had swiftly slipped away, ushered in by a refreshing breeze that coaxed the withering leaves to bid farewell to their branches, gracefully drifting down to merge with the soil, nourishing the promise of new life for the coming year. The persimmons displayed outside the shop were plump and glistening, their ruby hues reminiscent of precious gems. The sweetness in the air grew increasingly palpable, and recalling the leftover cream and glutinous rice flour from the cafeteria, she pondered for a moment before stepping into the store. I should buy a bit more. With Liu Xiao Wujing dispatched on a solo mission, only Jiri and Zayujia remained at the high school. Upon seeing Yunquan Yingyue return with persimmons, they hurried into the cafeteria's kitchen, eager to assist in whatever culinary endeavor she was undertaking. Having just washed the persimmons, Yunquan Yingyue noticed her peers standing at the kitchen doorway and promptly thrust 2 glistening fruits into their hands. We'd like to help as well, Zayujia said with a smile. Jiri squinted, appearing weary, but Yunquan Yingyue firmly declined her offer, gently pushing her toward a nearby chair. Zayujia seamlessly stepped into the kitchen, taking the washed persimmons from her, intending to assist in peeling the fruit. However, despite his willingness to help, as soon as he finished peeling, Yunquan Yingyue ushered him out, placing a perfectly ripe persimmon in his hands, its skin thin and translucent, the juice seemingly on the verge of bursting forth. Out I go. After finishing the persimmons, Jiri, resting her chin in her hands and closing her eyes, observed him return in barely 20 minutes, her tone resolute. You were kicked out. With a shrug, Zayujia confirmed her statement, appearing nonchalant. A further 40 minutes passed, and the kitchen door clicked open as Yunquan Yingyue emerged, balancing 2 plates, each holding 4 persimmon-shaped daifuku. This one is for Jia. As he accepted the plate, Zayujia delicately pinched a snow skin dessert, its soft texture seeming as if it might burst under the slightest pressure. It looked utterly delectable and filled with anticipation. He took a bite, only to be momentarily stunned, his elongated eyes widening in surprise. This one is for Jiri. Yunquan Yingyue placed a small dish in front of Jiri, containing 4 snow skin desserts that appeared identical to Zayujia's. Pinching one, Jiri took a bite and chewed lightly, only to raise an eyebrow the next moment, her expression mirroring the astonishment of Zayujia. The luscious snow cake, crafted into bite-sized pieces perfect for 2 mouthfuls, is enveloped in a vibrant orange glutinous rice skin that encases a rich, sweet cream. At its core lies the piece de resistance, a tender persimmon flesh that is delectably sweet and utterly irresistible. I meticulously controlled the sugar content in the cream to its bare minimum, ensuring it wouldn't be overly sweet. Knowing that Kaido Neko has a distaste for sugary treats, Yunquan Yingyue thoughtfully set aside a portion of the cream, striving to tailor it to her palate. For Suguru, a standard flavor would suffice, while for Wataru, I doubled the sugar content. Yunquan Yingyue appeared somewhat embarrassed for presuming to gauge her companion's tastes based on her own understanding, her hands visibly hesitating as she wrapped the plate in plastic wrap, only to resume her task as if nothing had transpired. Tisk. That sly dog Wataru is getting off easy. Swallowing the delectable morsel, I glanced at the generously portioned snow cakes wrapped in plastic on the table. And for the first time, Suguru and Kaido Neko shared an unprecedented agreement. What double sugar? What delightful delicacies are you two indulging in without me, you philandering cat? Suguru. Before the person could arrive, the air was filled with her voice, a torrent of words spilling forth without a pause. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Kaido Neko tossed the half-eaten snow cake into her mouth, shifting aside to cross her legs and relish the unfolding drama. How can we be called philandering cats, Wataru? We are openly indulging behind your back. Suguru, let us maintain some decorum. Observing the two squabbling once more, Yunquan Yingyue hurried to the kitchen to retrieve the plate set aside for Wataru, urging them to cease their bickering. Wait, quiet down. There's still plenty here, specifically reserved for Wataru. Yet, whether out of malicious intent or sheer obliviousness, the duo continued their banter, like a game of verbal tag that showed no signs of stopping. Seeing that their exchange only intensified, Yunquan Yingyue, worried they might escalate into a physical altercation, persisted in her attempts to quell the commotion, wishing to quell this quarrel before it caught the attention of the night moths. Yet, the outcome was that a petite figure, anxious and flustered, found herself wedged between the two towering figures, pulling this way and that, unable to break through the childish rivalry. Truly insufferable. Kaido Neko regarded the hilariously chaotic scene, quietly lifting the plate and casting Yunquan Yingyue a look of sympathy before retreating to her room. Yingyue, don't say friends aren't helping you. If I stayed any longer, I'd surely burst into laughter. Enough already. Then tell me. Yingyue. Wataru wanted to see how Yunquan Yingyue would handle the situation, deliberately being obstinate. Suddenly, Yunquan Yingyue leaned closer to him, rising on tiptoe to present something to his view. He glanced down to find her holding a plate in one hand while laboriously bringing a daifuku closer with the other. Enough already. This is specially for you, Wataru. You should eat it while it's fresh. With eyes unwavering, she focused on the daifuku resting on his chin. Wataru lowered his head, opening his mouth to accept the daifuku, mumbling, I suppose if it's your request, I shall reluctantly accept it. Seeing him finally settle down, Yunquan Yingyue exhaled a sigh of relief, smiling as she handed him the plate. Well, I hope you like it, but if you don't, please don't force yourself to eat it. Of course, I wouldn't dare compromise my palate. In stark contrast to his earlier dismissive remarks, Wataru continued to pop daifuku into his mouth at an alarming rate, the treats disappearing from the plate before our eyes. Watching his friend's smug expression, reminiscent of a spoiled child being indulged by an endlessly forgiving mother, Suguru felt a pang of discomfort. A fist mark would suit his forehead perfectly. He took a deep breath. It would be best if it were symmetrical. Chapter 18. Apologies, her hair has grown longer, hasn't it? The long strands cascading over her back were suddenly stirred, and Yunquan Yingyue resisted the urge to turn around, allowing the cool fingertips of the person behind her to gather her hair. The exposed nape of her neck met the cold breeze, sending shivers down her spine. Is that so? Ever since her hair was cut during her initial school mission and styled by Wataru, Yunquan Yingyue had neglected it, letting it grow until it matched its original length. As she smoothed her slightly tousled locks, tying them into a low ponytail with a hair tie from her wrist, Suguru stood beside her, extending his hand. It's Christmas Eve, we should head back early. Okay. With Suguru's assistance, Yunquan Yingyue rose, brushing the dust from her clothes as they departed from the chilly graveyard. The afternoon mission had only assigned her and Suguru, as it was the annual Christmas Eve, and they had initially intended to finish quickly and then head out together for shopping. However, upon entering the school gate, they spotted Wataru striding towards them with his striking face set in a frown. That bunch of rotten oranges, I'll crush them sooner or later. He shoved a card into Yunquan Yingyue's arms, leaning down to pull off his sunglasses, his 6 eyes filled with a simmering rage, fixated on Yunquan Yingyue. I have a mission. Neko has a report to write, so you two will have to handle the shopping. Remember to get the cake from that shop by the station. It's the best. Oh, and it must be 10 inches and no sneaking bites. With a few terse instructions, Wataru took off, his long legs carrying him out of the school gate, grumbling all the while. Always causing me trouble. I might as well let it all blow up like fireworks. Once his voice faded, Yunquan Yingyue and Suguru exchanged silent glances. Since he said so, let us go. An exquisitely decorated Christmas tree stood tall on the street, its twinkling neon lights harmonizing with cheerful music, while couples passed by, their faces adorned with blissful smiles, creating an ambience that was perfectly romantic. Yingyue, is there anything you wish to buy? Having nearly completed their shopping, the cake that Wataru had so insistently requested awaited them at the station, making it only natural to leave it for last. Not receiving a response to his question, Suguru, carrying the bags, noticed Yunquan Yingyue's distracted demeanor. Yingyue? Oh, I don't have anything in mind. Snapping back to reality, Yunquan Yingyue quickly redirected her focus to Suguru. Are you feeling unwell? Should we head back? Taking the bag from her, Suguru feigned casualness as he inquired, Are you sure? You seem a bit off. No, I'm used to it. I'm just a bit puzzled. Recognizing the concern in Suguru's eyes, Yunquan Yingyue scanned their surroundings to ensure they were alone before signaling for him to lean closer. Suguru bent down, and Yunquan Yingyue stood on tiptoe, her warm breath whispering softly in his ear. Is it possible for two people to be together even if they don't like each other? Her dark eyes sparkled with a hint of confusion under the lights, her thoughts swirling chaotically, occasionally interrupted by sharp, biting words that shattered the superficial peace of the couples around them. Yet, shouldn't a couple be formed out of mutual affection and love, a relationship deeper than mere friendship? Yunquan Yingyue found herself unable to comprehend. Suguru did not rush to respond. Instead, he gazed deeply at her. He had always found Yunquan Yingyue somewhat peculiar. Don't get me wrong, it's not a criticism, merely curiosity. Though both in their teenage years, Yunquan Yingyue exudes a composure that starkly contrasts with the exuberance of her peers. resembling a tranquil lake that embraces all within its depths. Should she inadvertently become embroiled in a playful scuffle between Xuanyu and Wu, she would likely observe them with a warm smile, akin to that of a benevolent elder. While such a description may seem ill-fitting for a blossoming young woman, Xuanyu Jie's perception of her undeniably carries this essence. Moreover, she appears to be struggling to integrate into the ordinary lives of those around her, as though she has only recently taken form in human society, diligently striving to adopt the lifestyles of those around her, a diminutive spirit attempting to blend in unnoticed. Amused by her own characterization, Xuanyu Jie hastily raised a hand to stifle his laughter. Did I say something particularly amusing? The cheeks of Yunquan Yingyue flushed a deep crimson as she shyly covered her mouth, fearful of causing a scene. No, not at all. My apologies. Resisting the impulse to burst into laughter, Xuanyu Jie spoke with a buoyant tone, which lightened his spirits considerably, especially after the recent fatigue of absorbing cursed spirits. Yingyue. Some individuals do not prioritize affection. To them, self-interest reigns supreme. Xuanyu Jie was not surprised by Yunquan Yingyue's sudden inquiry into the nature of love, an ostensibly profound question. Possessing the ability to read minds meant she had to accept all external influences, both positive and negative, with no choice in the matter. Furthermore, reflecting on what he had learned about Yunquan Yingyue's background, Xuanyu Jie gradually tempered his amusement. You need not bear the burden alone, Yingyue. Hearing her name spoken by the handsome youth, Yunquan Yingyue raised her gaze to meet his. We are contemporaries, comrades, and above all, friends. If your past years have been less than ideal, then at the very least, endeavor to appreciate the beauty that life has to offer from this point forward. After much hesitation, Xuanyu Jie refrained from patting Yunquan Yingyue on the head. He thought it inappropriate, considering she was a young woman, and such an action would be akin to treating her like a pet. His amethyst-like eyes, filled with clarity, cast a soothing gaze upon her. Observing Xuanyu Jie's ever-gentle smile and the tenderness he exuded in the minutiae, Yunquan Yingyue inexplicably felt a wave of profound sorrow wash over her, trembling as she spoke. Jie, I am sorry. Time relentlessly moved forward, and the gentle, formidable youth found himself lost in a whirlpool of memories, as the warmth of yesteryears fragmented. I am sorry for leaving you alone to wander through that summer. I am sorry for not being able to rescue you. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Is it too noisy? The sudden apology bewildered Xuanyu Jie, prompting him to reflect on whether he had inadvertently uttered something inappropriate. After a fruitless contemplation, he attributed it to his mind-reading ability. It must be due to the noise, he reasoned, as he glanced around at the increasingly crowded environment. Growing more convinced of his assumption, since there is nothing left to purchase, shall we return to the school? Observing Xuanyu Jie's flustered concern for her, as he racked his brain for ways to avoid direct confrontation, Yunquan Yingyue unexpectedly broke into laughter, shifting the subject. And what about Wu's cake? Indeed, he remains here, vibrantly standing before her. The pain has not yet descended, and the cruel hand of fate has yet to reveal itself. There is still a chance. What kind of chance? It felt as though a torrential downpour had washed away her previous thoughts, leaving Yunquan Yingyue in deep contemplation, seeking any glimmer of insight. Summer? What about summer? Oh, what was I just thinking? Why did I feel like crying? And why did I say such things? Oh, and Wu's cake. The mere thought of missing the cake sent a shiver down her spine, knowing that Fushiguro Yuta would incessantly pester her, creating a hellish scenario stripped of tranquility, causing Xuanyu Jie a headache. Let us go. Once we procure the cake, we shall return. If there is any mishap, he will surely nag us for ages. Chapter 19. Mischief. If we do not return soon, it will either be his demise or his downfall. After enduring half an hour of torment from Fushiguro Yuta's incessant cake-related complaints, the limits of her patience had been thoroughly tested. And Ijiri Natsuko felt as though she might genuinely perforate Yuta's body. We have arrived at the school gate. Natsuko, we shall be there shortly. After receiving a reassuring response, she intended to end the call, but Fushiguro Yuta's voice abruptly intruded, audible even to Xuanyu Jie beside her. You are taking too long. I have been back for an hour. Where on earth have you two been? The phone was snatched away, and Yunquan Yingyue turned to see Xuanyu Jie unceremoniously hanging up, indifferent to the unfinished remarks of his dear friend on the other end. What is it? Noticing Yunquan Yingyue's gaze upon him, Xuanyu Jie stuffed the phone into her coat pocket, feigning nonchalance as if nothing had occurred. Yuta is about to stir up trouble again. Reflecting on some chaotic scenes, Yunquan Yingyue donned an awkward yet polite smile as she followed Xuanyu Jie toward their dormitory. Let us hurry back. Upon opening the door, they found Fushiguro Yuta with one foot propped on the table, audaciously declaring his intentions regarding Jie with clarity and bravado that compelled Xuanyu Jie to applaud. Yuta, aren't you quite clever? What nonsense. Here, a special beer is instructed by Natsuko. Seizing the bag that had been affectionately cradled by his friend, Swan Yu gently placed it on the table just as Ijiri Natsuko extracted a bottle and took a few swigs. Thank you. If she did not drink something to invigorate herself, she genuinely felt she might collapse from exhaustion. Pushing various snacks toward Ijiri Natsuko, Yunquan Yingyue worriedly advised. Eat something before you drink. It will upset your stomach. Am I your mother? With the beer caught halfway in her throat, Ijiri Natsuko hesitated. Glancing at Yunquan Yingyue's motherly concern, before silently setting the can down and reaching for the fried chicken on the table. Sitting beside Ijiri Natsuko, Yunquan Yingyue suddenly recalled a rather amusing incident concerning the beer. It was Swan Yu who had gone to purchase it, as he appeared far more like an adult capable of drinking than she did. As anticipated, upon their entrance into the store, the composed and formidable Swan Yu bewildered the shopkeeper with his steady demeanor. Upon their request for alcohol, the shopkeeper readily acquiesced, even offering recommendations. Completely oblivious to their attire resembling that of students. This young lady is truly beautiful, but then again, all fathers must be handsome. As the shopkeeper packed their items, laughter accompanied his words. The atmosphere in the store chilled instantly, leaving only the shopkeeper's amused voice ringing in the air. Father? Yunquan Yingyue blinked in surprise, slowly turning to Swan Yu only to find his smile frozen, his small eyes wide with shock. Ha ha ha. At this point, Fushijiro Yuta was rolling on the floor with laughter. Clutching his stomach, his long legs curled up in a pitiful manner, repeatedly kicking the table, producing a sound that made one's legs ache. Ha ha ha. What does it feel like to be a young father, Jia? Fushijiro Yuta rhythmically poked Swan Yu's arm, and with his teasing words. The atmosphere in the dormitory reached a fever pitch. Satoru Gojo remained silent, allowing Suguru Geto to poke and laugh at him. However, as Gojo's antics grew increasingly frenetic, his laughter became more boisterous, showing no sign of abating. Geto felt a twitch at his temples, yet an emotion compelled him to reveal a gentle smile. As soft as a spring breeze, there was no need to retreat. They would settle matters here with a decisive confrontation, before the two troublesome children could engage in battle. Shoko Iari, with remarkable foresight, pulled Yuki Tsukumo aside, away from the impending chaos of battle, to leisurely enjoy some delicacies. After a while of playful banter that yielded no victor, Gojo called it quits first, dashing off to indulge in cake, prompting a sigh from Geto, who then reached for a bottle of beer. Seeing Geto's adept movements, Tsukumo was taken aback. While Iari often resorted to smoking and drinking to alleviate her stress, Geto typically appeared unflappable, his gentle smile a constant, as if no calamity could ever touch him. Did he indulge in alcohol as well? Occasionally, he would sip a bit, though he wouldn't say he relished it. Picking up a fry, Geto noticed Tsukumo's gaze and felt compelled to clarify. Let's play the king's game, otherwise this splendid time will be wasted. He slapped a deck of cards onto the table, and Gojo, with a fork in his mouth, spoke somewhat incoherently. With nothing better to do, the others nodded in agreement, consenting to the proposition. As they engaged in ludicrous challenges, such as singing off-key and jumping rope with glasses balanced on their heads, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, until it reached number 3. When Geto spoke, Gojo's fingers tightened imperceptibly around his cards, a minuscule reaction that did not escape Geto's notice. Ah, so it's you, Gojo. Tisk, I haven't even said anything yet. Although displeased, Gojo tossed his cards onto the table, revealing the number 3 that Geto had just mentioned. Run 20 laps around the school while shouting, I am a dessert fool. What do you think? Observing Geto's fox-like grin, Gojo was not at all surprised by the request. Tsukumo felt that it wouldn't be as simple as it sounded. Casting a glance at Gojo's sullen expression, she quietly sat on the couch, sipping her juice. She found it hard to imagine Gojo complying with such a demand. As anticipated, upon hearing Geto's request, Gojo immediately chose the punishment. Aren't there penalties involved? If I choose that, I won't have to complete the task. I'll opt for the punishment. Hearing this, Geto and Iari exchanged knowing glances, both sporting identical smirks of triumph. Oh, I forgot to mention, Gojo, Iari shook her beer glass. The mischievous glint in her eyes made evident through the amber liquid. The loser has to drink this. Gojo froze, deflated, and resigned. Fine, it's just running laps. Who's afraid? Gritting his teeth, he stood up, ready to head outside. Remember, you must run slowly, one step at a time. To prevent any underhanded cheating, Geto emphasized this, shaking his beer in hand. Gojo paused, adjusting his sunglasses, and begrudgingly accepted. Humph, how terrifying. Even someone as formidable as Gojo preferred to be toyed with rather than drink alcohol. At that moment, Tsukumo gained a newfound understanding of the term beer. Chapter 20. Christmas Eve, care to give it a try? Observing Tsukumo once more entranced by the can on the table, Geto tentatively inquired. Tsukumo hesitated as she glanced at the small teacup pushed toward her. Why not? It's quite tasty. A familiar voice sounded from behind, and Tsukumo turned to see Gojo, who should have been outside running laps. Back so soon. Iiri glanced at Geto, who nodded in affirmation. The cursed spirit he had sent out for reconnaissance had indeed detected nothing amiss. Gojo had genuinely completed his laps. However, this was of little consequence as Gojo began to coax Tsukumo, sharing a plethora of so-called personal insights, despite his well-known aversion to alcohol, to the point of avoiding even chocolate filled with liquor. Faced with Gojo's fervent persuasion, Tsukumo felt somewhat conflicted, instinctively glancing at Geto. It's fine. Just a little 1T hurt. Surprisingly, Geto did not dissuade her. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Gojo, and upon recognizing each other's mischievous intent, he continued to coax her. Since Geto says so, it should be fine, especially since it's your first time trying it. I'm quite curious myself. With her last reservations cast aside, Tsukumo accepted the cup from Gojo's grasp. Then I shall give it a try. Oh dear, a fool. Within her mind, Iiri lamented. How can it be that after all this time, this little fool still cannot discern that those two are no good, especially the seemingly gentle Geto? Who could befriend the notorious Gojo? Surely he was not as innocent as he appeared. After all, he was merely a fox in sheep's clothing. Before Iiri could voice her criticisms, Tsukumo drained her small teacup, and the two conspirators observed her every movement with rapt attention. Even Iiri was keenly aware of the unfolding drama. Yet, Tsukumo merely set her teacup down gently, sitting quietly as if nothing had transpired. Tisk, how dull. After waiting so long, nothing of note occurred. And Gojo lay back with his hands behind his head, puffing his cheeks in disappointment. All right, enough of this. I'm sorry, Tsukumo, but perhaps it's best not to drink anymore. He replaced her teacup with juice, apologizing as if he had finally regained a modicum of conscience. After this minor disruption subsided, the king's game resumed. However, this time, something peculiar occurred during the card drawing. A perfectly aligned row of cards lay on the table. Yet Tsukumo remained still, her head slightly bowed, hair obscuring her expression, appearing quite odd. Tsukumo, Geto began, but swallowed his words as he noticed the vacant gaze in her eyes. Her cheeks were flushed a deep crimson, illuminated by the light, resembling a ripe peach, while her moist lips seemed to glisten with remnants of alcohol. Ha ha ha, what's this? She's drunk. How amusing. Like a child discovering a new toy. Gojo leaped to Tsukumo's side, jabbering away while poking her cheek. You're not much better off, Gojo. You're just as tipsy. Her soft, chubby cheeks easily dented under his finger, and while Geto cleared his throat, he ultimately refrained from intervening, opting instead to poke her from the other side. Huh. Who told you that alcohol is so vile? No choice, but speaking of Tsukumo, her face is so soft, like a deifuku. Oh dear, I suddenly crave some. Observing the two with their naive expressions, Iiri's demeanor turned peculiar as she silently sipped her beer. She wouldn't dare admit that she had already enjoyed embraces and headrests, let alone this trivial cheek pinching. Two fools. A sense of inexplicable pride swelled within the air. Today's victor, Iiri Shoko, concealed her merits and accolades. Ahem, Wataru, prodding further would be rather impolite. Suppressing the urge to continue, Suguru Geto swiftly grasped Wataru's wrist, compelling him to cease his actions, and rescued the tranquil Yume Kumo from the depths of her inebriated slumber. What a farce. In that fleeting moment, both Wataru and Iiri shared an unprecedented alignment of thought. Initially, the atmosphere seemed quite ordinary, as if Yume had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, yet now, she had succumbed entirely to its effects, having dozed off with her eyes closed. With Yume asleep, how could I possibly tease her? Geto, wake her up quickly. The most entertaining participant in the King's game had suddenly dropped out, and Wataru pouted. Suddenly beset by a wave of profound boredom, he began to idly manipulate the cards in his hands, soon constructing a rudimentary tower of cards upon the table. Wataru, you've already teased Yume numerous times tonight. Don't overdo it. Suguru shot him a resigned glance, gently laying Yume Kumo flat upon the plush, carpeted floor, with air conditioning ensuring she wouldn't catch a chill. Iiri, too, was too weary to acknowledge Wataru, draping a blanket over Yume and tucking a pillow under her head. With that, Wataru reluctantly abandoned his mischievous thoughts, the cards in his hands now levitating as they assembled themselves. As Suguru turned around, he beheld this peculiar scene, feeling an unusual calm, devoid of any emotional upheaval. This fellow tonight, as well as during previous gaming sessions, had cheated on several occasions. Too easy, I am indeed the strongest. Yet Wataru's knack for provoking others was remarkable, his dazzling smile, so bright it was almost painful, revealing a gleam of pride, accompanied by the nonchalant phrase, too easy. Resisting, on a joyful Christmas Eve, there was truly no need to harbor anger. With a faint smile, Suguru suppressed the throbbing vein on his forehead. As long as you are happy. Time passed, and the room gradually fell silent, the lights extinguished. leaving only the sound of the wind howling outside. Exhausted from play, Suguru and the unwittingly inebriated Wataru lay sprawled on the floor in a state of deep slumber. Iiri, who had consumed the most, remained entirely sober, succumbing to sleep under the gentle pull of drowsiness in this blissfully relaxing sanctuary. Drowsily opening her eyes, Yume Kyumo turned over, inadvertently catching sight of the pristine white snow drifting outside. It was snowing. A delicate layer of white adorned the treetops, while the heavy snowfall seemed poised to envelop the entire world. Yet in an instant, the overwhelmingly drowsy Yume let her eyelids droop once more, succumbing to sleep once again. The snowflakes fell silently outside, while the cozy warmth within the room remained unyielding. Chapter 21. New Year Shoko. Shoko. A gentle voice echoed in Iiri Shoko's ears, disrupting her slumber, yet she felt no annoyance. Shoko, wake up, it's getting late, and you'll have a headache if you don't drink the hangover soup. Setting the bowl aside, Yume Kyumo knelt beside Shoko, her expression laced with concern. Silly girl, has she forgotten her reversal technique? Though this thought crossed her mind, Shoko opened her weary eyes. Wataru and Suguru had left early for a mission, leaving the room enveloped in silence, with just the two of them. Upon noticing that Shoko had awakened, Yume joyfully presented the hangover soup, eager for her to drink it. Wataru and Suguru had both partaken before departing. This bowl was meant for Shoko. After a prolonged pause, when Shoko remained still, merely gazing at Yume, she tilted her head in confusion, only to have Shoko wrap her arms around her waist, burying her head against her abdomen and nuzzling gently. Huh, Shoko. While unsure of her friend's intentions, Yume chose to be accommodating. A slight tickle made Yume shiver involuntarily, yet the embrace fell silent, save for the steady rhythm of Shoko's breath revealing her current state. At least drink it before sleeping. Though she uttered these words, Yume obediently became a pillow, pulling the thin blanket draped over Shoko's waist closer to cover her. Just days after Christmas, the new year swiftly approached. The school granted students a 5-day holiday, and Night Moth merely briefed them before dismissing them with a wave of his hand. His expression relaxed and his actions hurried, clearly weary of his troublesome students. At long last, the long-awaited holiday had arrived, and Iiri Shoko had prepared her belongings early to depart. TCH, so eager to shoo us away. The Wataru family had dispatched someone to collect their luggage in advance, leaving Wataru empty-handed and the most unburdened of all, knowing he despised the atmosphere of his family home. Not to mention the heap of rotten oranges that would tarnish one's sight. Wataru's own words. Suguru understood perfectly why he seemed far from pleased. Regardless of Wataru's mood, Suguru himself felt quite elated, as he thought of his parents who had been eagerly anticipating his return for several days. As he packed his belongings, his movements became increasingly lighthearted. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by the familiar layout of the room, which appeared slightly desolate due to its long vacancy. Yume Kyumo picked up the photo frame from the entrance cabinet. In the picture, a gentle woman held a frail little girl, both wearing identical smiles. I'm back, Mother Principal. Caressing the photograph, Yume's gaze softened like water. Even during the new year, her life remained unchanged. Alone, she seldom returned home due to her studies at the high school, thus lacking much interaction with the nearby neighbors. Festivity and celebration had never been her domain. For Yume Kyumo, the new year was merely another day of mundane meals, devoid of excitement or joy. After all, time relentlessly marched forward, and all she needed was to make the most of each day. Is it snowing? Slowly opening her eyes, Yume Kyumo noticed the outside world shrouded in a foreboding gloom, large dark clouds amassing in the sky, their low-hanging presence seemingly within reach, blocking the sunlight with a dense veil, creating an oppressive atmosphere. It was already 10 o'clock. Glancing at the bedside clock, Yume felt a twinge of disbelief. She had slept for an exceedingly long time. Since the previous night, she had consumed nothing, leaving her stomach empty, and the moment she awakened, the pangs of hunger began to rise. Although she wished to prepare something to eat, the dreary weather rendered her lethargic and devoid of motivation. After all, she was alone, so it mattered little how things turned out. Laziness triumphed over her hunger, and Yume slowly rolled over, burying her head into the soft warmth of her blankets. Ding-dong. Just as Yume contemplated indulging in her lethargy and remaining in bed, the doorbell rang. Levi arrived. At this hour, who could possibly be seeking her out? Contemplating this, Yume rose from her bed and walked over to the door. I'm so sorry for the sudden intrusion. Happy New Year. The three from her cohort stood outside, with only Shoko absent, while the other two carried various items, with Suguru even clutching a cake box. Yume Kyumo stared at the three familiar yet unexpected figures, momentarily frozen in place. Upon witnessing her demeanor, which utterly deviated from their expectations, her increasingly peculiar expression resembled that of someone encountering an extraterrestrial being. Both Suguru Geto and Shoko Irie turned their gazes in unison towards the proponent of this proposal, Satoru Gojo. Did you not assert that this plan was foolproof? And that Yum would undoubtedly be delighted? Suguru endeavored to maintain a smile on his face, although his eyes sharpened with scrutiny. This reaction, rather than being one of surprise, leans more towards sheer shock. Shoko Irie interjected with an eye roll, her silent reproach akin to a blade, relentlessly striking at Gojo. Just as Gojo was poised to retaliate, the seemingly non-existent Yumiko stirred. It's far too cold outside. Please come in and take a seat. Upon closing the door, which effectively severed the frigid winds from the outside, Shoko Irie noticed the conspicuous creases in Yum's pajamas. Did you just wake up? Hearing this, Yum shyly offered a smile. And you haven't eaten anything at all. After placing the items she had brought into the kitchen, the immaculate countertop laid bare Yum's poor habits. Suguru emerged with freshly washed fruit, promptly informing Yum of her shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Shoko's chilling gaze immediately fell upon Yum, causing her to tremble. Having previously been admonished for neglecting her meals, Yum had sworn to eat on time, and now, her failure was exposed. Shoko's irritation was palpable. When you were unwell, I specifically mentioned the importance of regular meals. It appears you have disregarded my counsel. The intensity of the atmosphere around her grew increasingly oppressive, and feeling cornered. Yum could only awkwardly smile as she knelt by the kotetsu, dutifully bowing her head to endure Shoko's reprimand, praying that she would relent. You truly are quite foolish. Popcorn grapes into her mouth one by one. Gojo relished the unfolding drama, grinning broadly. The protracted lecture finally came to an end, and Yum exhaled in relief, seizing the opportunity to inquire about a question that had lingered unanswered. How did you know where I lived? We obtained your address from Teacher Yaga. We wanted to surprise you, they replied. The trio was aware of Yum's background, and given her apparent inability to care for herself, combined with Gojo's desire for an outing, they had orchestrated this surprise. I am utterly exhausted from the shopping and traveling this morning, Gojo lamented, reclining on the sofa and elongating his voice in complaint. In a show of camaraderie, Suguru immediately countered, what right do you have to complain about hunger after devouring 2 boxes of Yunquan? Besides, we took a taxi. Merely riding an elevator is far from tiring. Observing the delicate snowflakes mingled with raindrops cascading outside, Yum clapped her hands. Let us have sukiyaki for lunch. The ingredients in the pot bubbled delightfully, the aroma rising with the steam. Suguru and Gojo engaged in a fierce duel with their chopsticks over the last piece of beef. Yet it was Shoko who ultimately placed it into Yum's bowl. Ignore the fool and eat quickly. Suguru had no objections, and though Gojo appeared somewhat displeased, he refrained from voicing it. Yum, observing the two of them feigning indifference while their spirits were evidently dampened, set her chopsticks down, preparing to rise. There's still beef. I'll go get it. The plan was set. They exchanged knowing glances and high-fived. It's truly painful to witness, not wishing to get entangled in their antics. Shoko took a sip of juice and, seizing the moment while the two were distracted, quickly grabbed some vegetables. Yum returned with the beef, and another round of battle commenced. Taking in this heartwarming scene, Yum inexplicably felt a twinge of emotion in her eyes. If she lingered any longer, all the food would be devoured. A piece of shiitake mushroom found its way into Yum's bowl, enveloped in golden egg wash, appearing delectable. Lifting her gaze, she saw Shoko fully engaged in the fray between the two, holding her ground quite admirably. With a gentle smile, Yum also picked up her chopsticks. Chapter 22. Fireworks that evening. Upon hearing that there was a festival at a nearby shrine, Satoru unilaterally decided they should attend. Although he had participated in such events countless times throughout his life, this occasion felt distinct. He had made friends. Yum naturally had no objections, and Suguru and Shoko, unable to resist him, acquiesced as well. Despite the enveloping darkness of the night, the area surrounding the shrine was ablaze with lights and thrumming with voices. Bustling as if it were day, I've heard that the fortunes here are remarkably accurate. Satoru, having just finished a glistening, ruby-red candied apple, now held a double-sized cotton candy, thoroughly enjoying himself. Indeed, it was of such size that when he leaned in to take a bite, one could scarcely see his head, a sight that left passing children astounded. You actually believe in that? After swallowing a takoyaki, Suguru responded nonchalantly, skeptical of Satoru's faith in such matters. But how could I? Just moments ago, this ridiculously large cotton candy has already shrunk to half its size, Satoru retorted with a chuckle, licking his lips. I just find it amusing. Then let us put it to the test. Surprisingly, Shoko, who had shown no interest in the outing, was the first to agree with him. The crowd is getting denser. Let us head out. The shrine is just ahead. Donning a fox mask, Yum struggled to navigate through the throng. The entrance to the shrine was not far ahead, and after a brief walk, the vermilion torii gate came into view, leading to the shadowy depths beyond. As it was still early, most attendees were enjoying the festivities below. In contrast, the shrine, while busier than usual, remained relatively serene. Thus, the group did not have to wait long to draw fortunes and exchange them for corresponding slips. Surprisingly, I got a medium blessing. What about you, Suguru? Impatiently, Satoru scanned the slips without bothering to read the explanations. I received a low blessing. Such matters bore little significance. And seeing Satoru's eager expression, Suguru simply handed him the paper. Huh, even worse than mine. Leaving his mocking friend behind, Suguru approached the others. A bit better than you. I got a small blessing. Shoko, entirely uninterested in the fortunes, simply joined in for the sake of being present. Only Yum remained. But Suguru noticed her serious expression as she examined her slip intently. Let me see. In a swift motion, Satoru snatched the paper from her hands, removing his sunglasses to reveal his azure eyes glistening warmly in the ambient light. Might as well take a look. Suguru and Shoko leaned in closer. A great misfortune? Silence enveloped the shrine, a stillness that felt almost palpable. Now, not only Suguru but even Shoko exhibited expressions of surprise. Meanwhile, Satoru, clutching the paper, pondered how he had never encountered such a fortune in his life. Thus, one might wonder, was Yum's luck fortunate or unfortunate? The trio fell into contemplation. Just then Yum, who had been lost in thought, snapped back to reality. Without uttering a word, she quietly retrieved her fortune slip from Satoru's grasp. See, I told you it was unpredictable. And how could I possibly receive a medium blessing? It should have been a great blessing, right? As Yunquan Yingyue's actions unfolded, the stagnant atmosphere began to flow anew. Wataru Gojo, his face a mask of disbelief, was the first to deny the authenticity of the draw. It's all right. Gojo will help you bear the burden, he assured. As the sole individual blessed with good fortune, Suguru Geto felt it was only natural to pass this matter on to Wataru Gojo. Meanwhile, beside them, Natsuki Kairi, sensing Gojo's intent to express his doubts, delivered a firm punch to his side. It's fine. I've had terrible luck since childhood, Yunquan Yingyue said, folding the paper slip with a casual flick of her wrist and shaking her head. She appeared to genuinely care little for it, and the three exchanged subtle glances. Choosing to bypass the topic. Let us go. The fireworks festival is about to commence. Glancing at his phone to check the time, Suguru Geto deftly redirected the conversation. We should find a good spot. Wataru Gojo took the lead, his long strides covering considerable distance in just a few steps. How familiar this felt. As Yunquan Yingyue's thoughts tangled in confusion, her pace gradually slowed until she finally came to a halt. This phrase from the fortune, it felt so familiar. Unfolding the paper, she clutched tightly in her palm. Her gaze fell upon the words once more. All is shrouded in fog. Many are but suffering. The handwritten calligraphy, though simple and neat, weighed heavily on Yunquan Yingyue's heart, as if a great stone had settled upon her chest, rendering her breathless. A foreboding sense lingered, as if something were about to transpire. After a moment of contemplation, she tied the paper to a branch of a nearby large tree. Taking a deep breath, she cast aside her tumultuous emotions and lifted her legs to catch up with the others ahead. However, as she passed by a certain individual, the voice that had been echoing in her mind fell abruptly silent. Yunquan Yingyue paused, turning to look at the small boy seated on the stone steps. His hair was a spiky mass of black, reminiscent of a sea urchin, and his long lashes fluttered as he blinked, revealing vibrant blue eyes. He sat there quietly, staring ahead. A sorcerer, albeit so young. Had he lost his way? Just as she was about to approach the boy to inquire if he needed assistance, a little girl with a ponytail appeared. She tugged at the boy, leading him toward the shrine. Though he seemed somewhat reluctant, he was still pulled along by her force. A sister, perhaps? With that thought, Yunquan Yingyue continued her descent down the mountain. There are no deities. What? A tender voice echoed in her mind, causing her pupils to quiver. Megami Fushijiro's gaze fixed on Yunquan Yingyue, his eyes devoid of emotion, yet imbued with a maturity uncommon for a child. If deities truly existed in this world, they would surely harbor no affection for me, for they have never granted my wishes. Then, would you like to share your wish with me? A soft, familiar voice resounded, and Yunquan Yingyue recognized it as her own. What if it truly came to fruition? What if it really was realized? Perhaps with an additional prayer, the deity would notice sooner. Then I wish for my sister, Tsukimi, to find happiness. An inexplicable memory caused Yunquan Yingyue to slow her steps, standing still in a daze. What are you doing? A finger poked her forehead, jolting her back to reality. She looked up abruptly, confusion evident on her face as she instinctively murmured an apology. I'm sorry. Wataru Gojo was unimpressed by her response. They had all been waiting there for quite some time, and with the fireworks festival set to begin in just 5 minutes, she appeared completely out of sorts. Oblivious to the unfolding events, this simply would not do. Thus, amidst the incredulous gazes of Suguru Geto and Natsuki Kairi, Wataru Gojo hoisted Yunquan Yingyue under his arm and took off running. Suguru Geto lagged slightly behind, his fingertips almost brushing against Gojo's collar. Yet, the only silver lining in this chaos was that Gojo knew a less crowded shortcut. Fortunately, thanks to Gojo's antics, they arrived just as the first fireworks soared into the sky. The location, scouted by Suguru Geto using his cursed spirit, was not overly crowded and conveniently close. For the first time, Yunquan Yingyue beheld the fireworks from such proximity. The successive bursts dazzled her senses, and a smile unconsciously crept across her lips. Yingyue. As the fireworks erupted in the sky, a gentle calm nearly drowned in the cacophony of explosions. Yet, Yunquan Yingyue caught it instinctively. She turned to find Natsuki Kairi. Phone raised, aiming at her. What's wrong? The thunderous sounds of the fireworks were so overwhelming that even standing close, Yunquan Yingyue had to raise her voice to be heard. Natsuki Kairi shook her head, then lowered her gaze to her phone. Though puzzled, Yunquan Yingyue obediently turned back to enjoy the fireworks. The resplendent displays blossomed in her obsidian-like eyes, painting them with vibrant colors, accentuating her youthful beauty. Her smile radiant and charming. This fleeting moment, captured amidst the clicks of the camera, would be immortalized. Kairi. Suguru Geto hesitated before speaking. Noticing that the two figures standing in front had shifted behind Natsuki Kairi, while Wataru Gojo appeared to be looking everywhere but at them, an air of secrecy about him. Could you send me the photo? A sudden cough interrupted his words, and he cast a silent glance at Wataru Gojo, conceding. Could you send it to both me and Gojo? I knew it. Natsuki Kairi's calm gaze flicked between the two, and she tucked her phone away. Scram. Chapter 23. Support. In April, as the four ascended to their second year of high school, two new first-year students joined the ranks. Senior Yingyue. As they exited the classroom, Yu Hoshino and Kinjin Nanami encountered Yunquan Yingyue, who was approaching them. Hello, senior. Although somewhat exasperated by the overly vivacious nature of her contemporaries, Yu Hoshino had gradually grown accustomed to it over time, and the necessary courtesies could not be overlooked, prompting Kinjin Nanami to follow suit with a greeting. Hello to you both. Fresh from submitting a report, Yunquan Yingyue had not anticipated running into the two, and upon noticing their equipped attire, she casually inquired. Are you heading out? Yes, we have a physical training class next. The boy named Yu Hoshino, with his sun-kissed black hair, replied obediently. I see. Here, take this. She pulled something from her pocket, gesturing for him to extend his hand, and placed the item into his palm. You have some too, Kinjin. She retrieved another handful and offered it to Kinjin Nanami, her smile gentle. She held a fondness for these two juniors, always striving to look after them. Wow, thank you. Senior. Unlike Yu Hoshino's exuberance, Kinjin Nanami stared at the assortment of candies in his hand, a bit speechless. Is this what it feels like to be treated like a child? I was wondering why you hadn't arrived. Turns out you were here. Accompanying the nonchalant remark was a hand that casually draped over Yunquan Yingyue's shoulder. I want some too. Wataru Gojo, unabashed, reached into Yunquan Yingyue's coat pocket. Gojo. The sudden intrusion left her momentarily bewildered. Teacher Yago assigned us a task, but since Yingyue hadn't returned, we had to come looking for you. Suguru Geto, trailing a few steps behind Gojo, began to explain. I'm sorry. I didn't realize chatting with the juniors would delay things, Yunquan Yingyue replied. A hint of embarrassment in her voice. Then we should hurry. The sooner we finish, the better. Unwilling to squander any more time, Satoru Gojo impatiently pulled Yuki Tsukumo along, grumbling in a half-hearted manner. Yes, I'll heed your words, she replied, her attention wholly captivated by Satoru, having already distanced herself from her companions. Yuki did not even notice that she had departed without the customary farewells, an act she would typically never commit. You two should make haste to the playground. The next class is about to commence, she kindly reminded the seemingly dazed juniors, as Suguru Geto turned to leave, striding forward to catch up with the two ahead. Of course, Senior Geto. Yuji Itatori's eyes sparkled with delight, evidently thrilled to engage with his esteemed senior. How curious, thought Kinji Hakari, his gaze sharpening. While he was well aware of Yuki's gentle nature, she had even secured the top spot in a previous vote for the most normal person at Jujutsu High. Initiated by Shoko Iori, he could not shake the feeling that it was rather odd for her to tolerate such scoundrels. Today, he too found himself harboring disdain for a certain senior. Meanwhile, the trio awaited the assistant supervisor in the street. After exchanging a few casual words with Satoru, Suguru noticed that Yuki had been unusually quiet. Seizing the opportunity to halt their fruitless conversation, he sought her presence. Yuki stood just behind him, entranced by the flower shop's entrance, her gaze fixated on a bouquet of white chrysanthemums adorned with glistening dew. He recalled that the director who had raised Yuki had passed away in March. A week prior, she had initially taken a leave of absence, only for it to be abruptly cancelled due to an unforeseen mission. In that fleeting moment, Suguru grasped the gravity of the situation. If it's about the mission, Satoru and I can handle it without issue. Would you like to? He began, but did not finish, knowing Yuki would understand. To his surprise, Yuki shook her head, declining. The director would understand. Moreover, she turned to meet Suguru's gaze, her expression softening. There's no need for such caution. You needn't treat this as if it were a wound. I'm not truly heartbroken. Her words left Suguru momentarily bewildered, and even Satoru removed his sunglasses, scrutinizing her as if she had fallen victim to some bizarre curse unbeknownst to him. After all, they had all witnessed Yuki's deep reverence for the director, demonstrated by her month-long leave. The director had passed away in spring, closing her eyes without pain, and she would not grieve. In this season of rebirth, she would, in turn, find renewal. As Yuki spoke, her countenance remained calm, as if confronting the cycles of life and death were a familiar occurrence. And the overwhelming sorrow had been gradually washed away by time. I see, Suguru finally responded, falling silent, as did Satoru, who donned his sunglasses once more. Feigning that nothing had transpired, they found an unprecedented tranquility, allowing this seemingly nostalgic friend her moment of reflection. Is this the place? Satoru inquired, his voice breaking the stillness. Indeed, it is said to be a haunted mansion located on the outskirts, Suguru confirmed. Having just been summoned by Yaga Yoshinobu for a support mission, Suguru double-checked, aware that without an assistant supervisor, misidentifying the location would lead to disaster. Mikomo and the songstress have been out of touch for several days, Shoko expressed her concern. Given the circumstances, Satoru raised his hand, and in an instant, the mansion erupted in a cacophony of debris, bricks and steel raining down until, once the dust settled, the silhouette of a figure emerged from the center of the chaos. We have come to rescue you, Satoru declared, hands in his pockets, leaning casually over the edge of the pit. Are you crying, songstress? In the moment the mansion detonated, Mikomo had swiftly relocated to safety, now standing behind Satoru with her arms crossed. If you were to cry, would you comfort us? She teased. However, Satoru waved his hand dismissively, seemingly indifferent. Miss Mikomo wouldn't cry. After all, she is a strong one. Just as the songstress could bear it no longer. A cursed spirit attempting to ambush from behind was abruptly devoured by another spirit that emerged from the ground, leaving only its head visible. Satoru, do not bully the weak, Mikomo admonished, her face darkening at the antics of the two. She repeatedly questioned what she might have done to deserve such juniors. Songstress, Shoko. Mikomo's mood brightened at the sight of Shoko emerging from the pit, tears nearly welling up as she enveloped her in a comforting embrace. It seems you actually managed to call for help, Mikomo remarked, slightly surprised, as she had expected a more tumultuous scene. Yet, as soon as the words were spoken, the trio fell into a collective silence, their expressions mirroring confusion and innocence, decidedly uncharacteristic of a successful rescue. It appeared they had arrived just in time. As Yuki Tsukumo suddenly appeared, smiling as she greeted her seniors. Mikomo-senpai and Shoko-senpai, I'm so relieved you're safe. The epitome of the ideal junior. She radiated warmth as she stood before Mikomo, who felt that even if 1,000 Satorus and 1,000 Sugurus performed comedic routines before her, she could only smile and applaud. Yuki, Mikomo exclaimed, leaping into her embrace, desperately seeking solace. Ah, I see, Mikomo mused with a slight smile. If that's the case, it's quite understandable. TCH, Yuki has already called for help and there was no chaos. Why am I still being punished? Satoru grumbled. A sizable bump on his head as he slouched in the classroom, legs casually crossed. After all, he had assured Yaga that nothing would go awry. Yet it was Satoru who had ultimately forgotten to call for aid. With a disgruntled sigh, he slumped over his desk. Moreover, I recall Yaga mentioning in class that the most effective way to restrain cursed spirits is to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Suguru continued, attempting to jog Satoru's memory of the lecture. Unfortunately, he had forgotten that Satoru had dozed off during that particular class and received a 5,000-word reflection as a result. It's truly exhausting to care for the weak, Satoru sighed, lifting his head, appearing as though he had just yawned, his azure eyes clear as water. Satoru, Jujutsu exists to protect the weak. Perhaps unable to endure his friend's nonchalance any longer, Suguru suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his tone becoming grave. Is that your rationale? The sunglasses that had fallen off during Yaga's reprimand now rested in Shoko's hands, who had even tried them on. Satoru reached for them, and Shoko casually returned them. The previously light atmosphere plummeted into tension, as Yuki, who had just been discussing the darkness of Satoru's sunglasses with Shoko, keenly sensed the shift in their demeanor, an ominous foreboding rising within her. As anticipated, the next moment, with the sunglasses firmly in place, Satoru's lips curled into a slight smile. But his eyes were as emotionless as glass beads. I absolutely despise rational discourse. His beguiling fox-like eyes narrowed, and Suguru's brows furrowed, his bangs swaying gently with the tilt of his head. What? The tension between the two individuals was palpable, and as Yuri Shirako slowly rose to her feet, she resolved to retreat before Yaga Masamichi arrived. She intended to call for Yuzuki Injitsu to join her, but noticed that Injitsu was entirely engrossed in the two troublesome youths, oblivious to her summons. No matter, I shall leave it to Injitsu, Shirako mused, departing with a sense of relief. Where is Shirako? Yaga Masamichi inquired, glancing at the three individuals seated in the otherwise empty classroom. I don't know. Perhaps she has gone to the restroom, replied Satoru Gojo, resting his chin on one hand, a similar faint smile gracing his face, making it difficult to believe that they had just been on the verge of a brawl. Meanwhile, Yuzuki Injitsu chose not to acknowledge Yaga Masamichi for the first time, sitting back in her chair and exhaling a relaxed sigh. God knows how challenging it was to halt those two. She had even seen the cursed spirit released behind Jet. Very well. I entrust this mission to the three of you, Yaga Masamichi announced as he ascended the podium. Although this news was met with exasperation, neither Gojo nor Suguru Geto voiced their thoughts. Their expressions soured instead. Aware of their characters, Yaga Masamichi disregarded their demeanor, delivering a weighty proclamation. The burden is significant, as it is a direct assignment from Lord Tenjin. This unexpected situation piqued even Yuzuki Injitsu's interest, compelling her to listen intently. The target is the star plasma vessel, a suitable candidate for Lord Tenjin. You are to ensure the safety of this young girl and eliminate her. Chapter 25. Rescue the Cursed Spirit Organization, Q, and the Starry Cult? Gojo quickly drained the juice he had obtained from the vending machine. What a hassle. It's one thing to deal with Q, but why is the Starry Cult getting involved? In contrast to Gojo's impatience, Suguru Geto calmly relayed the information he had just acquired to his companions. The members of the Starry Cult worship only the pure essence of Lord Tenjin. They will not allow the contamination of the star plasma vessel. Here, Jet, your green tea. Accepting the drink from Yuzuki Injitsu, Geto smiled gently, thank you. However, the Starry Cult consists of ordinary individuals and does not warrant excessive caution. We merely need to keep an eye on Q's movements. That should pose no issue, especially since both you and I are the strongest. With a slight compression of his fingers, the aluminum can was effortlessly crushed into a small cube. Gojo spoke nonchalantly, exhibiting no concern for the unfolding mission. Yet after waiting for a significant time without a response, he turned, only to find Geto's previously serious expression had transformed into one that was simply indescribable, while Yuzuki Injitsu kept her head lowered, desperately swallowing her juice to avoid making a sound. By the way, you should really consider changing how you refer to yourself. Huh. The topic had abruptly shifted 180 degrees, and even someone as formidable as Gojo had to concede that he struggled to keep pace with Geto's thought process. How about something a bit more polite? It would also be less intimidating for the children. TCH, that's quite annoying, boom. Before Gojo could finish his complaint, the upper floors of a nearby building erupted in an explosion, a cloud of smoke billowing forth, accompanied by falling bricks and shards of glass. The group's attention was instantly drawn to the commotion, and Yuzuki Injitsu's eyes widened as she unconsciously tightened her grip, spilling juice without realizing it. She pointed towards a small black dot plummeting from the explosion, utterly incredulous. Wait, that can't be. Adjusting his sunglasses, Gojo stood upright. Jet, if that little girl dies, will it fall on us? As a distorted cursed spirit materialized behind him, Geto feigned contemplation before ultimately opting not to answer. The star plasma vessel fell straight towards the ground, and one of Q's combatants, Koku, stood at the edge of the wall's breach, offering a mock farewell to the soon-to-be lost life. Don't hate me. If you must blame someone, blame Lord Tenjin. Just as he believed the mission was concluded, the star plasma vessel vanished, and in an instant, she was caught by a boy with a black-haired bun who was accompanied by cursed spirits. For heaven's sake, could you not be so conspicuous? Gojo just got reprimanded this morning. I don't wish to be next. Judging by your uniform, you must be a sorcerer from the Jujutsu High. Koku frowned, a murderous aura pouring forth. Hand over the star plasma vessel, or I will kill you. Yet, surprisingly, Geto displayed no fear, but rather a smirk as he pointed behind Koku. An unfamiliar presence suddenly erupted from behind, catching Koku off guard. Instinctively, he turned as Geto had suggested, but before he could react, a force struck the back of his neck. In the second before, overwhelming dizziness dragged him into darkness. Koku managed to turn back, disbelief etched on his face. How did you get here? To his astonishment, the man was remarkably resilient, still conscious. Even Yuzuki Injitsu was taken aback, but adhering to a semblance of courtesy, she answered his question before he lost consciousness. I walked up. As his eyes fluttered shut. All complaints had to be swallowed down, though Yuzuki Injitsu could have sworn she witnessed him rolling his eyes in exasperation before he fainted. Nevertheless, such details were inconsequential. The man tipped forward due to inertia, nearly toppling over, prompting Injitsu to grasp his collar, disregarding the fact that his face was turning blue from the constriction. Regrettably, she had underestimated his weight and nearly stumbled herself. The weight in her hands abruptly vanished, and upon looking down, she discovered a cursed spirit had ensnared him tightly. Thanks for the assist, Jet. Inhaling deeply, Injitsu propped up the black-haired girl, Miki, whom they had just rescued from the innermost part of the floor, placing her on the sofa. This was her first time engaging in such an underhanded ambush, and to be honest, she felt a bit guilty. Yet, recalling the misdeeds of these individuals moments ago, she quickly regained her resolve. For reasons unknown, her gaze wandered, and moments later, she planted her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest confidently, and with a determined expression, observing the entire sequence of Yuzuki Injitsu's transformations, Geto stifled a laugh, placing the star plasma vessel girl gently onto the sofa. Thus, they achieved a phase of success in their rescue mission. The remainder hinged on Gojo's dealings with another cursed sorcerer. Before long, Koku, tightly ensnared by the cursed spirit, slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with a terrifying visage looming before him, hollow eye sockets dark as night, puckered lips advancing towards him, emitting distorted sounds as if seeking a kiss. Never having endured such torment before, Koku was thoroughly shaken, pleading to Geto, who lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Yet no matter his entreaties, Geto kept his hand to his ear, feigning ignorance, while sarcastically commenting on the parts he found puzzling, a demeanor that was infuriatingly dismissive. The two rescued individuals slept soundly on the sofa, and Yuzuki Injitsu, unwilling to disturb them, settled beside Geto, idly watching him tease Koku. 10 minutes later, Gojo casually strolled over to the breach in the wall, hands in his pockets, an air of ease about him. Once Gojo dealt with the Q members, he approached to check on the condition of the star plasma vessel, noticing that the black-haired girl in uniform with braided pigtails seemed to flutter her eyelashes slightly. She was awakening. As soon as the words left her lips, Amini Riko gradually awakened, seemingly still trapped in the memory of her recent attack. Upon catching sight of the figure before her, she instinctively swung her hand in a slap. "How dare you, a lowly wretch, attempt to take my life? You shall perish first." To her astonishment, the nearest person, Fushiguro Wataru, was caught squarely in her strike, a vivid imprint of her palm instantly appearing on his cheek. "Calm down, Wataru," Yunquan Yingyue urged, lightly patting his arm, anxious that he might react in his usual temperamental manner. Ha ha ha. The unexpected turn of events delighted Suguru Geto, who covered his mouth, unabashedly reveling in the misfortune. Yet he still felt the need to clarify. "Calm yourself, Riko-chan. We are not affiliated with those who attacked you. Liar. Your face is that of a deceiver, and your bangs are utterly peculiar." Riko pointed accusingly at Geto, her conviction unwavering. "This is bad," Yunquan Yingyue thought, her eyes dull with concern. Not only had Wataru been offended, but now even Geto was in her crosshairs. Still, she hoped that Geto's gentle nature would lead him to forgive Riko. However, the next moment unfolded into a scene that left Yunquan Yingyue utterly aghast. Wataru and Geto each grabbed one of Riko's limbs, pulling her apart like a tug of war. This is sacrilege. This is utter disrespect." Riko's cries echoed throughout the floor, prompting Yunquan Yingyue to rush forward to intervene. Wait. Wataru and Geto, you two must stop this at once." Chapter 26. Protection at long last. Silence descended, and Yunquan Yingyue sighed in relief. The mission had barely begun, yet she felt as though she had endured a century's worth of fatigue. Supporting the still-dazed Riko, she noticed her trembling legs and wrapped an arm around her waist to provide her some comfort. "It's all right, you are safe now." The soft voice brushed against Riko's ear, and when she turned to look at Yunquan Yingyue, she saw genuine concern reflected in those dark, piercing eyes. "My name is Yunquan Yingyue. The one wearing sunglasses is Fushiguro Wataru, and the one with the bun is Suguru Geto. Do not fear, we are here to protect you." After a brief introduction, Yunquan Yingyue hesitated before cautiously adding, "May I call you Riko?" However, Riko did not respond. Instead, she stared intently at Yunquan Yingyue for a moment before suddenly embracing her, burying her face gently in her chest. Riko's reaction left Yunquan Yingyue puzzled. Suddenly jolted back to reality, Riko realized her actions, hurriedly distancing herself from Yunquan Yingyue, stammering an apology. I suppose I begrudgingly consent." Ugh. Wataru, visibly annoyed, noted the barely contained excitement on her lips. Miss, the maid, Kuroe Misaki, had also begun to stir, and upon seeing Riko unharmed, she could not help but express her relief. "They are all on our side. Please trust them." Hearing Misaki's words, Riko, who had already been somewhat convinced, let down her defenses entirely. Perhaps due to her starry constitution, Yunquan Yingyue could not hear Riko's innermost thoughts. But she sensed the relaxation in Riko's demeanor, retracting the sharpness she had previously directed at them. Yet Yunquan Yingyue remained unaware that Kuroa Misaki, being an ordinary person, could not hear any thoughts either. This girl is more combative than anticipated. I initially thought she would be melancholic due to her assimilation. Upon hearing Wataru's remarks, Riko scoffed derisively. Indeed, only the thoughts of lowly beings. Huh. Yunquan Yingyue quickly grabbed Wataru's arm, having noticed the veins bulging on his forehead. Listen well. I am the one and only Amanai Riko. With that powerful declaration, Wataru and Geto, after a moment of silence, ignored Riko's continued monologue and began discussing amongst themselves. What shall we have for lunch? Geto inquired casually. To be honest, I'm not that hungry. What about you, Yingyue? Me? Recovering from her earlier shock, Yunquan Yingyue followed Geto's lead in contemplation. On such a hot day, cold soba would surely be refreshing. Indeed, it sounds delightful, Geto agreed, sealing their decision. Listen up. Wataru interjected, rolling his eyes at Riko's fury. Given the way she talks, she probably has no friends. Geto nodded in agreement, choosing to concur. We can send her off with a light heart then. Riko's face flushed crimson at being so openly ridiculed. I speak just like any ordinary person at school. Yunquan Yingyue felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She was too weary to continue mediating. However, upon mentioning school, Riko suddenly became alert, hastily inquiring of Kuroa Misaki. Misaki, what time is it now? To her surprise, Riko still had school on her mind, and Misaki hesitated. It's still morning, but school. Enough chatter. I'll go, Riko declared decisively. Renchi Women's Academy, Middle School Division. Wait, am I supposed to go in with you? Yunquan Yingyue questioned, astonished, as she pointed at the uniform Misaki held. Upon arriving at the school, Riko eagerly rushed inside. Wataru stepped aside to make a phone call, quickly hanging up in a huff before whispering with Geto, who subsequently pulled Misaki into their conversation. 3 minutes later, a hurried Misaki returned, and the remaining two flanked Yunquan Yingyue, placing a hand on her shoulders. The command issued by Lord Tenjin is to fulfill all of Riko-chan's wishes in order to protect her better. Yingyue, it's up to you. Geto reassured her with a gentle smile. This is a women's academy. It's only fitting that it falls to you. Wataru and I wouldn't even be allowed in, even if we donned women-esque clothing. Wataru picked up the uniform, examining it briefly before carelessly tossing it back, entirely unfazed by the absurdity of his words. In fact, he seemed rather eager about the prospect. It should be quite amusing. Wataru, don't drag me into your perversions, Geto chuckled softly, while the two continued their banter. Yunquan Yingyue had already changed into her uniform in the restroom and followed Misaki into the school. I've already secured things with the principal. I told him I wanted to transfer here and that today is just a trial, she said. Thank you. It was clear why she was entrusted with Riko's care. Yunquan Yingyue admired her efficiency. Please be sure to protect the young lady. At the end of their conversation, Kuroa Misaki bowed deeply to Yunquan Yingyue. Though taken aback, Yunquan Yingyue understood. After all, to them, each was a treasured family member. With a gentle smile, she assured her, rest assured, Miss Kuroe, I will do my utmost. After sending a message in their newly formed group chat, she promptly received replies from the two waiting outside. Following her teacher, she arrived at Riko's classroom. Ignoring the familiar figure below who looked utterly shocked, Yunquan Yingyue forced herself to maintain her composure as she introduced herself and sat beside Riko. I'm sorry, Riko, but I followed you in. Before entering, there was a lingering concern that Tenai Riko would be displeased with their unauthorized actions. Therefore, as soon as they settled in, Yunquan Yingyue quietly offered her apologies. Tenai Riko made it clear that she did not wish for them to make appearances at school, yet they failed to honor her wishes. Although their intentions were rooted in the mission to protect her more effectively, Tenai Riko, despite being a star substance, was first and foremost a person. They neglected to respect her autonomy, depriving her of the right to choose, and even though Yunquan Yingyue complied with their actions, she still felt a pang of remorse. To her surprise, instead of the expected reaction, Tenai Riko burst into laughter, instinctively covering her mouth in fear of being noticed by the teacher. Observing that the teacher was engrossed in a lengthy lecture and had not noticed their exchange, Tenai Riko continued, You're overthinking it, Yingyue. I have previously stated that as a star substance, my mission is to assimilate with Lord Tenjin, and your actions to protect me in this capacity are entirely reasonable. I harbor no regrets. As the teacher's gaze flitted briefly in their direction, almost catching them, Tenai Riko quickly straightened up, feigning nonchalance. However, Yunquan Yingyue merely gazed at her profile, slowly retracting her gaze after a moment as contemplation. No, it's not like that, Riko. You should be able to have your own life, a brilliant, serene, and colorful one. You could survive in any manner you wish. This thought flooded Yunquan Yingyue's mind, and for an instant, she felt transported back to that morning when the three of them received their mission and set off. Chapter 27. Is that the ocean? Suddenly, Yagaji interjected. What if the star substance refuses to assimilate? He shoved a coin into Yunquan Yingyue's hand. Then we will cancel it, responded Wu Wazao, sipping his juice with utmost clarity. A chuckle escaped Yagajui's lips as he received the expected response. Is that really acceptable? Wah? I never imagined that one day you'd turn into a riddle master, Jui, Wu Wazao remarked, a frown of discontent forming. There's a strong possibility that we might end up in conflict with Lord Tenjin, you know? It was indeed peculiar that he was worried about this. With that thought, Wu Wazao shot a teasing glance at Yagajui. What is the matter, are you afraid? In the face of his friend's jest, Yagajui simply smiled and remained silent. Wu waved his hand dismissively. We are the strongest, after all. Besides, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Having listened to the entire exchange, Yunquan Yingyue glanced around, feeling compelled to contribute to the atmosphere. I will do my utmost not to hold you back. A warm hand gently rested on Yunquan Yingyue's head. Yagajui, feeling the softness of her hair, ruffled it affectionately. No need to worry, everything will proceed smoothly. Yingyu. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Tenai Riko, who stood beside her. It's time to go, the next class is music. And we need to head to the chapel. Why is there even a chapel? Wu Wazao stared incredulously at the message Yunquan Yingyue sent in their group chat. As far as he knew, such a thing could not possibly exist in an ordinary school. This is a church school. The location of classes changes according to the teacher's arrangements, explained Kuro Amiri, sitting nearby. Having received the answer, Wu no longer dwelled on it, and turned to Yagajui. By the way, where's the cursed spirit you set out to monitor? With the mention of it, Yagajui focused intently, attempting to sense the location of the cursed spirit. If only we could share visual perception like Sister May. That would be ideal, but for now, this is sufficient. Before he could finish his thought, Yagajui's expression turned serious. Hurry up, two have been exorcised. Someone's coming. We need to leave, Yunquan Yingyue stated, putting away her phone. Assessing the surroundings for any danger, she explained the situation to Tenai Riko. Wu will be waiting at the door. Riko, let us go. Although reluctant, she understood that this was not the time for defiance. Tenai Riko bid her friends a brief farewell and followed Yunquan Yingyue out of the chapel. As soon as they stepped outside, Tenai Riko was seized by someone gripping her clothing, and she was abruptly lifted into the air. The rushing wind around her subsided, and as she focused her gaze, she realized she had been taken to the rooftop of the school. The sorcerer is in pursuit. We must head directly to the higher institution. You wouldn't want your friends to be implicated, would you? Wu Wazao explained as they sped across the rooftop. Yingyue has informed me, and I am not so unreasonable, Tenai Riko said, following closely behind. However, the retreat was evidently not as smooth as anticipated. Just after leaving the school grounds, Wu Wazao came to an abrupt halt, and Tenai Riko, propelled by inertia, nearly flew off, only to be saved by Yunquan Yingyue's timely grasp. Someone has caught up to us. Sensing Tenai Riko's confusion and displeasure, Yunquan Yingyue quickly explained while helping her regain her balance. Wu there's a bounty of 30 million on Riko's head posted on the dark web for sorcerers, and it's set to expire around 11 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Yunquan Yingyue recounted the information relayed by Yagajui, standing protectively behind Tenai Riko, who appeared unsteady on her feet. As a hooded sorcerer emerged, their form began to split and multiply. I see, she thought. Sorcerers are indeed understaffed year-round. Perhaps the gentleman should consider a career change. He would be warmly welcomed. Hand over that little girl. The rest is not your concern, the sorcerer replied. Unfazed by Wu Shao's words, raising his hand, and a replica materialized amidst the swirling cursed energy. Quite polite, Yunquan Yingyue mused. 2, 3, 4, it's multiplied to 5. Shikigamai? Tenai Riko muttered nervously. Sensing her anxiety, Yunquan Yingyue reassured her with a gentle pat. They're not Shikigamai. It's all right, just leave it to Wu Shao. He and Jui are the strongest. For this level of sorcerer, she merely needed to keep an eye on Riko. Acting rashly could inadvertently hinder Wu Shao. Yunquan Yingyue felt she possessed a keen self-awareness. Clearly, the outcome was not far from this assessment. While Wu Wazao engaged in casual banter, he effortlessly subdued the sorcerer in just a few moves, the entire process appearing as simple as a game of cat and mouse. Although he felt a tinge of annoyance at the failure of attempting a technique reversal, the overall ease of the encounter was undeniable. Oh, it seems I arrived just in time. As soon as the situation was resolved, Yagajui leaped over from a distance. He was met with a retort from his closest friend, more like you arrived late. Whereas Kuroamiri, Yunquan Yingyue suddenly realized a critical oversight. Tenai Riko, who had remained silent, trembled as she tugged at Yunquan Yingyue's clothing, handing her the phone. The remaining two exchanged glances and also leaned in. The received message contained merely a photograph, yet its content tightened their hearts. The Kuroamiri they spoke of lay unconscious on the ground, her wrists and mouth bound with cloth. What should we do? Kuroi, she has been kidnapped. I arrived before her. It was my error for underestimating Kuroa Miri's worth. Yagaji's brow furrowed in self-reproach, realizing that his speed had allowed him to get to Tenai Riko first at her request, not anticipating the unfortunate consequences of his decision. Yunquan Yingyue gently patted his arm, offering comfort. Well, it's not as if it's an unforgivable error. Entangled in senseless dilemmas, Satoru Gojo swiftly made his decision. Subsequently, one could expect demands regarding the exchange of hostages, undoubtedly revolving around Riko Amanai. After all, the initiative lay with us who possessed Riko. According to the original plan, we would send Riko to Jujutsu High, allowing for Yum to serve as her substitute, perfectly mirroring her long black hair. Witnessing Satoru Gojo's instant determination, Riko Amanai felt a surge of panic. I must go too. You cannot guarantee that you will bring her back before the assimilation, can you? Huh, you little brat. Even now you speak of being willful, Satoru Gojo retorted impatiently, momentarily rendered speechless. Riko's voice trembled as her hands instinctively clutched the hem of her school uniform. Her eyes glistening with unshed tears, on the brink of spilling over. But I have yet to say goodbye to her. Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, Yum quietly offered a tissue without uttering a word. Well, you can come along, but if you become frightened and cry out to return, I will not heed your pleas. With a detached gaze fixed on Riko, Satoru Gojo sought to intimidate her. Accepting the tissue to dab away her dampened eyes, Riko's expression hardened with resolve. Understood. The cerulean sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds, and the sea sparkled like 1,000 diamonds under the sun. Waves washing over the shore to reveal exquisite shells hidden beneath the sand. The salty sea breeze caressed Riko's face as she inhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tranquility envelop her. Behind her, Misato Kuroe trailed closely, clutching a beach ball. Dressed in beach shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, Satoru Gojo exuberantly faced the ocean, raising his arms in exultation. It's the sea. Chapter 28. Survive. After receiving the kidnapping email at 1 o'clock in the afternoon on the first day, news arrived by 9 that the ransom drop-off was set in Okinawa. Thus, the following morning at 9, the four of them boarded a plane destined for Okinawa. In the subsequent hours, they managed to rescue Misato Kuroe, apprehend the kidnappers, and interrogate them, completing all tasks by noon. This is why they found themselves at the seaside. Satoru Gojo, in high spirits, frolicked on the beach with Riko, their laughter ringing out as they captured a strangely patterned sea cucumber, trembling as they pointed at the innocent creature, their mirth nearly causing their jaws to drop. Draped in a light swimsuit and a sheer cover-up, Yum sat beneath a parasol, gazing into the distance with her mind adrift, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She felt an unsettling sense of disquiet. Despite having rescued Ms. Kuroe, why did her heart remain burdened? Where lay the source of her unease? The sense of being watched gnawed at her, urging her to act, yet she found herself at a loss. A glass of chilled lemonade adorned with mint leaves was placed before Yum, the ice clinking with a crisp sound as droplets of condensation trickled down the glass, exuding a refreshing aroma. It's still quite warm. This will help cool you down, Suguru said as he settled beside her, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He sensed that ever since the kidnapping email had arrived, Yum's spirits had plummeted, even as she endeavored to conceal it. Though he could not fathom the reasons behind her melancholy, he hoped she could relax, even if only for a moment. We're here for you. There's no need to worry, and Nanami and Hebra have also arrived in Okinawa. Such intense emotions cannot simply be dispelled by willpower alone. Yet Yum did not wish to burden them with her concerns. Meeting Suguru's gaze, she forced a smile, albeit an awkward one. All right. Initially intending to return after a brief period of play, Satoru Gojo, perceiving Riko's reluctance, voluntarily extended their time at the beach. Though the activities mattered little, Satoru had not slept since yesterday. Suguru pulled Satoru aside. Your technique hasn't been released since yesterday, and you don't plan to sleep today, do you? Is it truly wise to delay returning to Jujutsu High? No problem. I endured far worse to clear a game back in a day. Besides, aren't you all with me? Satoru playfully punched Suguru's shoulder, shooting him a glance before striding away. Such a reckless decision, Suguru chuckled resignedly. Yet this was quintessentially Satoru's nature. Having resolved to enjoy themselves, they indulged in carefree play on the Okinawan beach until evening, relishing a sumptuous dinner before visiting the aquarium the next day. Finally, on the third day at 3 in the afternoon, just 4 hours after the bounty on Riko was lifted, they returned to Jujutsu High. Upon entering the barriers of the school, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Satoru Gojo's eyelids drooped. He had never felt this exhausted before, his entire being yearning for rest. No longer will I babysit these kids. What did you say? As the time of assimilation approached, Misato Kuroe's expression grew increasingly despondent. She quietly observed Riko, who stood with her fists raised, directing complaints at Satoru with gentle reluctant eyes filled with helplessness. Logically, they were within the safety of the Jujutsu high barriers, yet Yum could not shake off her tension, feeling increasingly on edge. The sensation of being hunted by a wild beast sent chills down her spine, causing her to break into a cold sweat, every muscle in her body taut with anticipation. When Satoru released the technique, this tension erupted into chaos. The tightly wound string snapped, and every muscle in Yum's body coiled in readiness, cold sweat clinging to her cheeks. As if she found newfound strength to push Satoru aside, causing him to stumble back a couple of steps. The air thickened with the scent of blood, and everyone present widened their eyes, except for a suddenly appearing man with dark hair, his intentions far from benign. Did you evade? The man grinned, a scar at the corner of his mouth giving him a menacing air. In the next instant, the man, having dodged Satoru's attack, was engulfed by a curse. If Yum hadn't pushed Satoru away moments earlier, he would have likely been impaled by this man. Satoru pressed a hand against the wound on his left arm, quickly masking his astonishment, and halted Suguru, who was about to assist. It's merely a small cut. I feel nothing. Prioritize protecting Riko. You all head to Master Tenjin. Yum shielded Riko, racing toward the interior of Jujutsu High, while Suguru paused momentarily, glancing back to caution Satoru, who had removed his sunglasses. Do not let your guard down. A confident smirk played on Satoru's lips as he refrained from turning back. Who are you speaking to? The elevator doors opened slowly, revealing the lowest level of Jujutsu High, where an ominous path leading to the star corridor awaited them. I can accompany you no further. Misato halted, bowing slowly, for as an ordinary person, she could not venture deeper. Please take care of Riko. Before she could finish her sentence, she dissolved into Riko's embrace. I love Misato the most. Scalding tears streamed down Riko's cheeks as she finally broke into wails. Gently returning the embrace, Misato closed her eyes. I too love you dearly. Suguru and Yum stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting for this young girl to bid her final farewell to her closest companion. Yet even in this moment, Yum felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Was this a prophecy? This bewildering emotion, which inexplicably aided Satoru Gojo, prompted Yunquan Yingyue to recollect the peculiar dreams she often experienced in the past, albeit most of them remained unfulfilled. Having expressed all that needed to be said, the trio continued their journey, traversing the lengthy approach to the main hall of the Hongxing Palace. Circular structures enveloped the ancient tree at the center, exuding an air of solitude and solemnity. Ascending the staircase and passing through a grand door, they reached the base of the great tree, where a barrier stood, accessible only to those who had received a summons. Riko wore an expression of distaste, remaining silent. Shinjiro Yeo disregarded her demeanor and continued his monologue. Alternatively, you could turn back now and return home with Miss Kuroe. As a high-level sorcerer, he brazenly proposed a choice that diverged entirely from the mission's intended outcome. Riko glanced at Shinjiro Yeo and then at Yunquan Yingyue, only to find them smiling without any other discernible emotion. However, Riko was too agitated to notice Yingyue's trembling form and the beads of sweat on her forehead. We are the strongest. Regardless of your decision, Riko, we can secure your future. Yunquan Yingyue approached her, tucking a delicate orca hairpin into her hair. She had purchased it after noticing Riko's lingering gaze on the souvenir during their visit to the aquarium. Survive, Riko. Yingyue's tone was tender, as she struggled to suppress the tremor in her voice, fighting against the profound sorrow within, hoping no one would detect her vulnerability. Survive. Your life has only just begun. A wave of bitterness welled in Riko's eyes, and she cried out, disregarding her composure. I want to live on with everyone. I understand. Receiving the anticipated response, Shinjiro Yeo displayed a reassuring smile. He turned to find Yunquan Yingyue lost in thought, staring intently at her own hands. Yingyue? Push her away. Slowly lifting her head, Yingyue felt her cervical vertebrae crack, reminiscent of an old, rusted machine. Push her away. A surge of emotion compelled Yingyue to reach out, striding forward. If you don't push her away. Bang. A gunshot suddenly shattered the silence. Huh. The two widened their eyes, watching as the petite figure of the girl swayed, toppled forward by the bullet's force. A voice, trembling and fragile like a bubble that would burst upon contact, called out, Yingyue? Chapter 29, Sleep. Staggered by the push and assaulted by the deafening sound, Riko's pupils contracted in shock as she could only stare blankly. A bullet pierced through from behind, blood erupting from her slender neck. Yunquan Yingyue's dark eyes gradually dulled, her strength fading as she collapsed to the ground. Shinjiro Yeo stared in disbelief at the scene before him, his eyes stinging, throat constricted, unable to utter the name that lingered on his lips, biting down hard until the metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. What a misfire, but no matter, one less to deal with. The figure, who should have been intercepted by Satoru Gojo, emerged from the shadows, stepping forward at a leisurely pace. Who should I choose next? Withdrawing a long blade from the cursed spirits coiling around him, Fushiguro Zenin spoke in a nonchalant tone, seemingly unaffected. Impossible, Gojo was supposed to. Shinjiro Yeo bent slightly, preparing for an attack. If you mean that white-haired one, he should be dead by now. Is that so? Shinjiro's expression remained impassive. A massive dragon-shaped cursed spirit soared behind, while a woman with disheveled hair and an obscured face coalesced into form. Die. However, the formidable combination of heaven and curse binding unleashed its full potential. The cursed spirit released by Shinjiro Yeo was quickly overwhelmed, losing its efficacy despite it being the strongest rainbow dragon among his arsenal. Alright, I've tired of this child's play. Ignoring Shinjiro Yeo, Fushiguro Zenin dispatched the cursed spirit guarding Shinariko with a single shot, then aimed his gun at the petrified girl. Clang. The moment he pulled the trigger, a figure flashed past, shielding Shinariko. Yunquan Yingyue swung her katana, deflecting the bullet with a piercing clang. Her neck, a gruesome mess of flesh, heaved as crimson poured from the wound, staining her clothes dark red. Yingyue, Shinariko exclaimed, astonished. You're still alive? Fushiguro Zenin was somewhat taken aback, surprised by her resilience. Though dizzy and nearly unable to stand, Yunquan Yingyue gripped the hilt of her sword, positioning the blade before her. Despite having deflected the attack, it was of little consequence. Fushiguro Zenin withdrew his long blade from the cursed spirit entwined around him, swiftly delivering several strikes to the advancing Shinjiro Yeo before vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared before Yunquan Yingyue. She raised her sword to meet Fushiguro Zenin's downward strike, intending to counterattack. But the blow was executed with such precision and power that merely blocking it exhausted all her remaining strength. So weak. You should just lie there and not try to rise again. The taunting words floated lightly from Fushiguro Zenin's lips as he spun around, delivering a roundhouse kick that sent Yunquan Yingyue sprawling. Unable to withstand the fierce assault, she was thrust into the ancient structure, the dilapidated wooden boards groaning under the strain, splintering in layers. As dust settled, Yunquan Yingyue lay helplessly among the rubble, uncertain of her fate. The two high-level sorcerers were now sprawled on the ground, no obstacles remaining. Fushiguro Zenin raised his gun, the dark muzzle aimed at Shinariko. Bang! Am I going to die? A sensation as gentle as feathers gradually replaced the sharp wooden splinters at her back. Pain and coldness receded as warmth and tranquility enveloped Yunquan Yingyue. Is death truly this serene? In a daze, she beheld the figure of the motherly director. The day was perfect. The sun's rays streaming through the window and casting a golden glow upon her. She was baking cookies, a favorite treat among the children at the orphanage. Because Yunquan Yingyue often faced bullying from the other kids, the director would secretly prepare special treats for her. Here you go, little Yingyue. Take your time eating, be careful. It's hot. The young woman with chestnut locks had her features obscured as she extended a plate filled with cookies toward Yunquan Yingyue. Yet, for reasons unknown, Yunquan Yingyue found herself unable to muster the strength to reach out. She could only let her arms go limp, watching helplessly as the porcelain plate filled with cookies shattered on the ground, splintering into several pieces. No. Yunquan Yingyue hurriedly crouched down, disregarding the director's protests, and attempted to pick up the broken shards with her bare hands. No. The fleeting pain was immediately overshadowed by the crimson that seeped from her fingertips as the director cradled her hand, speaking softly. Yet, Yunquan Yingyue heard nothing. Her gaze fixated on the bright red until it consumed everything in her sight. No. Struggling, Yunquan Yingyue fought to open her eyes. She had something far more pressing to attend to. Blood flowed from the wound atop her head, cascading down into her eyes, tinting her vision a deep crimson. Gazing at the lifeless form of Suguru Geto sprawled on the ground, and the distant figure of Noritoshi Kumo lying in a pool of blood, Yuki Tsukumo felt an overwhelming urge to unleash a torrent of emotion from her chest. This was not how it was meant to be. Their destinies should not culminate in such a cold embrace with the earth. Whether in joy or sorrow, this was not the way, devoid of vitality. Bidding a final farewell to the world. Please, she begged, her voice raspy and strained, as she witnessed Megami Fushiguro commanding a cursed spirit to consume Noritoshi Kumo's corpse. Do not take her away. Release her. The remaining vestiges of her cursed energy momentarily faltered, and in the next instant, Yuki coughed up a copious amount of blood, the agony almost tearing her asunder. Yet, none of this mattered. She continued to murmur, but each utterance was met with only backlash and the harsh reality of unfulfilled wishes. Yuki Tsukumo was undeniably a weakling. She could do nothing but watch helplessly as Megami Fushiguro took away Noritoshi Kumo, leaving her and Suguru Geto behind. In utter disarray, she felt a tumult of complex emotions raging within her, yet it was all in vain. This battered body was reaching its limit. In the fleeting moment before unconsciousness claimed her, She mustered all her strength to utter 3 words towards the distant figure, "Wake up," just before plunging into darkness. Yuki seemed to see Satoru Geto lifting his arm, then suddenly springing to his feet and rushing towards her. How wonderful! She wished to laugh, but she was utterly drained. Now, all she desired was a peaceful slumber. Chapter 30, No Home Tsukumo. The familiar voice drew near, gradually reaching her ear. Tsukumo. A warm hand gently caressed her back, shaking her lightly. "Wake up, how can you sleep while eating?" At the sound of this soothing call, Yuki Tsukumo opened her heavy eyelids. Bright sunlight streaming through the window and casting delicate rays upon her. It seemed she had been dozing at the table for quite some time, her body tingling with numbness. Before she could fully grasp what had transpired, her body inexplicably sat upright, and apologetic words spilled forth. "I'm sorry, Geto, the sunlight was too inviting. I couldn't resist a short nap. What is going on?" Her mind, released from the haze of pain, gradually cleared, revealing the familiar cafeteria of Jujutsu High and the bowl of cold soba noodles beside her. "It's hot, I'm dying." Before she even arrived, the voice of Satoru Gojo echoed through the cafeteria, his long-winded complaints preceding his arrival. Almost instantly, he was seated comfortably at the table. "What are you eating, Geto?" In response to the inquiry, Suguru Geto calmly swallowed his noodles, replying in a cheerful tone, "Soba noodles." Lunch today was the cold soba Yuki had prepared, fragrant and refreshing. A perfect antidote to the summer heat. Watching the banter between the two, Yuki noticed Kinji Hakari rushing in, frowning at the chaotic scene before swiftly retreating to his room while clutching his bowl of soba. Hadn't she already died, given her injuries? It seemed only Hakari's immediate arrival could have saved her. Perhaps she had transformed into a spirit? Pondering this, Yuki attempted to rise and explore elsewhere, only to find herself utterly incapable, confined within the body known as Yuki Tsukumo, merely a spectator. So, this is what a revolving lantern feels like. With this realization, Yuki ceased her struggles and fully relaxed. Let this be a final memory. Yet, why did she not recall this particular moment? Although it diverged slightly from her recollections, the essence remained intact, busy yet joyful living. Staying up late with Satoru Gojo and Suguru Geto to conquer a game. Even if they were late to class the next day and faced reprimand from Shoko Irie, it was no cause for concern. Shopping with Kinji Hakari during rare holidays. They wandered for hours without fatigue, all while enduring the complaints of their 2 friends, who were forced to carry their bags and indulged in shaved ice. Finally, amidst Satoru Gojo's laughter, they snapped a photo, tongues tinted by the syrup of their treats. Until the mission to eradicate the star plasma vessel, they had spiritedly discussed their strategies, vowing that even if the vessel resisted assimilation, they would ensure her safety. However, all of this came to a halt when they failed to save Noritoshi Kumo. At the moment Yuki unleashed her technique, her grievous injuries rendered her helpless. "It's all right, Kumo." Her voice soothing, even as blood poured from her wounds, she whispered, "If given another chance, you will surely survive and carve your own path." Summoning her last reserves of strength, she uttered the incantation, universal technique. In the next breath, the world began to reverse. The ruins began to mend. The blood-stained garments restored to cleanliness, but in the blink of an eye, time reverted to the very beginning. Yuki said nothing. She merely observed as this time she successfully saved Noritoshi Kumo, even at the cost of a month-long coma. Yet, after merely a year of peace, upon entering their second year, 2 junior students returned from a mission, and only one emerged alive. Before Yuki could reach Jujutsu High, she received a call from Maki Zenin. Suppressing her grief, she uttered a single sentence. "Miss Kumo is dead." The usually lively and cheerful Yuata Okotsu now lay silently on the operating table, a white cloth covering his face. Meanwhile, Yuki, dispatched on a mission, had failed to arrive in time to save him. Yuata would not blame Yuki. Everyone knew this. The cheerful boy would only smile and praise her. "You saved so many people on this mission, senpai. You're amazing." But Yuki could not forgive herself. She could never save everyone, and those she managed to rescue would inevitably have their lives snatched away, trapped in a dead end from which escape was impossible. Facing an inescapable fate, just once more, deep within her heart, Yuki Tsukumo watched as her silent self suddenly lifted her head, the reflection in the mirror sorrowful yet resolute. "Just once more, that's all I need. Once, twice, thrice." Noritoshi Kumo, Yuata Okotsu, Nanako and Mimiko, Suguru Geto, Yuji Itadori, Junpei Yoshino. The games that once left her flustered now felt effortless, her once clumsy physical techniques now refined. After all, those memories of countless cycles had become second nature. Yuki could not discern how much time had passed. It felt as though time had ceased to exist, leaving only an endless cycle of retries. The pain eventually turned to numbness, and the memories morphed into torment, yet Yuki did not waver. She knew she was reliving her lifetime and again, solely for the happiness of everyone. Yet, she was incapable of achieving it. Yuki Tsukumo was a failure. The immense sorrow within her compelled tears to cascade down her cheeks, and she instinctively raised her hand to wipe them away, only to discover she could control her body once more. The girl, clad in her uniform, stood on the street quietly weeping, and passers-by instinctively moved away, fearful of disturbing her. Suddenly, a familiar figure brushed past her, sporting an unmistakable bun hairstyle. Yuki Tsukumo widened her eyes, her legs moving of their own accord as she chased after the figure. Tsukumo? The weary Gojo Satoru pushed open the door and entered, only to find Suguru Geto sitting by the bedside, who turned to him and gestured for him to lower his voice. The girl lying on the bed was still in a deep slumber, her tranquil expression and steady breathing indicating that she was ensconced in profound sleep. A month prior, in a moment of near demise, Gojo had grasped the reverse technique and had summoned Kinji Hakari to assist at the Starry Palace, subsequently heading to the Panshin sect to eliminate Fushiguro Zenin and manage the ensuing matters. However, this time, they had failed to save Naya, and Yuki Tsukumo remained in a coma. Although it appeared to be a victory, it was, in truth, a resounding defeat. A month had passed, and still no sign of awakening. Hakari, has your reverse technique faltered? Gojo dragged a chair from the side and slumped down carelessly. All vital signs were normal, every injury, internal or external, had been treated. Setting down her pen, Hakari shot him a look that clearly conveyed her irritation, silently admonishing him to cease his incessant chatter. Her reverse technique had never been particularly effective on Yuki, and given her own severe injuries, even Hakari could not ascertain how long the girl might remain unconscious. Let us wait a little longer. After a prolonged silence, Suguru gently tapped Gojo's head, signaling him to refrain from further conversation. Almost biting his tongue, Gojo lowered his head and covered his mouth, falling silent. Having retreated far away, Yuki Tsukumo gazed for an extended period, until the tall figure was no longer visible, before slowly lowering her head. Suguru did not know her. In this timeline, she had never attended Jujutsu High, unable to save them. And there was no place for her in this vast world. Truly, Yuki Tsukumo was a failure. Why strive to save them? A voice devoid of emotion suddenly echoed behind her. Turning around, Yuki found that the lively scene had transformed into darkness, with the entire world shrouded in silence. Why persist in rescuing them? Was it not their fate, their destined conclusion? The voice continued to inquire, as if programmed solely to seek an answer. No, that is not true. Standing alone in the darkness, Yuki resolutely rejected this notion. If this truly were their inevitable demise, Yuki clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, leaving deep imprints. Then, I shall bear the burden for them. All is obscured in mist, and all is suffering, even if my final destination is eternal void. As those words escaped her lips, a shackle within her mind shattered, and a torrent of memories intertwined with emotions surged into Yuki's consciousness. Oh, I remember now. The countless questions of my childhood have found their answers. Why was I always ostracized? Why was I perpetually alone? Because I was born from the obsession to save them. Because I do not belong to this world. In truth, there was never any home to return to. My steps are both light and heavy, my expression joyful yet sorrowful. Chapter 31. A flower of hope blooms within obsession. Yuki. The room lay in silence as Suguru gently pushed open the door, softly calling out her name from the bedside. Yet, the girl on the bed remained deeply asleep, unresponsive. Shibuya was dead. Those few words drained all the strength from Suguru's body. He fell silent for a moment, then reached out to grasp Yuki's slightly chilly hand. If she were to know, she would undoubtedly be heartbroken, for she had once held great affection for the first-year students. Has she truly been asleep for a year, with no intention of waking? The anticipated silence met his inquiry, yet Suguru continued to speak. Perhaps he merely needed an outlet for his emotions. Satoru had mastered the reverse technique. He could now undertake missions alone, having genuinely become the strongest. Yet I seem unable to emerge from summer, even as the weather is on the brink of becoming cool. This simply cannot do. After uttering that phrase, Suguru remained silent for a long while, his head bowed, rendering his expression obscured. Yuki, what would happen if only sorcerers remained in this world? The words emerged from him, devoid of the usual gentleness, cold and heartless, lacking empathy. Yet unexpectedly, Yuki stirred her little finger. Though the movement was slight, almost imperceptible, it was nonetheless noted by Suguru. Could this be construed as agreement? Suguru raised his head, muttering to himself, and the next moment, a resigned smile crept onto his lips. It is inconceivable, I assent it, with your disposition. You would certainly not consent to such a notion. You would likely agonize over it for days before cautiously approaching me for a heart-to-heart. Yuki's finger moved slightly, deliberately entwining with his pinky, as if to offer him comfort. What do I do, Yuki? I feel as if I can no longer endure. Suguru sighed. His tone tender, yet his expression starkly indifferent. As she sorted through the chaotic memories, Yuki discovered fragments pertaining to Suguru. It seemed that everything began to descend into chaos during that summer of their second year. Every event and choice pushed him closer to the abyss known as fate. He resembled a firework, brilliantly ephemeral, only to be extinguished in an instant. That is not the case. Yuki genuinely wished to embrace him. Yet the memories of countless cycles resonated deeply in her mind, and every attempt had culminated in failure. What had she forgotten? Did a perfect method to save everyone truly exist? Yes, it does. A voice filled with mirth resonated, and Yuki looked up to find her own visage reflected back at her. Two identical figures stood face to face. Yuki was certain this was herself. Yet she felt a profound confusion. I am the version of you from the last cycle, the one who did not suffer amnesia, the one you have forgotten. After all, being one and the same, Yuki was acutely aware of her own thoughts, and thus she forewent the theatrics, opting for a straightforward explanation. You mentioned there is a way? Seeing the glimmer of hope, Yuki eagerly stepped forward, then abruptly halted, restraining her excitement. Yes, there is. Nodding affirmatively, Yuki's countenance radiated confidence. You will die, you know. Upon hearing those words, Yuki froze in place. This time, emotions exchanged between them. Yuki seemed to open the floodgates, speaking fervently. You already know, don't you? Or rather, we know that we were born from the obsession to save them. So, what will happen after saving everyone, once all is settled? Drawing out her words, Yuki donned a mischievous smile that she would have never revealed before, her dark eyes glimmering with cunning. Thus, Yuki widened her eyes, clearly having grasped this concept. Bingo! With a snap of her fingers, Yuki spun in place, her hands raised as if to shower the other version of herself with confetti. Just like a plastic knife for cutting cake, a disposable glove for cooking, or a match igniting into flames, once the mission is accomplished, the only destination is to be discarded into the trash, vanishing completely. When they are successfully saved, when the storyline reaches a resolution, and the obsession dissipates, we will have no reason or necessity to exist. As her words echoed, the entire space fell into silence. Yuki bowed her head in contemplation, remaining uncommunicative for a long time. Are you afraid? Noticing her prolonged silence, Yuki softly inquired. No, Yunquan Yingyue resolutely denied, her tone unwavering. With a slight lift of her voice, I am truly delighted that everyone will attain genuine happiness. Is that so? Yunquan Yingyue sighed softly, her vivacity dissipating as she transformed into a tranquil version of herself. Her smile tinged with a sense of release and inexplicable sorrow as she extended her hand towards the person before her. Something guided her, and Yunquan Yingyue mirrored the gesture, her palm meeting the other's. Then awaken quickly, there is still time for everything. A radiant light spilled forth from the gap between their fingers, instantly enveloping the entire realm. Remember, the conviction of an individual possesses immense power, and you are born from this. A warm glow enveloped Yunquan Yingyue entirely, and she felt her body grow lighter. Is this the end? How ironic, she mused, that those she wished to save were unable to find true peace due to her existence. The future students of the prestigious institution should have bright prospects. Their lives had only just begun. Yet, due to her missteps, they wandered in the endless cycle, along an interminable path. Thousands of times, perhaps tens of thousands? She could no longer discern. I am sorry. It is all my fault. Why did I forget? Was it too painful? Yet thankfully, it is still not too late. Chapter 32. The domain unfolds. Her long eyelashes fluttered as the blinding sunlight rushed into her eyes. Yunquan Yingyue attempted to rise slowly, but her arms weakened, nearly causing her to tumble from the bed. After all, having been in a coma for over a decade, it was entirely natural to find her body momentarily uncooperative. Resigning herself to the struggle, Yunquan Yingyue remained in bed. Channeling the cursed energy within her, she spoke softly. Get better. Her voice was hoarse and deep. Yet as soon as the words escaped her lips, she pivoted to sit up, her movements as agile as a normal personess. She felt a profound gratitude that they had arranged for her to be in her own room, sparing her the waste of time. Calculating. Today must be the day of the Shibuya battle. Casting a glance at the alarm clock, Yunquan Yingyue changed her clothes while retrieving memories to precisely locate the current time. As she moved, a subtle pain prickled her scalp. Turning her head, she discovered she had inadvertently tugged at her hair. Although Aikido Natsuko regularly trimmed her hair, it had now grown long enough to nearly cover her thighs. Such length was rather cumbersome. Adhering to her principle of wasting not a shred of cursed energy, Yunquan Yingyue decided to take matters into her own hands. Drawing a nearby katana, she gathered her hair and deftly severed it, the inky strands cascading around her, with only the crisp sound of the blade returning to its sheath accompanying the act. Opening the door to her room, Yunquan Yingyue donned her high school uniform, her hair cascading down to her waist, almost identical to how it had appeared over a decade ago, save for the fact that she had lost considerable weight. It felt so familiar, almost too familiar, that Aikido Natsuko, standing across the corridor, mistook her identity. The gauze in her hand fell to the floor, as Aikido Natsuko displayed a rare expression of utter astonishment. Why had she suddenly awakened? How could someone who had been in a coma for so long move so freely? Yet, none of these inquiries mattered. How wonderful it was to see Natsuko again. Yunquan Yingyue beamed a warm smile, etching the grown-up Aikido Natsuko into her memory. Farewell. Noticing Aikido Natsuko's intent to approach, Yunquan Yingyue forced herself to raise her hand in farewell. Yingyue, sensing her desire to depart, Aikido Natsuko abandoned her thoughts and rushed forward to stop her. Yet it was too late. In the next instant, Yunquan Yingyue's figure vanished from sight. To Shibuya. A perplexing mantra echoed in Aikido Natsuko's mind. Despite the impossibility of Yunquan Yingyue being aware of the chaos currently unfolding in Shibuya, she fished out her phone and called the supervising assistant who was already on their way to escort her to Shibuya for support. Shibuya subway station. Once bustling with life, the station now lay in ruins, filled with ordinary people immobilized by Gojo Satoru's domain. A cube tumbled to her feet, intending to retreat swiftly. She was halted by a voice that should not have been there, leaving Gojo Satoru momentarily stunned. Hi, Satoru. The figure clad in a robe approached with a light step, smiling as he greeted Gojo Satoru. The information seen through the six eyes never lies. This person was Suguru Geto, who had perished at his hands. Ceasing to breathe before him, Gojo Satoru stood frozen, his gaze locked onto the figure before him. Yet his soul rejected the notion, denying that this was Suguru Geto. Just a second before a minute could pass, the previously opened prison realm unexpectedly closed without warning. Come here, prison realm. A voice not heard in ages suddenly echoed, causing both Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto to display expressions of astonishment. For standing 5 meters behind Gojo Satoru was a black-haired girl, holding the now-cubed prison realm. The 4-meter radius of the seal was breached, shattering the plan to confine Gojo Satoru, and the prison realm was seized by another, causing Kinjiku's expression to grow grave. There was no turning back. Following Suguru Geto's betrayal and demise, his physical form would be exploited. A wave of desolate sorrow washed over Yunquan Yingyue, filling her with despair. Once again, she had dragged Geto into the mire. I am sorry, Geto. Her gaze fell upon Suguru Geto, longing to see another familiar figure reflected in his eyes. She needed to apologize to Suguru Geto. Why must I apologize, Yingyue? A gentle voice resonated, as clear as it had been in her memories. You have no right to speak to me using Geto's body. The sharp words escaped her lips, her eyes wide with fury. The first time she had ever felt such anger. Let this end here, Kinjiku. Ignoring the complex expression that crossed Suguru Geto's face after she uttered that name, Yunquan Yingyue maintained a stoic demeanor. The lives of those she could not save, including Amanai Riko, Grey Yuan, and Suguru Geto. Not to mention the tragic fates awaiting students like Itatari Yuichi. This time, it would be resolved in one fell swoop. The domain unfolds. In a profound silence. Under the gaze of Gojo Satoru and Kinjiku, Yunquan Yingyue took a deep breath and slowly spoke. All beings, Saha. Chapter 33. A new world. Yingyue awakened her curse technique. The vast azure sky mirrored in her 6 eyes, fixating on the familiar, yet strange figure not far away, as information flooded into Gojo Satoru's mind. Through the expenditure of cursed energy, one could realize all their desires. How convenient, Gojo Satoru mused inwardly. If he possessed such a technique, could he indulge in endless desserts for a lifetime, consuming them at will? Although, considering his current financial situation, the outcome would be nearly the same. However, he could free himself from countless tasks and business trips, truly leading a leisurely and carefree life. Yet, it was rather unfair, Yingyue, to rely on the efficacy of your technique and leave him sidelined, forcibly restraining him from moving. Did she sense his intent to thwart her? That simply wouldn't he do. Yingyue, the azure eyes, as cold as topaz, shone under the light, firmly fixed upon Yunquan Yingyue's face, not allowing the strongest to intervene. Monopolizing the spotlight, such behavior was indeed the hallmark of a naughty child. Little did he know that when he awoke, the once revered Yunquan Yingyue, hailed as the conscience of the prestigious high school, had transformed into a troubled soul. Let him go, Yingyue. There are better solutions, he urged. After all, he was Satoru Gojo, the most formidable sorcerer. Therefore, can we trust him with this? Please, do not continue to burn yourself out. Forgive me, Gojo. As if perceiving the unspoken words lingering in Satoru Gojo's heart, Yunquan Yingyue softly offered her apology. It's impossible. With your current cursed energy, you cannot achieve this. The surroundings began to shift slowly, and sensing Yingyue's intention to reverse time, Sunshuo could no longer maintain his calm demeanor, becoming flustered and shocked. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yes, you were right. Reflecting on his words, Yunquan Yingyue rested her chin on her hand, nodding with a semblance of seriousness. Then what about you? Raising her head, a manic grin spread across her lips, her delicate face adorned with a ghastly smile, her dark eyes brimming with madness. A black hole clamoring to consume all. In the next moment, the grotesque form resembling a brain was grasped in Yunquan Yingyue's palm. The force so great that her nails dug into it, crimson fluid seeping forth. You cannot. The mouth on the brain opened and closed. Overwhelmed by the oppressive sensation within the invisible barrier, Sunshuo involuntarily trembled and ceased his struggle. Nothing is impossible. For them, I can accomplish anything. In that new world, everyone would live in happiness and joy. As for you, lifting her arm, Yunquan Yingyue grasped Sunshuo and brought him before her, her icy gaze scrutinizing him. Then slowly parting her lips, she consumed him amidst his terrified cries. Join me, and become the sustenance for the new world we shall build. An indescribable foul taste spread from her tongue, her strength gradually depleted, her mind descending into chaotic thoughts. Yet, Yunquan Yingyue felt an overwhelming joy. With Sunshuo absorbed, he would vanish alongside her, leaving no possibility of resurrection. How splendid! In a daze, countless pristine specks of light suddenly appeared, invading Yunquan Yingyue's blurred vision. The light cast upon the metallic walls refracted like shattered moonlight, soft as dandelions, slowly rising before her eyes. Wait, but is it truly the moonlight that is shattered? Her sluggish brain struggled to process, finally responding to Yunquan Yingyue's question. No, what has shattered is not the moonlight. It is her. To Yunquan Yingyue's astonishment, cracks spiderwebbed across her entire being, yet she felt no pain. A feather-like warmth enveloped her as if basking in the sun on a winter's day. Strangely, Yunquan Yingyue suddenly recalled a question posed by Yaga Masamichi when she received her school uniform after enrolling. Why do you wish to attend Jujutsu High? At that time, she found it peculiar, for he had previously invited her to attend, yet now he asked her this. Yaga Masamichi did not provide a direct answer, merely stating, sorcerers do not encounter death without regret. Yunquan Yingyue struggled to suppress her trembling hands. Indeed, regardless of how eloquently she had spoken before, she now found herself filled with regret. She longed to go shopping with Shoko, to play games with Megami, to enjoy desserts with Satoru, to live on. However, even so, even if her regret felt as though it could shatter her heart, she would still forge ahead, undeterred by her remorse. Blinking, the resolve within Yunquan Yingyue's eyes never wavered. In the end, she had wished to bid farewell with her most radiant smile, but at the moment of true parting, her lips felt as heavy as lead, rendering her unable to even lift them. The ache in her nose intensified, tears welling in her eyes. Yunquan Yingyue sniffed, ultimately surrendering. Unable to contain herself, she displayed a fleeting expression of unwillingness and sorrow, but it was merely for a moment before she lowered her head, attempting to conceal her face behind her disheveled hair. As her form dissipated, she could no longer even manage the simple act of raising her hand to cover her face. How unsightly, she thought. Though they would not remember her, she still wished to leave behind her most beautiful self at the end. Such a grotesque visage was utterly unfit for farewells. Yunquan Yingyue could no longer perceive the presence of air, resorting to the familiar act of taking deep breaths to calm herself. Do not cry. Tears are a privilege reserved only for children who are watched over. Yunquan Yingyue had never once cried out loud, not even when she had been bullied mercilessly. It was not that she did not wish to cry, but upon seeing those weeping children receive comfort and embrace from their parents, she understood that the right to cry did not belong to her, for she would not receive such an outcome. After tears, there was only endless confusion and solitude. Thus, Yunquan Yingyue had always concealed her negative emotions within a jar, bit by bit, until the jar was full, leading her to the grand finale of her life. However, the impact of the sacrifice was too great, and the jar was inadvertently shattered. Countless long-suppressed sorrows surged forth, embracing the world as her tears flowed uncontrollably. She could no longer hold back. After all, this is the last time, she thought. I might as well indulge just this once. And so she cried. The ache in her nose and the pain in her eyes overwhelming her. It was her first experience of crying to the point of heartache. So uncomfortable. Yunquan Yingyue trembled her lips, her throat constricted as if choked, rendering her unable to utter a single word. The fractured specks of light multiplied, and before she knew it, Yunquan Yingyue had lost the ability to make any sound. In the final moment before her consciousness faded, Yunquan Yingyue saw Satoru Gojo reaching out to her, and she beheld Suguru Geto rushing toward her. Furthermore, she spotted Kurara Shoko sprinting from afar, her face etched with an urgency never before witnessed. So that's it. Suddenly, everything fell silent, whether it was a dying illusion or not. Yunquan Yingyue thought. She felt a sense of happiness. there were still those who cared for her. She had awaited the anticipated follow-up. Alas, her hand could no longer rise. As she awaited the anticipated follow-up, she had already lost the ability to grasp it within her palm. I'm sorry for not responding to you in time. Salvation is the sole meaning of my existence. Yet I still selfishly yearn to remain with you. Had she too begun to grow greedy? This simply will not do. Etching the final scene before her into the depths of her mind, Yunquan Yingyue slowly closed her eyes, allowing herself to shatter little by little, ultimately transforming into a powder that would slip through her fingers. The only mercy the cruel world extended to her was granting her a tranquil conclusion, one devoid of pain. As her consciousness teetered on the brink of cessation, Yunquan Yingyue hazily recalled the dream she had the night before her enrollment. Resolute words, sorrowful emotions, and the shattered fragments of herself. So it truly was a prophecy. Just before closing her eyes, a dazzling blue light flashed past, followed by a faint whisper that infiltrated her ears. Do not remain, for it will forever curse you. Cursed, cursed, cursed. The twinkling star suspended in the night sky. Are you willing to fall from the lofty night curtain for them, illuminating their boundless darkness? Yes, I am willing. I am infinitely willing. My corporeal form shall be deeply interred beneath the earth, nourishing the fertile soil. My lifeblood will be wholly expended, irrigating the tender green saplings. I shall transform into the very framework propelling the new world forth. Soon enough, this new world will emerge, with you all present, yet I shall be absent. Chapter 34. The Madman. In the early morning, the sun shone brightly. The springtime mountains echoed with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoming flowers. A gentle breeze rustled through the lush trees, accompanied by the soft sound of rustling leaves, while birds frolicked, their crisp chirps filling the air. The sun rose above the horizon, casting its radiant light upon the earth, and the refreshing scent of flowers wafted through the breeze, invigorating the spirit. It was still early. The prestigious academy had only just awakened from the profound silence of the night. Today marked the day of new students' enrollment, infusing the institution with renewed vitality. As he ascended the final step, Satoru Geto gazed upon the familiar yet strange architecture, tightening his grip on his belongings. How slow. A hand clapped upon Suguru Geto's shoulder. Satoru Gojo, clad in the academy's uniform and empty-handed, gazed straight ahead. Behind his sunglasses, his azure eyes were cool and devoid of emotion. Shoko has already arrived. I've spoken to Principal Yaga. Let's go, Geto. Watching his dear friend stride away with purpose, Satoru Geto could only smile wryly, cursing himself for hesitating despite having reached this point. Shaking his head, he quickened his pace to catch up with Satoru Gojo. Let us find Principal Yaga first. After locating Principal Yaga and addressing the necessary matters, changing into their uniforms, Satoru Gojo pulled Suguru Geto along for their mission, casting aside the assistant supervisor who had come to greet them. The poor assistant supervisor stood foolishly at the school gate, waiting until 15 minutes later when the two nonchalantly returned. It was only when Satoru raised his hand in a jovial greeting that the assistant supervisor realized the mission had concluded unbeknownst to him. So they had left him behind. This cohort of students is far too carefree. Is this the style of the strong? Satoru Gojo, ever disinclined towards troublesome affairs, readily delegated the task of report writing to Suguru Geto. With a long sigh, Suguru grabbed the fidgeting Satoru, pulling him along to see Principal Yaga. Pushing open the door, Shoko Irie was already seated inside, having nearly resolved the matter, yet she showed no urgency to depart. As anticipated, the two were chastised by Principal Yaga for their earlier abandonment of the assistant supervisor. Shoko, observing from the sidelines, was filled with schadenfreude, knowing she had made the right choice to stay. Half an hour later, with weariness etched across his features, Principal Yaga waved them out. It was merely a solo mission. There was no chaos. You're overreacting, Principal. Raising his arm, Satoru lazily stretched, his already tall frame appearing even more elongated. What day is it today? After a prolonged silence, Suguru Geto suddenly inquired, his tone inexplicably serious. April 3rd, Shoko Irie, tucking a stray hair behind her ear, promptly answered without even checking her phone, as if she were intimately familiar with the date. 28 days remain. Upon hearing this, Satoru adopted a more serious demeanor, providing a more precise figure. I see. Suguru nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In the ensuing month, the trio adhered to their routine, attending classes and undertaking missions, lending the academy an air of tranquility. This orderly demeanor prompted Principal Yaga to discreetly summon the two, inquiring if something was amiss. After all, to act with such rebelliousness on the very first day of enrollment, abandoning the assistant supervisor for a solo mission, was no small matter. However, Satoru merely reclined, crossing his legs, dismissing Principal Yaga's concerns. Come on. Have a little faith in me and Geto. In response to Satoru's complaint, Principal Yaga remained silent, merely delivering a playful jab to his head. Although the reasons remained unclear, it was a relief that these two were willing to behave. Yet, the calm days did not last for more than a month. On the morning of May 1st, as Principal Yaga opened the classroom door to commence the lesson, he discovered the classroom, which should have housed 3 students, utterly empty. His hand, clutching the lesson plan, tightened involuntarily, veins bulging, as he exhaled a deep breath and turned to leave the classroom. Do not get angry. If this angers you, future days will be arduous. After all, he would be responsible for them for several years, and he harbored no desire to become enraged. It was already past 8 o'clock. Suguru Geto glanced at the clock in the classroom before turning to Satoru, who had his legs draped over the desk, hands behind his head. Previously, you two were dispatched for a mission at 7 o'clock, and this time, Principal Yaga did not mention any new students enrolling. Shoko regarded Satoru, who had now straightened up, highlighting this point. That is precisely why I have been unable to rest easy, and now that the day has come, the anxiety that had been hidden within me has erupted. This world no longer houses Yunquan Yingyue. In the previous cycles, barring certain alterations, Yunquan Yingyue was supposed to enroll on this very day, May 1st, and would have encountered Satoru and Suguru returning from their mission at the school gate. They had patiently awaited for a month, yet this time, the two had not been assigned a mission, nor had Principal Yaga mentioned any new students. Yunquan Yingyue had truly vanished. Upon Shoko's statement, the three fell into silence, the only sound in the spacious classroom being the ticking of the clock. Curses. Suguru seemed to have recalled something. It should have been timely. Surely the curse should have succeeded. What exactly went awry? Shoko and Suguru exchanged glances before turning their attention to Satoru, who had remained silent since earlier. He toyed with his sunglasses for a moment before finally donning them. Rising from his seat with a screech of the chair against the floor. Let us go retrieve our wayward latecomer. Sorcerers are all madmen. Satoru found great appreciation in this statement. Chapter 35. The Grave of the Failures. Hailing a taxi, the trio arrived at a familiar apartment building. This is Yingyue's place? Suguru stood at the familiar door, memories of past visits flooding back. Given that Yunquan Yingyue no longer existed in this world, this house should logically not remain. Could it be? Shoko cast a sidelong glance at Satoru. I bought it. Ah, here it is. After rummaging through his pockets for some time, Satoru finally produced a key no longer than his pinky finger. He pushed past the two blocking his path and stepped forward to unlock the door. Before I purchased it, the previous tenants claimed this place was haunted. They could hear strange noises every night and inexplicably felt cold, prompting several to move out. As he pushed the door open, fine dust danced in the sunlight, and Satoru advanced confidently, employing his limitless technique to stride forth unimpeded. A cursed spirit was even born here. When I came to view the property, I casually dispelled it. Quite amusing, really, scaring oneself. The two trailing behind him frowned, coughing lightly as they waved away the dust, and continued following Satoru inside. Although I have acquired the property, I have yet to make any alterations, for it is prudent to tailor the decor to the preferences of the inhabitants. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, I was greeted by a pristine new world. Expanses of pink mully grass stretched endlessly, swaying gracefully in the caress of the breeze, while the cerulean sky was adorned with fluffy white clouds. Merely standing there, a profound tranquility enveloped my heart. I stumbled upon something akin to a domain, imbued with the residual curse of reflected moonlight. After speaking, Satoru Gojo's figure flickered and he vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Shoko Irie recalled that during the penultimate cycle, Tsukumo Yum had expressed a desire to visit a particular scenic spot. She remembered that the location Yum mentioned was renowned for its fields of pink mully grass. If only my final resting place could possess such beauty. Observing Yum, who gazed longingly at the magazine, uttering an ill-timed remark, Shoko swiftly delivered a light punch to her head, admonishing her not to disrupt the atmosphere. Reflecting on her own response, Shoko couldn't help but smirk in self-deprecation. You think too much, Yum. You have left nothing behind. Sorcerers do not shy away from death, yet they are reluctant to witness it. Look, I have found something intriguing. After an absence, Satoru suddenly emerged, holding what appeared to be a chicken. Is that a hawk? Open your eyes, Jet, don't doze off. With a sharp retort, Satoru waved the toy in front of Suguru Geto, urging him to take a closer look. The round, plump toy had somewhat haphazard features, and if not for Satoru's reminder, one might not recognize it as a hawk. It dangled limply from Satoru's grip, not resisting but simply extending its legs in a dazed stupor, allowing Satoru to manipulate it as he pleased. A cursed corpse? Shoko deduced, recognizing the style that flirted with cuteness, yet diverged from it, a clear hallmark of their teacher, Masamichi Yaga. Indeed, during the 7th cycle, Principal Yaga gifted Yum a cursed corpse identical to this one. Satoru nodded in agreement. Recalling that Yum had been particularly fond of that cursed entity, nearly inseparable from it. Satoru, let it go. It seems to want to descend. Noticing the cursed corpse starting to struggle, Suguru quickly tapped Satoru's shoulder. Upon releasing his grip, the cursed entity gracefully landed, shook itself, and flapped its wings, taking to the air and circling them a few times. Let us proceed, as it soared ahead briefly, glancing back as if to beckon them onward. Satoru was the first to follow suit, saying nothing further. The trio trailed after the cursed entity, traversing the fields of pink mully grass, feeling the gentle tickle against their skin. However, after an indeterminate duration, they realized the surrounding scenery was becoming increasingly desolate, and the light grew dimmer until engulfed in darkness. Ku! The cursed entity halted, turning to them and emitting a soft call. Ignoring Satoru's sarcastic remark about the hawk sounding like a chick, Shoko reached out to embrace the cursed corpse. Are we meant to continue forward? Nodding, the cursed entity fluttered its wings, its form gradually becoming translucent before vanishing. With that, the three continued onward. We have arrived. The residual curse emanates from here. Satoru lowered his sunglasses for a closer inspection and nodded affirmatively after a moment. A chilling breeze swept through, revealing a small hill that ominously materialized in the dim light. Thud! Satoru stepped on something hard and glanced down to find a bloodstained spiral button. Silence enveloped them, as it was evident they all recognized the true nature of the hill. It was a sight that could rend one's heart asunder. Countless corpses of Tsukumo Yum lay carelessly piled, an unfathomable number sufficient to form a mound. They lingered in the moment of their demise, pierced by bullets, with gaping wounds in their midsections, deep lacerations around their necks, nearly severing their heads. Despite the varied ways in which they met their ends, the commonality among these lifeless forms was that they all lay with half-closed eyelids, gazing with vacant, dark eyes, allowing the still wet blood to pool within their gaze. This was the graveyard of the failures known as Tsukumo Yum, a haphazard accumulation of lifeless bodies. The ghastly sight of their unblinking faces seemed to either mourn her failure or mock her inadequacy. Yum. The name that had long been buried on the tip of his tongue felt as heavy as lead. Suguru clenched his fists tightly, unable to utter a word. Shoko lowered her head, her brown locks obscuring her face, yet the atmosphere surrounding her was a tumult of emotions, sorrow, anger, and helplessness. Removing his sunglasses, Satoru's expression was inscrutable as he slowly raised his gaze to the summit of the hill. There, a flickering light shone, accompanied by a faint sound that echoed persistently. Suddenly, the light intensified, enveloping the trio in a radiant glow, and the scene began to unravel before their eyes. It was a memory from a prior cycle. Upon encountering the familiar tableau, Satoru adjusted his sunglasses once more and relaxed. Chapter 36. Do not blame yourself. This mission was perilously close. Had it not been for Senior Yum, I might not have made it through. With a bandage wrapped around his head and a plaster on his face, Yuji Itadori scratched his head, his cheerful demeanor belying the life-and-death crisis he had just faced. Yet, no matter what, treating wounds while exorcising cursed spirits was far too reckless. Yum, you nearly exhausted your cursed energy. Standing at the foot of the bed with arms crossed, Shoko spoke to the girl reclining against the bed in an unusually serious tone. It's nothing to worry about, though she obediently closed her eyes as she was reprimanded. Yum showed no hesitation. Compared to me, Yuji and Nanami are far more important. I'm just glad you're all safe. In response to their earnest admonitions, Yum calmly uttered words that left everyone perplexed. Such sentiments sounded utterly strange, prompting frowns from those present. That was far too reckless, Senior Yum. Nanami Kento, also bandaged similarly, expressed his disapproval. Yum, please start valuing yourself more. Observing the black-haired girl's bewildered expression, as if she had no comprehension of her misstep, Suguru sighed deeply and ruffled her hair. All right, though she truly didn't understand, Yum smiled and acquiesced to their concerns. Sigh. Shoko rubbed her temples. Isn't this complete misunderstanding? All our words are in vain. Nanami looked equally exhausted as he departed with Yuji, who appeared utterly lost. After all, Yum is rather dim-witted. As expected, it was the sharp-tongued Satoru who delivered the final blow. Satoru, that rude fellow needs to write a reflection. Suguru chuckled as he tugged at Satoru's collar, clearly still holding a grudge over the incident a few days prior when Satoru had pushed the responsibility onto him. The most repugnant form of jealousy is embodied in men. As Jay released his grip, the warm scene momentarily left the three spectators behind the curtain in a daze. However, as the cacophony subsided, the screen darkened, only to transition into other segments. It was as though time was fast-forwarded at 80 times the normal speed. When they reopened their eyes, everyone had matured into adulthood. Yet within the original quartet, one was conspicuously absent. As Christmas approached, the atmosphere on the streets became increasingly vibrant, with crowds swelling in number. Wait a moment. Fresh from completing her task, Yunquan Yingyue halted mid-stride, disbelief washing over her as she turned abruptly, scanning the throngs of people until her gaze fixed upon a figure so familiar it threatened to bring her to tears. Hold on, Jay. As Yunquan Yingyue pursued that silhouette into a narrow alley, she realized her coat, draped over her arm, had long since fallen away. Yet, she cared not for such trivialities. Whatever notions of defection or evasion were irrelevant. I have but one question for you. Are you truly going to proceed with tomorrow's South Night Parade of 100 Demons? Gazing at the person who had turned to face her, aside from the cascading long hair gathered into a half-bun and a significantly taller stature, every detail remained unchanged. Particularly that familiar smile, which prompted Yunquan Yingyue to furrow her brow and question with uncharacteristic intensity, Jay. It is too late, Yingyue. Inquiring about such matters now serves no purpose. The once gentle classmate now stood before her, exuding an aura akin to the ocean, serene on the surface, yet harboring tumultuous chaos beneath, threatening to upend the entire world. I intend to establish a realm solely for sorcerers. Those monkeys hold no significance. Yunquan Yingyue fell silent, refraining from responding. The weather is quite frigid. It would be wise to return home soon. This was an unpleasant reunion, the weight of the conversation heavy upon them. Although she had initiated this encounter, Jay felt it was time to end it. Moreover, clad only in a sweater, she would surely be cold in such gusty winds. Jay had changed, yet paradoxically, he had not. The scarf, imbued with warmth, rested around her neck, obscuring the lower half of her face and shielding her from the howling chill. In that instant, Yunquan Yingyue truly comprehended this transformation. The fragile edifice of reason crumbled, revealing that he no longer cast gentle glances toward the ordinary. Just as Jay contemplated turning away, Yunquan Yingyue seized the hem of his garment. In the surprise reflected in his eyes, she raised her hand high. Angry? Was she about to strike him? Although astonished by this unexpected fervor from someone typically serene, Jay made no move to evade. When he had resolutely departed, it was her absence that he regretted most, and though he had encountered Satoru afterward, he had deflected all inquiries regarding her. It was only natural for her to feel anger now, as it seemed he had never regarded her as a friend. He was in the wrong. With this realization, Jay narrowed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending slap. Yet, as her hand descended with undeniable force, it ultimately landed upon her own cheek. A sharp crack resounded momentarily, and Jay stared in astonishment at the crimson imprint blossoming on her face. Witnessing this, the Jay outside the frame clenched his fists until his knuckles whitened. I understand. Raising her head, Yunquan Yingyue's gentle smile echoed the familiarity of years gone by. You should return quickly, Jay. It may snow soon. The roles of the instigator had now reversed. Turning away, she waved her hand, concealing her expression from Jay. I'm sorry. Jay's voice was laden with complexity. Yunquan Yingyue faltered in her steps, but uttered nothing, continuing onward, creating an ever-widening chasm between them. Once out of Jay's sight, she turned into a narrow lane, retreated a few steps, and leaned against the wall, raising her scarf to cover half her face. Seeking warmth, the warm tears cascaded down, absorbed into the gray scarf, vanishing in an instant. With her head bowed, she clenched her teeth, struggling to contain the urge to weep. Foolish Jay, it is I who should apologize. I'm sorry for being weak. I'm sorry for leaving you alone once more. Jay remained silent, watching the scene unfold as if it were a tale entirely divorced from his own existence. The outcome aligned with his expectations. He observed as he abandoned everyone, including Yunquan Yingyue, gradually treading a path toward ruin, only to be redeemed once again by a twist of fate at the brink of despair. Yunquan Yingyue endeavored to prevent his self-deceptive suffering, shouldering the burden of tragedy that was rightfully his to bear. It was his karmic debt, yet it ultimately settled upon her shoulders. Useless, Jay berated himself inwardly. As the image darkened and transitioned to the next scene, Satoru placed a hand on his shoulder, offering silent companionship. Kairi gently shook her head at him. Do not blame yourself, she said. Yingyue will be saddened. Chapter 37. Faith. How profound can the faith of an individual be? Perhaps not very much. The power it generates may only alter oneself. But what of 10 individuals? 100? 1,000? Tens of thousands? Even billions? In the pitch-black desolation surrounding them, disjointed sounds coalesced into a cacophony, comprised of both male and female voices, some filled with anguish, others with excitement. Shin Air and Mama Hui, you must find happiness. No. No, my tiger. My tiger. Bitter summer, too bitter, coughing blood. Countless individuals wept for their tragic fates, nurturing the hope that they might find joy and contentment. As the number of those wishing for their happiness grew, so did the fervor of that sentiment, ultimately crystallizing into an obsession. Yunquan Yingyue emerged from this wellspring of emotion, akin to a cursed spirit, yet entirely distinct. It could be argued that this is an inescapable loop. Yunquan Yingyue was birthed from the fervent desire to save them. Yet should they attain happiness, causing that obsession to dissipate, she would cease to exist. Her demise was inevitable. As long as the resolution remained unfulfilled, she would eternally reincarnate, created a new time and again, ensnared by her own false mission, never to find peace. A mere tool. As they beheld the black-haired girl, newly reconstructed from the radiance, curled up in slumber, the three present could not help but think of this term. Like characters in a game, utilized to the utmost in pursuit of a happy ending. Necessary deaths? Nonsense. Satoru scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. His azure eyes devoid of warmth as he regarded the figure on screen. He could not fathom that those who, mere moments before their departure, were filled with reluctance, could genuinely sever all ties and depart without a trace of longing. The girl lay upon her bed, having taken considerable time to compose herself. Upon noticing the alarm clock on the table, her eyes widened, and she snatched her coat before dashing out the door. This time, Yunquan Yingyue did not enroll in the high school. No one recognized her. As he walked along the path, the lingering taste of the cursed spirit he had just consumed still enveloped his tongue, prompting Geto to instinctively cover his mouth. The muscles in his slender neck taut with tension. He dared not relax, as if the next moment would bring forth a wave of nausea. Despite the discomfort, his steps remained steady, betraying no sign of weakness. To an outsider, he appeared merely as a youth lost in thought while walking. Suddenly, a gentle hand landed upon his shoulder, so soft that he might have missed it had it not been for his keen intuition. Yet, even in his distraction, he could not overlook the approach of an ordinary person. Silently, he summoned his muscles to their optimal state, prepared for any eventuality, and narrowed his eyes cautiously as he turned around. A girl stood there, breathless, her head bowed so that her features were obscured, her disheveled attire suggesting she had endured a long journey. She presented something to Suguru, and lowering his gaze, he discovered a piece of chewing gum nestled in her palm. Its wrapper adorned with a round, plump green apple. Please, consume this. Her voice trembled, as if harboring an ocean of sorrow, on the verge of breaking down. Just for yourself, please eat it. In an instant, a thought flickered through Suguru's mind. This seemingly delicate girl might not be quite right in the head. Ah, thank you, he replied. Refusing her might lead to complications, so he smiled, accepted the gum, and turned to leave. After putting some distance between them, Suguru cast a discreet glance over his shoulder, only to find the girl still standing there, head bowed, strands of hair obscuring her expression, oblivious to the passers-by who brushed against her shoulder, causing her to stumble. See, I told you it would be troublesome. Huh, did you encounter someone peculiar? Satoru Gojo lounged over the table, his sunglasses precariously perched on his nose, only to have them snatched away by Shoko Irie, who promptly donned them herself. Well, you did return this to me. After a brief exchange, Suguru disregarded Satoru's teasing gaze and retrieved the gum from his pocket. Observing it closely, he discerned through the residual cursed energy that it had indeed come from an ordinary person, allowing Satoru to relax as he leaned back in his chair. How could it be that she has fallen for you at first sight? Satoru relished the prospect of orchestrating romantic entanglements for his friends. So, will you accept it? I mean, will you eat it? In response to the spectacle, Shoko interjected, eager to join in. Two pairs of teasing eyes fell upon him, and Suguru shook his head, a reluctant smile gracing his lips as he tossed the gum into a nearby trash bin. Not a chance. Chapter 38, Lost and Found in the Darkness. Images flickered and transformed, replaying Yunquan Yingyue's most agonizing yet cherished memories, failures repeated, and reunions relived. Even in her obliteration, the regret of not saving them burned fiercely within her. Yingyue. The name surged to her tongue, only to be buried deep within her heart as Shoko Irie continued to gaze at the flickering images. They say that man is the architect of his own fate, and a sardonic smile graced Yunquan's lips, yet here I am, a plaything of destiny. In the void of darkness, all she possessed were the fleeting moments spent with them, each treasured as if cradled in her palms, offering a modicum of solace. I'm sorry for forcing you to endure this cycle with me so many times. It's all my fault for being so powerless. Time and again, she had exhausted her cursed energy to reverse time, and a sense of helplessness began to swell within her. Why, if I cannot save them? Yunquan opened her eyes, her dark irises filled with profound confusion. Then what is the purpose of my existence? Such notions, after all, were inherently trivial. A lifeless voice countered her spiraling self-doubt. No, it is not something inconsequential. Ignoring the sudden emergence of the voice, Yunquan murmured frantically, as though desperate to validate something to it. She could not recall when it began, but within the relentless cycle, Yunquan developed a twisted conviction that she must save them, even at the cost of sacrificing everything she held dear. That is the entirety of my existence. Without it, I would have no reason to exist at all. Lost in her thoughts, her expression vacant, She stared at her hands, drowning in deep melancholy. Enough. Cease this nonsensical talk of meaning. To her surprise, it was Suguru who first objected. He fixed his gaze on the fragile figure of Yunquan, his tone resolute, even though no one else could hear him. The purpose of your existence is to meet us, to live joyfully as the unique individual you are, Yunquan Yingyue, and not to engage in some absurd rescue. As she beheld Yunquan's state, the voice fell silent, dissipating like a fleeting mirage. Do not. Something within her mind was gently extracted, and the past gradually faded beneath a shroud of fog. Yunquan panicked, reaching out for the light, yet her eyelids grew heavier. This is all I have left. Do not take away the only thing I possess. I beg you. Abruptly, the images vanished, plunging the world once more into darkness. As if all memories had concluded their playback, the girl's pleas echoed hauntingly in the silence, and none of the three dared to utter a word. Cursed sorcerers do not die without regrets. Yaga Masamichi fixed his gaze on the dark-haired girl before him, his emotions obscured behind the dark lenses of his glasses. You speak true, Master Yaga. Yunquan fell silent for a moment, seemingly gathering her thoughts, then slowly raised the corners of her mouth into a soft smile. One cannot balance all aspects of life. No matter the choice, regret will inevitably follow. Thus, I choose to focus on the present. For the ethereal regrets of the future shall not serve as a barrier to my current existence. Enough. Unexpectedly, it was Satoru Gojo, who had remained excessively quiet. Breaking the cycle of memories, he waved his hand, releasing a delicate flicker of cursed energy, meticulously controlled to avoid any destruction while dispelling the images. As the recollections faded, the hill of corpses followed suit, swept away like sand by the wind, vanishing in the blink of an eye. At the end of the darkness, a small fissure appeared before the trio, emanating a warm, orange glow, and within lay a sleeping child, around 3 or 4 years old, with cascading black hair, barely reaching the height of Satoru's knees, yet possessing a familiar visage that tugged at the heartstrings. In an instant, a certain white-haired figure leaned closer. Tisk. Shoko Irie expressed her discontent, while Suguru remained silent, though his gaze was decidedly dangerous. Neither could seize the opportunity from the unreasonably swift Satoru, and thus, they awaited his return with the child. Wow, she's so incredibly soft. Shoko, do you think if I apply just a little pressure, she might break? Despite having memories of caring for Megami Fushiguro, he had never held a child before, and since that boy would never permit it, Satoru decided to simply cradle Yunquan in his arms, drawing her close to his chest as she continued to slumber. The position may have been peculiar, but it must be said, he successfully sheltered all that needed protection, and Shoko permitted it. Yet Suguru would not indulge him. What are you doing, Geto? As he gazed at the person before him, arms outstretched, Satoru Gojo appeared to ponder for a moment, only to be struck by sudden alarm. You can't possibly be wanting a hug from me too. For heaven's sake, Geto, that's quite revolting. The veins on his forehead pulsated wildly. However, Suguru Geto, lacking both the energy and inclination to indulge Gojo's antics, promptly delivered a sharp rap to his head. Did you not notice how Yum was frowning? She seems uncomfortable. Cradling the chubby child in his arms, Geto emulated a neighborly aunt he had conversed with earlier, gently patting Yum's back. The little one, already in a deep slumber, sank into an even more tranquil sleep, her cherubic face resting on Geto's shoulder, her skin, a delicate shade of rosy white, contrasting beautifully with the dark fabric of his school uniform. Look, Shoko. Geto has truly transformed into a dad. Prodding Yum's soft cheek, Gojo could not help but comment on Geto's overabundance of maternal affection, ensuring that his voice was loud enough for all to hear without disturbing the sleeping child. Yet, Geto's mood was so exceptionally buoyant that he could hardly be bothered to engage in banter. In contrast, Shoko Idari turned to Gojo, her expression earnest. Shouldn't you explain these matters? Chapter 39. Welcome back at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Masamichi Yaga was, as usual, working on his wool felt in the office when a sudden noise at the door caused him to falter, nearly pricking his own hand. 3 truant students barged into his office, casually greeting him before swaggering over to the sofa to take a seat. Yaga, unfazed, merely assumed they were about to write an apology. The brazen manner in which they flaunted their truancy, devoid of any remorse, led him to believe that if he did not assert his authority, these first-year students might truly disregard school regulations. However, as Gojo stepped aside, revealing the figure of Geto obscured behind him, Yaga's half-formed wool felt fell to the floor, the sound of the silver needle clattering unmistakably audible. How does one perceive the mysterious 4-hour disappearance of 3 students, only to return with a child in tow? Yaga had heard that forums had developed remarkably, where any troublesome issue could be posted and addressed with various suggestions and solutions. He felt compelled to seek counsel online. He even had a title in mind. However, he could not disclose that these were his own students. He could not afford such embarrassment. Gojo, without hesitation, rummaged through a pile of cursed corpses, extracting one that resembled a lion, only to be met with a swift smack to his hand from Yaga, causing him to grimace in pain. Wow, that's quite harsh. Ignoring Gojo's woeful expression, Yaga retrieved the cursed corpse that had fallen from Gojo's grasp, placing it back before selecting a smaller rabbit and handing it to the peacefully sleeping Yum. All right, Satoru, here's your chance for an explanation. In the expansive office, Gojo knelt in the center, his typically imposing figure appearing diminutive and awkward, an uncharacteristic sheen of sweat trickling down his face. His smile faltered completely upon meeting Shoko's piercing gaze and Yaga's stern countenance. Geto, save me. Gojo abruptly turned to his friend, signaling for assistance. Unfortunately, the lifeline he sought offered him not even a glance. Geto was entirely focused on gently freeing Yum's hair from where it was pressed against her face. His movements tender and deliberate, determined not to tug painfully at her scalp. He even refused to relinquish her, opting to keep her in his arms rather than place her onto the softer sofa. Geto, it's not an exaggeration to say you've truly become a dad. Gojo turned back, adjusting his posture even more formally and raising his hand discreetly. Could I at least sit on the sofa? Don't push your luck, hurry up. All right then, the situation, while complex, could also be simplified. To preserve the integrity of the timeline, the world consciousness had sealed Yum's memories and abilities. The closed-loop world did not welcome outsiders. Consequently, Shoko's reversal technique would be less effective on Yum, explaining why ordinary people exhibited such aversion towards her. As for reading minds, Yum's intent was merely to hear the wishes of everyone in this world, in order to better save them. Initially, Yum could hear the thoughts of all, including theirs. However, the world consciousness suppressed her ability, blocking out those connected to her, the very people she sought to save. Naturally, this meant Yum could not perceive the thoughts of those who were sorcerers, leading her to mistakenly believe her powers were ineffective against them. In truth, this was also why she could not hear the heart of the ordinary Mikihira Kuroe. As for Yum's return at some point, Gojo found himself seated on the floor. His long legs curled beneath him, his strikingly white eyelashes fluttering as he pointed to himself. Actually, it was me. No, the three of us cursed her, forcing her to stay. So in essence, she is now a cursed spirit, Gojo proclaimed with a smile, spreading his hands wide. The room fell into a profound silence. That's a terrible joke. Satoru. Shoko rolled her eyes. Even Geto shot him a look of exasperation. If she were truly a cursed spirit, wouldn't we have noticed? There was no question that Yum was, without a doubt, human at present. Is it really that bad? Gojo covered his mouth, his vibrant blue eyes reflecting disbelief, appearing genuinely disheartened. If Yum were awake, she would undoubtedly be tricked by him again, naively coaxing him with comforting words. Alas, Yum remained in slumber. Fine. No one indulges me. Gojo pouted. The curse altered the essence of Yum's existence, shifting from saving to encountering us, with all that needed to be said expressed. Gojo rose from the floor and made his way to the sofa. That said, don't forget your apology, Satoru. This time, I expect you to write 10,000 words. Yaga resumed his work on the wool felt, issuing a warning to Gojo, who was attempting to poke Yum's face from afar. Hey, why? His outstretched hand was swatted away by Geto, who was protective of Yum. Ignoring the pain from his hand, Gojo inquired about the reasoning. Truancy and unauthorized actions. Don't try to argue. You were clearly the ringleader. Truly a teacher, capable of silencing Gojo with mere words. Shoko and Geto averted their gazes, pretending to be uninvolved, albeit with a hint of guilt. Satoru, perhaps you should occasionally heed Principal Yaga's advice. Yet, Geto had not entirely succumbed to the role of caretaker. He attempted to mediate, casting a glance at Gojo, conveying a silent message to comply with Yaga. However, if Gojo were to obey so easily, he might as well change his name. Don't be so angry, Yaga-sensei. Wrinkles will start showing on your face. You're beginning to age. Who is to blame for that? Suddenly rising, Yaga's fist landed on Gojo's head, releasing a sigh of frustration that left him feeling invigorated. Geto, Yaga called out. Remember, I am still your teacher. Show me some respect as the current principal. Moreover, I have arranged for the vegetables you brought back, namely Saika and Miko. They will grow up healthy and happy, eventually enrolling in the vocational school. Upon finishing his words, he lowered his gaze, seemingly observing the girl nestled in Suguru Geto's arms, soundly asleep. His large hand came to rest upon Yuki Tsukumo's head, gently ruffling her hair. The warmth and sense of security evoked a lingering attachment within the slumbering Yuki, prompting her to subconsciously nuzzle against his touch. Welcome back. Chapter 40. Awakening. Why hasn't Yuki awakened yet? At 7 in the evening, Suguru Geto pushed open the door to Satoru Gojo's dormitory. Although Yuki's room had been tidied up, they were still uneasy about leaving her alone, so for the time being, She was sharing a bed with Shoko Iori. Just moments ago, Suguru had checked on Yuki's condition. Her breathing remained steady, and her sleep was undisturbed, showing no signs of change. Having slept for an entire day, Suguru felt a wave of concern wash over him, especially considering that Yuki was still just a child. He decided to consult Satoru, Shoko Iori, with unwavering resolve. Made the call. He must certainly possess some insight. Is it possible for her to awaken? Noticing his friend's anxiety, Satoru casually tossed a handful of sugar cubes into his coffee, turning back with a look of bewilderment. Didn't I mention it before? Suguru squinted, dark clouds of mist swirling ominously behind him, his expression one of urgency, as if a cursed spirit would soon pounce if he failed to provide an explanation. All right, I'll explain. Yuki is quite healthy. It's just that her condition is still somewhat unstable, and she is replenishing her energy through sleep. Stirring his coffee absent-mindedly with a small spoon, Satoru offered a brief clarification on the critical points. If you wish to see her awaken, you could try channeling some cursed energy. Although I haven't tried it before. Theoretically it should work. You, or Shoko, any of us could do it. After all, we are all linked by this curse. Setting down the spoon, Satoru took a sip of his coffee, then decisively placed the cup down without a hint of nostalgia. With all this sugar, it's not even sweet. It's worse than drinking strawberry milk, don't you think? He turned to find the space beside the door empty, the person having vanished without a trace. That was quick. I suppose I'll join in the excitement as well. Finishing the last sip of his coffee, Satoru rose, brushing off non-existent wrinkles from his clothing. After all, having just completed a task, it was only natural to take a moment to rest. Awaken. Energy coalesced into a warm current, coursing through her limbs, alleviating fatigue, and reinvigorating her heavy thoughts. Awaken. Her eyelashes fluttered, and Yuki Tsukumo emerged from her prolonged slumber. They are waiting for you. She awakened. The girl on the bed slowly opened her eyes, prompting Shoko to lower her voice instinctively. What color were her eyes? Suguru was taken aback as he discerned a change. No longer did they gleam like obsidian. Yuki's eyes had transformed into a bluish-gray hue, a soft azure glow swirling within, obscured by a veil of mist from her recent slumber. As she perceived the two men and one woman encircling her, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over her. Though she could not recall them, the expressions on their faces were peculiar, teetering between tears and laughter. Yuki sat up, her fair complexion radiating stark weariness. Was she afraid? Having just awoken, her cognitive faculties were significantly dulled. Though she could not recall anything, she did not wish to witness their sorrow. Feeling as though a heavy stone lodged within her chest rendered her breathless. Do not be afraid, I will protect you. Yuki stifled a large yawn, rubbed her eyes, and murmured as she extended her little hand to shield the person before her. The unexpected nature of her first words left her companions momentarily stunned, who had prepared to introduce themselves. In the next instant, she was gently embraced. Suguru held her with utmost care, burying his face in the crook of her neck. Now that she was nearly awake, Yuki pondered deeply, yet her mind remained a blank slate, void of memories. He was indeed frightened. However, it was all right. Having someone by her side would surely ease the burden. Despite their first encounter, Yuki did not resist Suguru's embrace, even lightly patting his back, as if to comfort him, wishing for his well-being. It was she who provided solace. This would not do. Realizing this, Suguru quickly reined in his emotions and released Yuki. Do you remember us? Satoru squatted down, poking Yuki's cheek playfully. I do not remember. Allowing Satoru's antics to continue, Yuki shook her head honestly. Well, I expected as much. Satoru, somewhat disappointed, withdrew his hand under Suguru's watchful gaze. Listen carefully. Your name is Yuki Tsukumo, a sorcerer and a first-year student at the vocational school. You are our peer, and due to a cursed spirit's technique, you have lost your memories and regressed in age, but you are currently in the process of recovery. A cascade of words flowed from Satoru, a prearranged explanation, for he could not guarantee that Yuki would recall her past. Thus, they had conspired in advance to avoid any potential slip-ups. I see. Yuki nodded, seemingly accepting the truth they presented with ease. However, the three could discern that Yuki remained unmoved. She accepted whatever they said without concern for the actual facts. She simply trusted them, even in the absence of her memories. Are you hungry? After introducing herself, Shoko gently touched Yuki's forehead. Before Yuki could respond, the sound of her stomach growling echoed through the quiet dormitory. Reaching the ears of the three, Yuki patted her soft belly, offering a shy smile, her cheeks tinged with pink. Yes, I am hungry. Her childish voice, tinged with bashfulness, rang out. How adorable. The three of them fell silent, their faces instinctively covering their expressions in unison. The cafeteria's refrigerator had dwindled in supplies, prompting Satoru to order takeout. The well-balanced children's meal appeared delectable, yet perhaps due to just waking, Yuki struggled to grasp the chopsticks, dropping them into the bowl after several attempts. Ultimately, she resorted to using a spoon. However, as she dined, an unexpected situation arose. Suguru was the first to notice something amiss. Yuki's movements grew increasingly sluggish until the spoon clattered down into the bowl. She summoned her last vestiges of strength to swallow the rice in her mouth before collapsing into sleep. With a resigned sigh, Suguru supported Yuki's head, which threatened to plunge into the plate, cradling her in his arms. He accepted the tissue offered by Shoko, wiping away the soup that had splattered on her face and the grains of rice clinging to the corners of her mouth. Indeed, allowing her to sleep more is beneficial. The unfolding scenario matched Suguru's expectations precisely as Satoru donned his sunglasses. While channeling cursed energy is an option, the best approach would be to let her sort through the chaos on her own. If all goes well, she could return to her former self in about 4 months. Is that so? Shoko gazed at the peacefully slumbering Yuki nestled in Suguru's embrace and, after a brief pause, could not resist the urge to stroke her hair. It's time she received a proper rest. Chapter 41. Starting anew after all, with the timeline reversed and a fresh start. There were numerous tasks to be accomplished ahead of time, coupled with their missions. Even though they had minimized academic burdens under the guidance of Yaga, the trio still found themselves with ample responsibilities to attend to. Due to her frequent late returns to the dormitory, Iiri Shoko inadvertently disrupted the slumber of Yuzuki Akayame. Although Yuzuki bore no resentment towards the interruption of her rest, she was rather concerned about whether Iiri might be feeling fatigued or overwhelmed. After some deliberation among the group, they resolved to escort her back to her own dormitory. Despite Yuzuki's outwardly mature demeanor, she remained a child, both physically and emotionally. As for whether she might feel frightened alone, Satoru Gojo snapped his fingers and conceived a splendid idea. Observing Gojo approaching with outstretched arms and a mischievous grin, Yuzuki tilted her head and raised her arms, allowing him to lift her with ease. Hello, Teacher Yaga. Aren't you always crafting these toys? You must be adept at making something to amuse a child, Gojo boldly exclaimed as he barged into Yaga Yoshinobu's office, holding Yuzuki aloft before him. Yaga remained silent, locking eyes with Yuzuki, whose legs dangled in midair. Hello, Teacher Yaga, Yuzuki greeted obediently, struggling to lift her small hand in a wave. Yaga nodded, accepting Yuzuki and placing her beside a pile of cursed corpses, before rising and mercilessly tightening his grip around Gojo's neck. Do not take advantage of the absence of Jujutsu and Shoko to tease Akayame. She is still a child. And show some respect for your teacher. Yuzuki, now clutching a stuffed bear, leaned against a large panda behind her, oblivious to the surrounding commotion as she began to close her eyes and feign sleep. Oh, do not be so serious. Once released, Gojo adjusted his crumpled collar, seemingly undeterred by the recent scolding, his tone remaining irreverent. By the way, if possible, please do create that custom version. Leaning in close to Yaga's ear, he whispered a description, ultimately pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket to illustrate his idea in a whimsical doodle. Yaga stared at the paper in Gojo's hand, remaining silent for an entire minute. Gojo, until you finalize this, I prefer you not to appear in front of me. This statement implied agreement. Why? Gojo protested. Thank you. Teacher Yaga, left to contemplate his words that deemed the idea rather ugly, which the three of them had collectively decided upon. Yuzuki rearranged the cursed corpses she had disturbed and approached Yaga, giving him a hug. Though her height and reach were insufficient, she could only wrap her arms around his calves. I want one too, Gojo chimed in, seemingly no longer conflicted, as he pointed at himself with a grin. Gojo, Yaga interjected, lifting Yuzuki from the ground and preventing her from truly embracing Gojo. He regarded this troublesome student, who remained obstinately difficult regardless of how many times they met, with a complex gaze concealed behind his sunglasses. Akayame has yet to recover. For now, no one will indulge you like this. Gojo's expression stiffened. Has today's Gojo cat lost favor? Indeed. No mercy. The cursed corpses were not yet completed, so Yuzuki would temporarily have to share a bed with Iiri Shoko. However, an unexpected event soon unfolded that left even Gojo astounded. That afternoon, while Gojo was in Yaga's office, Iiri had her own matters to attend to. Thus the responsibility of caring for Yuzuki and taking her to eat naturally fell to Suguru Geto. Yet, before Gojo could broach any serious topics, the office door swung open abruptly. What is the matter? Suguru's expression was grave, his amethyst-like eyes betraying visible anxiety as he interrupted Gojo. Akayame is missing. Something is approaching. Startled from her dreams, Yuzuki abruptly opened her eyes, sitting up but staring blankly. Hurry, we need to help. Amidst the cheerful laughter, silver glimmering in the sun, and the vibrant crimson spread, a familiar, carefree smile flashed before her. Yet, there were also lifeless bodies amidst the ruins. Hurry. Barefoot and heedless of her shoes, Yuzuki staggered towards the outside of the dormitory. Gojo stood, removing his sunglasses, his piercing azure eyes as cold as 3 feet of ice. Calm down, Suguru. We can sense her. Realizing that Yuzuki was still within the Jujutsu High, Gojo felt a measure of relief wash over him. At this, Suguru also regained his composure, forcibly setting aside his initial bewilderment. Once he pinpointed Yuzuki's location, his expression turned dire. Why did she go back to the place where she was attacked during the previous Star Plasma mission at Jujutsu High's barrier? Memories flashed back, strange silhouettes intertwined with heart-wrenching cries, stirring chaos within Yuzuki's mind. It's all right. Do not be afraid. Uncertain of whom she was comforting, Yuzuki slowly raised her hand, fingers interlaced. I will survive. I will live together with everyone. Domain expansion. A delicate, bony hand enveloped Yuzuki's, halting her intention to unleash her technique. The strongest is here. It's fine. Leave it to us. Crouching down, Gojo gently applied pressure, releasing Yuzuki's clasped hands. Yuzuki lifted her gaze, the misty glaze in her eyes gradually clearing. We will do it again. We must. In the next moment, she drowsily closed her eyes once more, swaying gently as she fell into Gojo's embrace. Carrying Yuzuki back to the dormitory, Suguru tucked her under a small blanket, observing the furrowed brow of Yuzuki. Even in slumber, Gojo suddenly recalled something and casually shared with Suguru, who sat at the bedside. By the way, Suguru, I haven't mentioned that Megami's biological mother did not pass away shortly after giving birth to him, as previously thought. Having heard Megami speak of his mother and subsequent events, Suguru pondered briefly and discerned a discrepancy. Are you saying indeed, Fushiguro Toji has turned over a new leaf, embracing the role of a devoted husband, and the three of them are living harmoniously together? Pouting slightly, Gojo seemed somewhat nauseated by his own words, unable to fathom that man managing household affairs. Thus, the matters concerning Rika's younger sister will be resolved without issue. Suguru relaxed his previously furrowed brow, relieved that they no longer needed to worry about premature arrangements. It was indeed good news. Is this your wish? Shifting his gaze back to Yuzuki, Suguru brushed her warm forehead, wiping away the fine sheen of cold sweat. I will not squander your efforts. As Suguru stood, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Gojo. I will protect you well. Chapter 42. Cotton Candy. Yuzuki slept soundly until the following morning. At 9 o'clock, she rubbed her eyes and sat up, only to find a flawless, handsome face occupying her entire field of vision. Finally awake, Suguru, entering with a cup of water, seized Gojo by the collar, preventing his eager advance. Behave yourself, Gojo, let her wake up a bit first. Clutching the water cup offered by Suguru, Yuzuki gulped down most of it and tilted her head in puzzlement. Is there something going on? You could have just woken me up directly. So early in the morning. The two had come to find her, and from their tone, it seemed they had been waiting for quite some time. Could it be that there was a holiday today? Satoru Gojo appeared to have discovered something amusing, mimicking her actions with a tilted head, yet remaining silent. He accepted the now empty cup from Yuta, who had been blocking his way, and with a sigh, Suguru Geto urged, Gojo, could you please step outside? You're quite the nuisance. Ignoring the childish tantrum behind him, Suguru gently ruffled Yuta's hair. Today, I'm taking Yuta out for some fun. The bustling amusement park in Tokyo was alive with noise, even on a weekday. Is Shoko not joining us? Due to the crowd, Yuta had initially intended to navigate the park independently, but Suguru effortlessly lifted him into his arms. Well, though I mentioned it, Shoko's exact words were. Satoru stroked his chin, deep in thought. As much as I'd love to join, I can't help but feel uneasy leaving Yuta in your care. I have pressing matters to attend to. With a flick of his fingers, a glinting surgical knife was aimed at Satoru, its cold blade reflecting off his face. Shoko's refined features, adorned with slight dark circles, grew even more frigid. If you cannot take care of her, do not ever show yourselves before her again. That was her precise statement. Satoru shrugged nonchalantly. You're surprisingly calm about this, Gojo. Relieved that he had covered Yuta's ears in time, Suguru sighed and released his grip, watching Yuta's bewildered expression. Shoko has an unexpected obligation today. So it's just the three of us. Yuta nodded in understanding. The entrance to the amusement park was a sea of humanity. But the moment Satoru revealed his VIP card, his stature seemed to grow significantly. In the end, it all comes down to me. With a boastful smirk, Satoru placed his hands on his hips, his nose almost elevated to the heavens. Which ride do you want to try, Yuta? After a brief discussion, Suguru took a step forward, completely ignoring Satoru, treating him as though he were invisible. Hey, is this what they mean by burning bridges? Satoru protested as he hurried to catch up with the two. Upon witnessing such a lively and intriguing environment for the first time, Yuta blinked in wonder, glancing left and right. The striking combination of two tall, handsome young men with a cute little girl was decidedly eye-catching. It's too crowded. With a casual wave of his hand, Satoru dispatched a low-level cursed spirit that had perched on a passerby's shoulder. He was certain he overheard the little girl behind them whispering that they must be a brother taking his sister out for a day of fun. Indeed, Suguru concurred, glancing down to see Yuta fixated on the nearest roller coaster. Would you like to go on it? Yuta slowly nodded, his gaze unwavering. 10 minutes later. Haha. Of course, I knew it would be a no-go. Satoru crouched down, laughing uncontrollably at Yuta's sudden despondency. Meanwhile, Suguru, who had always been protective of Yuta, merely covered his face, his shoulders trembling slightly, obscuring his expression. The reason was simple. The height restriction for the roller coaster was 1 meters, while Yuta stood only at 1 meter tall. It's just a roller coaster. I could always let you ride with a cursed spirit, which would be even safer. After laughing enough, Satoru scratched his head and scooped Yuta up into his arms, entirely disregarding his friend's thoughts. Gojo. Suguru's corner of his mouth twitched. Stop creating trouble for Teacher Yaga. Although Yuta couldn't partake in that ride, his attention was soon diverted to something else. As his gaze shifted, Suguru noticed a nearby shop surrounded by children. Gojo, Yuta, wait a moment. After informing the people ahead, Suguru turned and departed. With that, Satoru decided not to deprive himself of enjoyment and found a bench to sit on. For Yuta, it hardly mattered. He was content being cradled. Soon after, Suguru returned with something in hand. Here, he offered, handing Yuta a cotton candy, while gently advising, be careful of the stick. Although he had broken off the sharp ends and wrapped it in paper, Suguru remained somewhat uneasy. Satoru gazed at the oversized bunny-shaped cotton candy, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. After rummaging through distant memories, he realized something was amiss. He recalled that Yuta had given Suguru a bunny hair tie not long ago. Oh, how delightful that he didn't buy me one, Satoru lamented, his hands resting on the back of the bench, blinking his eyes pitifully. Gojo, you've already indulged in plenty of snacks. At this rate, it would be a miracle if he didn't end up with cavities. Suguru was unfazed and turned to remind Yuta that he had been holding the cotton candy for quite some time. Yuta, if you don't eat it soon, the cotton candy will melt away. Prompted by Suguru's words, Yuta nodded and reluctantly began to savor the treat. However, he raised the cotton candy before Suguru. It was bought by Suguru. The first bite is for him. Although he initially intended to decline, Suguru found himself unable to refuse when faced with Yuta's sparkling eyes. With a sigh, he accepted. Thank you. As expected, once Suguru finished his bite, Yuta offered the second piece to Satoru. To Suguru's surprise, Satoru only took a small bite and refrained from eating more. He had anticipated that Satoru would devour it eagerly and then tease Yuta with glee. How unexpectedly reliable. Suguru felt a mix of relief and disbelief well up within him. Once they had both finished, Yuta, with great anticipation, sank his teeth into the cotton candy. It melted in an instant, leaving behind a sweet flavor and a gentle sensation akin to clouds resting on his tongue. Delicious. Yuta squinted his eyes in visible delight. Seeing this, mischievous thoughts bubbled up in Satoru. Hey, little Yuta, can I have another bite? With a flutter of his long, white lashes, Satoru's azure eyes sparkled under the sunlight as he poked Yuta's chubby arm. This guy knows how to play cute, Suguru scoffed. Sure. Yuta slowly twisted the stick, positioning the considerable cotton candy towards Satoru. In one swift motion, Satoru took a big bite, devouring half of the bunny's ear and, in a single upward motion, managed to consume the lower half too. Watching his friend's satisfaction as he savored the sugary treat, Suguru began to ponder how best to deal with Satoru. Perhaps his curse preferred raw fare? Staring at the now-defaced bunny, Yuta's expression turned blank. Are you about to cry? Satoru, having finished the cotton candy in mere moments, seemed expectant. However, Yuta did not cry. Instead, he merely curled his lips into a gentle, all-encompassing smile and offered the cotton candy closer to Satoru. Do you like it that much, Gojo? You can have it all. Neither Satoru nor Suguru had anticipated this turn of events. Well, I suppose. Satoru smiled softly. No, I'm already satisfied. You should eat it, little Yuta. This guy always exuded such warmth, regardless of the moment. Gojo. Satoru Gojo flashed a radiant smile as he placed a hand on his shoulder, pressing down with increasing force until his fingertips turned white. Yunquan Yingyue, though unconcerned, did not mean to let it slide. That hurts. Stop it, Gojo. Chapter 43. Anger, what an imbecile. In a fit of exasperation, Satoru Gojo sneered, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth that caught the sunlight, glinting ominously. After purchasing something, he found himself unable to locate the person in a mere moment, causing his expression to darken. He could hardly believe that he had let someone slip away right under his nose due to a momentary lapse in vigilance. It was truly vexing. He had always been a stubborn fool, resistant to advice, unyielding in his convictions. Do you realize, Jay, that she looked at me with such pleading eyes, and yet remained unmoved? As memories of the earlier incident flooded back, Satoru felt as though he were boiling with rage, steam nearly rising from his head. He walked on, his relentless stream of grievances pouring forth without pause. He was torn between treating himself lightly and taking himself far too seriously, bearing the weight of everything alone. After working so hard to make progress, only to end up in this predicament again, the more he pondered, the angrier he became, and an oppressive aura enveloped him. A palpable black energy, so potent that passers-by instinctively kept their distance. Yagajui trailed behind him, choosing not to counter his complaints, a rare occurrence in itself. Instead responding with a magnetic chuckle of affirmation. Humph, we know her temperament all too well. After all, to befriend Satoru Gojo, one must possess a character that belies a superficial amiability. In fact, the aura he exuded now mirrored Gojo's own, though his smile had softened into a gentler demeanor. His gaze icy and formidable. Bad children who disregard their elders must be reprimanded. He stamped his foot in frustration, kicking up a cloud of dust, lowering his sunglasses. Satoru's steely gaze locked onto a small figure just ahead. Yunquan Yingyue knelt obediently on the ground, holding a lollipop in her hand as she comforted a sobbing little girl who was also crouched nearby. Though she was still a child herself, not even reaching Satoru's knee. A mere poke from his finger could send her tumbling. Satoru intended to stride over directly, but just as he lifted his foot, Yagajii placed a hand on his shoulder, shaking his head to stop him. Fear not, this is for you. Yunquan Yingyue smiled as she handed the lollipop to the little girl. Perhaps due to her gentle expression, the child gradually calmed down. Thank you, big sister, she sniffled, extending her chubby little hand to accept the enticing, translucent treat. Though, one must be cautious and not accept gifts from strangers. Newi. Suddenly, a young man appeared, his anxious expression dissipating upon spotting the little girl, replaced by a look of lingering dread. Daddy, the girl exclaimed, joyfully leaping into the young man's arms. Goodbye, big sister. As she waved farewell while nestled in her father's embrace, Yunquan Yingyue stood and reciprocated the gesture, her expression radiating an uncharacteristic softness for her age. It was a smile so familiar it seemed to transcend time. As she turned her back to the sun, the afternoon light cast a golden halo around her, creating a jarring contrast with her surroundings, as if she might vanish into the ether at any moment. Are you lost? A passerby, witnessing this scene, approached with the intention of reaching for Yunquan Yingyue's hand. However, Satoru swiftly interjected, enveloping her in his embrace. Where have you wandered off to, little Yingyue? You know, cats can perish from loneliness. Caught off guard by Satoru's sudden outburst, Yunquan Yingyue found herself turned around, facing him, as he pressed her head against his chest. The abruptness of the situation left her breathless and bewildered, staring at Satoru, who was lamenting that she no longer liked him, and she could only fumble to console him. Witnesses nearby were taken aback by the peculiar sight of a child attempting to soothe an adult. Slowly raising her gaze, her sunglasses slipping down her nose, Satoru's cold, indifferent eyes fell upon the bystander who had halted in their tracks, his ice-blue irises glinting with a warning akin to a dragon guarding its treasure. It's a rabbit. Isn't it? Yagajii stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Yunquan Yingyue, his expression and posture exuding a similar blend of caution and possession, while simultaneously teasing Satoru. You're being tedious, you're all the same. Muttering a retort, Satoru lifted Yunquan Yingyue, giving her a gentle nuzzle. Her snowy white hair was soft, making her shiver slightly. As he watched the onlooker retreat, Yagajui gradually averted his gaze. While Yunquan Yingyue had not strayed far, both men agreed that she needed a lesson. Didn't we agree you would wait for us? Why did you leave on your own? Satoru nodded in agreement, but cast a sidelong glance at Yagajui. You were just frowning, and now you appear quite gentle. Well, Gojo, it seems this role of playing the villain suits someone with a harsher temperament better. Yagajui smiled silently as he lifted Yunquan Yingyue from Satoru's embrace. Having lost both his companion and his resolve, Satoru stared at his empty hands, sticking out his tongue and making a face. Chapter 44. Fever. Though they had been quite irate before arriving, neither was willing to utter harsh words. I'm sorry. Without rushing to defend herself, Yunquan Yingyue bowed her head and acknowledged her mistake. I just heard a heartbreaking cry that felt so familiar. I can't quite recall, but I didn't want her to keep crying, so I found myself moving before I knew it, and then I was here. With her brow slightly furrowed in contemplation, Satoru suddenly clapped his hands, drawing her attention. All right. There's a parade coming up soon, and isn't that what you wanted to see? Let us hurry over. The grand parade was a cacophony of joyous music and vibrant performances, with Yunquan Yingyue perched on Satoru's shoulders, her eyes wide with wonder. As the festivities stretched into the night and approached 10 o'clock, Yagajui received a text from Kiru urging them to bring Yunquan Yingyue back to rest. Are we leaving? Yingyue? The girl, who had been gazing off into the distance, turned back and gently grasped his oversized lantern pants. Before we go, could you accompany me somewhere? It turned out to be a shop. Standing outside the gaudily decorated store, Satoru rested his chin in his hand, seemingly indifferent to the gazes directed their way. I had a wonderful time today. I hope to leave with a memento. Yunquan Yingyue pointed to the various souvenirs displayed inside, including those from Keiru. I shouldn't have wandered off this afternoon, so let me buy a keepsake. Having said that, Yunquan Yingyue retrieved a banknote from the inner pocket of her garment, extending her petite hand towards the two before her. After a brief silence, Wujiao was the first to inquire, "Where did you get this?" "It was given by teacher Yiya," Yunquan Yingyue obediently replied, resembling a diligent student responding in class. Wujiao and Ziyu Jie conjured an image of that scene, picturing the imposing figure of Yiya bestowing pocket money upon Yunquan Yingyue, akin to a concerned father fretting over his daughter, a strikingly familiar scenario indeed. With that in mind, the thought of not spending the money became quite appealing. After all, should she run out, Wujiao would be there to provide, allowing Yunquan Yingyue to request as much pocket money as she desired. The offerings ranged from toys to petite phone charms, and after several rounds of browsing, Wujiao finally paused at the section selling hairbands. To be frank, he had witnessed the staff restocking several times. The quality was commendable, but more importantly, it evoked memories from long ago. He merely sought to reclaim those fragmented, yet warm recollections. Naturally, Wujiao chose a cat-themed headband. Upon donning the white cat ears, they seamlessly blended in as if they were a part of him. Ziyu Jie shared a similar inclination, initially intending to select a different style, but as he turned, he felt a gentle tug from Yunquan Yingyue behind him. Before he could inquire, she pointed to the row of shelves behind them, the most striking of which featured a pair of black fox ears. Ziyu Jie stiffened and lowered his head, momentarily rendered speechless as they exchanged glances. After a considerable pause, he feigned nonchalance and turned away. Yet, halfway through the motion, he sensed a gentle tugging force that, while light enough to be easily shrugged off on a typical day, felt as if a boulder pinned him in place. Yunquan Yingyue gripped his fingers tightly, refusing to relent, even though the height was quite unfriendly to her short stature. And she stood on tiptoe, her legs trembling in fatigue. The intensity of the gazes behind them grew increasingly fervent, prompting a deep sigh from Ziyu Jie as he yielded. He couldn't fathom why Yingyue was so insistent. She was usually so gentle and unperturbed. He bent down and lifted her, allowing her to place the black fox ear headband atop her head. Truly, it was difficult to refuse. Yet, despite his words, the uncontrollable smile on his face betrayed his true feelings. "What on earth are you doing, Jie?" Wujiao observed with a deadpan expression, his piercing gaze seemingly ready to pierce his dear friend. After much deliberation, Yunquan Yingyue ultimately decided to select a rabbit headband for Inari Natsuko, mirroring her own choice. The soft lavender fur was delightful, reminiscent of her favorite flower, the February orchid. Upon returning to the Jujutsu High, Yunquan Yingyue had already nestled against Ziyu Jie's shoulder, soundly asleep. Inari Natsuko tidily arranged Yunquan Yingyue's things, changing her clothes and wiping her face before turning off the lights to rest. Come the early morning, Inari Natsuko was awakened by an intense heat. The girl in her arms had become a veritable human furnace, radiating warmth. She reached out to check her temperature, only to swiftly retract her hand, the abnormal heat lingering on her fingertips, leaving Inari Natsuko at a loss for how to react. One thing was clear, those two rascals could not be allowed to continue sleeping soundly in bed. Yunquan Yingyue had a fever. Her little face was flushed, buried beneath thick blankets, and even in her slumber, she furrowed her brow in discomfort. Typically, Jujutsu sorcerers are seldom unwell, but given Yunquan Yingyue's current instability, her weakened immune system rendered her susceptible. Moreover, after a tiring day at the amusement park and the seasonal change, these myriad factors compounded, leading to her inevitable cold. Inari Natsuko retrieved a towel soaked in cold water, wrung it out, and placed it upon Yunquan Yingyue's burning forehead, pulling out the thermometer she had been sucking on. 39.5, she pronounced, enunciating each digit with a dangerous tone. She turned her head, her cold gaze akin to that directed at an inanimate object. "I distinctly remember instructing you both to take care of her, to not let her overexert herself, right? You two imbecilic fools." The ordinarily flamboyant duo was now seated on the floor, chastened and silent. After a lengthy pause, Wujiao could no longer contain himself, timidly raising his hand. "Does it really matter how long the scolding preface is, Natsuko?" Inari Natsuko's piercing glare swiftly targeted him. "Wujiao," Ziyu Jie interjected, acknowledging the situation. After all, it was indeed their fault for taking Yingyue out and failing to keep a watchful eye, resulting in her illness. "I'm sorry," he said, recognizing his mistake as he bowed his head in apology. Inari Natsuko's reversal technique was of little help. This fever, aside from external factors, was a manifestation of her internal jujitsu energy being in disarray. After providing her with a bit of jujitsu energy, the rest could only be managed through physical cooling, allowing her to recover gradually. The two fools had initially been denied visitation rights, but one with a cowlick feigned ignorance, while the other, with white hair and sunglasses, resorted to whining, lowering his voice. Inari Natsuko pinched the bridge of her nose, ultimately relenting. Under the condition, they must maintain silence. Chapter 45. Illusion silenced the soul uncertain of how long she had slept. Yunquan Yingyue opened her eyes to find the curtains drawn tightly, enveloping the room in dimness. She closed her eyes again to adjust to the lingering grogginess of awakening, then slowly withdrew her hand from under the blanket, inching it upward until she grasped something and gently tugged at it. Seeing her awake, Zayujia, who had intended to lean in to inquire about her condition, was halted by the pull on his bangs. Why isn't it bright? Is the lamp broken? With her nose thoroughly blocked and her throat sore, Yunquan Yingyue felt dazed, unable to think clearly, so she tugged harder. Wu Jiao, who had been suppressing laughter since earlier, finally burst forth. One hand pressed against his forehead, and the other clutching his stomach as he erupted in laughter, tilting back his head in mirth. Realizing the sensation was decidedly off and hearing Wu Jiao's raucous laughter, Yunquan Yingyue's rusty brain slowly began to function again. Turning her head, she caught sight of Zayujia, who was bent over in front of her, his height of over 1.8 meters curled up, forced to bow due to her grasp on his bangs. Though he remained silent, he exuded an air of grievance. It took Yunquan Yingyue 3 seconds to realize her actions, and she hurriedly released her grip, allowing Zayujia to straighten up. I'm sorry, are you okay, Jia? Her voice was slightly hoarse, but Yunquan Yingyue was indifferent, her mind swirling with thoughts of her earlier absurd behavior. Her scalp still throbbed faintly, while Zayujia smoothed down his disheveled bangs, trying to ignore the discomfort. It's all right, as long as Yingyue is awake. He gently patted her head, also tidying her slightly messy hair. Ha ha ha. Wu Jiao continued to laugh uproariously behind them, and had it not been for the chair supporting him, he might have fallen to the ground from his amusement. Unable to endure any longer, Zayujia thought, Wu Jiao, it would be better to leave Yingyue in Natsuko's care. Come with me for a moment. Yes, quickly now, move with some agility. Holding the water and medicine, Iko Shoko wholeheartedly approved. She wished for these two to depart swiftly. Satoru Gojo, nearly choking on laughter, was drawn away by Suguru Geto, who, with veins protruding from his forehead, gently closed the door behind them. After taking her medicine, drinking plenty of water, and resting, she would soon recover. Handing the medication to Yuzuki Aoi, she obediently took the medicine and finished the water in her cup. Under the influence of the medication, Yuzuki Aoi fell into slumber once more. Iko Shoko tucked her in, brushing her forehead, where the temperature was gradually decreasing. It was anticipated she would recover within 2 days. Indeed, as Iko Shoko had predicted, by the 3rd day, Yuzuki Aoi's condition had stabilized, restoring her health. Meanwhile, the cursed spirit they had worked on was also completed. Yuzuki Aoi felt a twinge of excitement, for Satoru Gojo had not revealed anything to her, instead cryptically urging her to wait. Now, her curiosity could finally be sated. The cursed spirit was a mottled cat of white, black, and brown, with a teardrop mark beneath its left eye. Sporting a short ponytail that could be described as a high pigtail, sunglasses perched upon its nose, and a tuft of odd fur dangling from its forehead. Its half-closed eyes exuded a languid aura, and its cold gaze mirrored that of a delinquent, while a gentle smile at the corners of its mouth held an intangible air of disdain. Yuzuki Aoi was momentarily taken aback, then realized her distraction was impolite. Forcing herself to refocus and take the cursed spirit into her hands. It was soft, lighter than a typical teddy bear, and burying her face in it allowed her to inhale a scent reminiscent of sunshine. Thank you, Master Yaga, she thought. Just as she intended to set the cursed spirit down to embrace Yaga Yoshinori in gratitude, she was unexpectedly yanked into the air by sheer force, causing the cursed spirit to slip from her grasp and tumble to the ground. Satoru Gojo emerged from nowhere, whisking her away amidst Yaga Yoshinori's furious shouts. Hee hee. Finally on break. Let us go indulge in some delicious food. It was clear that the delicious food Satoru Gojo referred to was undoubtedly desserts, without a hint of doubt. Seated comfortably, Yuzuki Aoi joyfully sipped her milk tea, involuntarily swinging her short legs. Being a child, her appetite was modest, and after only a few bites, she found herself unable to eat more. Satoru Gojo had ordered a feast, most of which had vanished into his own stomach, having replenished himself with ample sugar. Satoru Gojo was thoroughly satisfied, squinting lazily like a sunbathing cat. Finally, a moment of leisure. Come on, Aoi, you can buy anything you desire today. The weather was still pleasant, and Yuzuki Aoi declined Satoru Gojo's offer to carry her, and they strolled leisurely, even though she had to take 3 steps for every one of his. Suddenly, the exquisite cream puffs displayed in a glass case caught Satoru Gojo's eye. He recalled that Aoi had previously bought him puffs from that shop in Ginza. Let us detour there another day? In an instant, Satoru Gojo made a cheerful decision. Stopping in his tracks, he bent down to scoop up the oblivious Yuzuki Aoi and continued forward. Wait a moment, Aoi. Accepting the bag from the shopkeeper, Satoru Gojo expressed his thanks. Despite having just consumed a plethora of sweets, he still bought a box of cream puffs. Satoru really loves sweets, Yuzuki Aoi mused, recalling how he even preferred sweet curry. Well, because it's just so delicious. Just as Satoru Gojo was about to elaborate, his phone rang, interrupting him. It was Yaga Yoshinori calling. After some unknown instructions, Satoru Gojo's cheerful demeanor evaporated, visibly dampening his spirits. Another mission. Glancing at the mission location, he pocketed his phone. Although Yaga Yoshinori had insisted he wait for the assistant supervisor, the mission site was quite close to their current dessert shop. Satoru Gojo mentally mapped out a route. Why not just go directly? After all, it was nearby, merely a grade 1 cursed spirit, easily dealt with. After all, he was the strongest. A familiar voice echoed behind him. Soft yet spine-chilling. Is that what you were thinking, Satoru? Suguru Geto's hand had unknowingly settled on Satoru Gojo's shoulder as he leaned in. Geto, when did you learn to read minds? Satoru Gojo spun around, eyeing Suguru Geto warily, scanning him up and down. Did you perhaps subdue some new mental type, cursed spirit? Don't say it like I'm collecting dream sprites, Suguru Geto replied, exasperation evident in his gaze, no matter how much time passed. Satoru Gojo still acted as if he were 3 years old. Through their conversation, Suguru Geto revealed he had just completed a mission and was heading back to Jujutsu High. But Yaga Yoshinori anticipated that Satoru Gojo would likely disobey, hence sending Suguru Geto in his stead. After all, Yaga Yoshinori truly did not trust that Satoru Gojo could care for Yuzuki Aoi, despite his status as the strongest. It's just a grade 1. It's not that big of a deal. Standing atop a building, Satoru Gojo gazed at the slowly descending night. Keep it down, Aoi is asleep. Watching Yuzuki Aoi's head gradually lean against his shoulder, the weight of her reliance softened Suguru Geto's heart. Understood, just wait, I'll be back shortly. Initially intending to unleash a powerful attack from a distance, Satoru Gojo reconsidered, not wanting to create too much noise. He lightly tapped his toes, and in an instant, he vanished. 3 minutes later, Satoru Gojo reappeared in midair, dragging a colossal entity behind him, coming into Suguru Geto's view. My ability is invisibility. It's quite fun. Want to give it a try? It sounded rather enticing, and adhering to the principle of not turning down free offers, Suguru Geto agreed. Even though he had just eaten one during his previous mission. However, he was currently holding Yuzuki Aoi and needed to free a hand. Casting a glance at Satoru Gojo, who was toying with the struggling cursed spirit, Suguru Geto promptly shook his head. No, I don't trust that guy at all. Especially since he is using a sleeping Aoi as a buffer just for fun. Meanwhile, Satoru Gojo was preparing to cradle Yuzuki Aoi. The manta ray-shaped cursed spirit slowly materialized beside Suguru Geto. With Yuzuki Aoi asleep and the mission complete, the two decided to notify the assistant supervisor to come and collect them. By the time the assistant supervisor arrived, everything was already settled, and the night had been folded away. The two strongest engaged in idle chatter, with Satoru Gojo munching on cream puffs, occasionally teasing Yuzuki Aoi by placing one near her nose, though he would be promptly reprimanded by Suguru Geto the next moment. The most captivating sight for the assistant supervisor was a particular cursed spirit hovering beside Suguru Geto. That manta ray-like cursed spirit lay on its back, its jelly-like body undulating, with Yuzuki Aoi nestled atop, appearing utterly content. For a brief moment, the assistant supervisor wondered if he were hallucinating. A cradle? Chapter 46. Rest. The cursed spirit was complete, and Yuzuki Aoi moved back to her original dormitory. The interior decor remained unchanged, warm and inviting. The only distinction was that the clothes in the wardrobe were child-sized, and even the katana hanging at the entrance was identical. Who knew where Satoru Gojo had procured it? However, these details mattered little. Yuzuki Aoi had spent the past few days nestling in her dormitory, sleeping soundly, and her body was gradually recovering, with noticeable growth in her height. It was already 3 in the afternoon. Yuzuki Aoi had been asleep since last night. Suguru Geto, holding a takeout box, checked the time on his phone. The three had just returned from outside, ready to seek out Yunquan Yingyue. Their intention was to rouse her for a bite to eat. Fushiguro Wataru gently shook the box of pastries in his hand. Wataru, I don't believe those can be considered a proper meal. What do you mean by those? Ignoring the childish debate between the two about whether desserts could serve as a main course, Ijiri Shoko chose to quicken her pace. However, just as they reached the door of Yunquan Yingyue's room, They heard faint sounds emanating from within, subtle, yet easily discernible to the keen ears of sorcerers. The rustling suggested a frantic search, yet they were certain that only Yunquan Yingyue was inside. This left but one possibility. The expressions of the trio soured in unison. The very scenario they dreaded had come to pass. The summer sun scorched the air, with even the occasional breeze laden with oppressive warmth. Yunquan Yingyue opened her eyes, realizing she had fallen asleep on the steps outside. What had once been a shaded spot was now fully exposed to the glaring sunlight. Yingyue? Be careful not to suffer from heat stroke. Perhaps you should return to your room for some rest. The gentle voice came from behind, laced with evident fatigue. Yunquan Yingyue turned to see one of her contemporaries, Yaoija. He was dressed in casual attire, light, loose-fitting short sleeves and long pants. His black hair cascading down instead of being tied up as usual. Yunquan Yingyue blinked, offering no response, but instead uttered an unrelated remark. Jia, you seem to have lost weight. Dressed in such loose clothing, she could not discern whether he had slimmed down or if the attire was merely oversized. Really? I hadn't noticed. His tone was as nonchalant as their usual conversations, yet despite Yaoija's attempts to mask it, the weariness in his eyes betrayed him. Jia, are you feeling very tired? Upon posing this question, Yunquan Yingyue was not surprised to see Yaoija's look of astonishment. She was acutely aware that her current state was unusual. Typically, she would not exhibit such an abundance of inquiries, nor would her demeanor be so insistent, as if she needed to extract answers from others. No, not at all. It was a wretched lie, known to both Yaoija and Yunquan Yingyue. The quivering tone and the obvious pauses hinted at a desperate facade. Is that so? Yunquan Yingyue turned away, no longer meeting Yaoija's gaze, seemingly accepting his explanation as she continued to sit in silence. Indeed, Yaoija let out a quiet sigh of relief. It's just the heat of summer. Liar. The vivid imagery of bloodshed flashed before his eyes, as he bid them farewell in the most resolute manner. Stepping into a world that belonged solely to him, diverging from theirs, never to return. Jia called back. He paused in his intentions to leave. Yunquan Yingyue turned, extending the item in her hand toward him. I'm sorry to stop you again. I just wanted to give you this. A pack of unopened chewing gum lay quietly in her palm. You should head back early. It's fine to take a nap or play a game. Despite Yunquan Yingyue's smile, it did not reach her eyes, which were deep and shrouded in an unseen sorrow. Do take a good rest. By the way, rest. Slowly opening her eyes, her blue-gray irises dimmed. Yunquan Yingyue sat up and walked directly toward the nearby cabinet. She was oblivious to what she sought or where it might be. During this period of disorientation, she relentlessly rummaged, as if stopping could lead to dire consequences. Yingyue. The commotion roused the three, and although they had prepared themselves before entering, the disarray before them still left them stunned. Yaoija stepped forward first, steadying Yunquan Yingyue by the shoulders. Yingyue, what are you looking for? Can you tell us? We can help. He had intended to halt her frantic search, urging her to take a break, but Yunquan Yingyue was completely unresponsive, murmuring about what she needed while struggling to escape his grasp. In her dazed state, her feeble attempts at resistance were persistent yet gentle. Fearing for her safety, Yaoija reluctantly released her. Yunquan Yingyue continued her frantic search until, at the very bottom of her bag, she unearthed a long unopened pack of gum, with only one piece remaining. Scanning the room, her widened pupils fixated on Yaoija, who then raised her hand slowly, attempting to offer the gum to him while muttering incoherently. Eating this will help. Leave it to me. I promise it will. Before she could finish, Yaoija enveloped her in his arms. It's over. It's all in the past, Yingyue. You don't have to worry anymore. The other two remained silent, watching him as he murmured, unsure if he was comforting her or himself. As her voice dwindled, Yunquan Yingyue gradually closed her eyes, leaning against him as she drifted into slumber. Yaoija gently lifted her and laid her on the bed. Though her core had changed, the past seemed to linger around her. Seeing her stabilize, Shoko relaxed her previously furrowed brow. It's unfortunate. There's nothing we can do about it. The rarely serious Fushiguro Wataru shook his head. If intervention were possible, I would have acted long ago. Without engaging in conversation with the two, Yaoija withdrew his gaze from Yunquan Yingyue and silently unwrapped the gum, popping it into his mouth. The gum had become slightly moist after sitting for some time, yet Yaoija appeared unfazed, continuing to chew slowly as the sweet taste of green apple mingled with a refreshing mint filled his mouth. Delicious. I wish I could have some too. Fushiguro Wataru observed him with a pout, his tone tinged with envy. Unfortunately, there's only one left. Yaoija waved the wrapper in a somewhat boastful manner. TCH. Fushiguro Wataru raised an eyebrow but said nothing further. Instead, it was Shoko who tugged the two away. Let her sleep, you two fools. Chapter 47, Fools Wataru. I remember you went out a few days ago to deal with the Starry Church, right? The plan to invite Yunquan Yingyue for a meal was abruptly halted as Shoko retreated first, leaving just the two of them. Fushiguro Wataru casually made his way to Yaoija's dormitory. As he watched Wataru rapidly devour the cake, Yaoija posed a question he had long wanted to ask. Yes, I did ask you if you wanted to take over. Though it seemed like a joke, I was serious. Fushiguro Wataru leaned back with satisfaction, having discarded his fork. Transforming it into our ally wouldn't be a bad idea, considering that dealing with the filth at the higher echelons isn't a task to be taken lightly. In terms of management experience, you would have been the most suitable candidate, yet you declined. Although the events of the past were entirely unpalatable to recall, not even a little, they were determined not to overlook any potential assistance that could ensure the new world Yunquan Yingyue envisioned could operate smoothly. So you regret it? Although he knew his friend's character made such a possibility unlikely, Fushiguro Wataru chose to tease. As expected. How could I? Yaoija chuckled softly, gazing at the still surface of the water in his cup, mirroring the calm of his current state of mind. It has been previously mentioned that I simply wish not to squander the efforts of Yingyue. Since we are starting anew, let us bid a complete farewell to the past. No longer shall I be entangled in bygone events. No longer shall I hesitate. I shall boldly gaze forward and walk ahead with confidence, thus embarking on a new beginning. In recent days, Yunquan Yingyue has exhibited some peculiar behavior. After a period of hibernation-like slumber, her condition has significantly improved, and she is even on the verge of surpassing the height of Gojo Satoru's knees. However, despite her increased waking hours, for some inexplicable reason, her demeanor towards Suguru Geto has taken on an odd tone. Although her interactions remain seemingly normal, everyone has noticed that Yingyue has taken up a new pastime, covertly observing him whenever he is not on a mission. For several consecutive days, she has engaged in this secretive surveillance. To be frank, from a child's perspective, her efforts at concealment have been quite commendable, yet her quarry is a sorcerer, indeed. The very one who cursed her. Thus, her antics are all too transparent to Geto. While he finds himself perplexed by her actions, he cannot help but find her adorably endearing, especially her earnest attempts to remain unnoticed. Consequently, he feigns ignorance, pretending to be oblivious to her observations. At last, on the third day, Yingyue could no longer contain her curiosity. Why does Geto enjoy this particular flavor of gum so much? The lemon flavor that Nocp consumes is delightful as well. After a considerable search, she finally spotted him on the steps outside the main building of the school, holding the same kind of gum. Naturally, her approach stemmed from mere curiosity. Should Geto choose not to disclose his reasons, that would be acceptable as well. Aware that her inquisitiveness might seem rather trivial, she added a quick remark. Geto's heart softened. How could he possibly refuse her? Well, actually, I didn't eat this sort of thing at first, but eventually, I began to carry a pack with me. He pretended to ponder for a moment before slowly replying, casually tossing a piece of gum to Yingyue. Why is that? She inquired, her curiosity reaching its peak. She unwrapped the gum, placing it in her mouth, the refreshing apple mint flavor blossoming within her. Because of some fool, Geto chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair, providing her with a deliberately ambiguous answer. Feeling the gentle caress atop her head, Yingyue frowned in confusion. Yet, regardless of her bewilderment, Geto chose not to elaborate further. Being inherently uncurious, Yingyue merely leaned closer to him, silently keeping him company. The two sat side by side, embracing the sunset's orange hues while quietly chewing their gum. Perhaps due to her remarkable recovery, Yingyue's waking hours have been steadily increasing. Conversely, it seems that Gojo Satoru and Suguru Geto have been preoccupied with some pressing matters. Rarely present at the school during the day, often returning only late at night. This has significantly reduced the time they can spend together. And although both are quite displeased with this situation, they undeniably understand the weight of their responsibilities. Nocp, on the other hand, has remained at the school. However, her workload remains substantial, even as she continues to be a student. Thus, today, Yunquan Yingyue once again awoke alone. Upon opening her eyes, she quickly acclimated to the darkness within her room, sluggishly rising to switch on the small bedside lamp. The clock read 9 o'clock, its numbers pulsating softly. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated outside, followed by a deep, thunderous sound that erupted abruptly. Although she maintained a composed exterior, her small frame trembled ever so slightly. They are exceedingly busy, and Yingyue is well aware of this. Moreover, she is not truly a child. She has merely fallen victim to a cursed technique, and thus, she can fend for herself. Therefore, in order to alleviate their concerns and to avoid being a burden, Yunquan Yingyue must be strong. Boom. An even louder clap of thunder reverberated near her, as if it had exploded right above her head. Instinctively clutching the curse-bound skeleton by her side, she remained in that position for a while until the outside noise subsided, leaving only the sound of rain. Yet, she ultimately decided to seek out others. Not out of fear, but simply to check if Nocp had managed to get a good night's rest. pushing open the door to the surgery room. She found it eerily quiet, the bright lights causing her to squint. She stepped inside and gently closed the door behind her. Naoko was sprawled on the desk outside the surgical area, her head nestled in her arms, breathing steadily, appearing to be asleep. Thankfully, she had brought a small blanket. Yingyue climbed onto the desk using a nearby chair, carefully moving aside the scattered papers, and then unfolded the blanket to cover Naoko. The temperature was still somewhat chilly. Sleeping without proper warmth would surely lead to a cold. The discomfort of a cold is unpleasant, and Yingyue wished to spare Naoko from such an affliction. Once the blanket was in place, Yingyue gazed at Naoko for a moment before lifting her hand and gently stroking her head. The soft, brown strands of hair felt cool to the touch. Thank you for your hard work. Please rest well, Naoko. With that, she nestled beside her, resting her head against the soft, curse-bound skeleton, gradually closing her eyes. With someone by her side, even amidst the thunder and lightning, she felt no fear. As Yingyue's breathing grew steady, Naoko opened her eyes. Her gaze was clear, devoid of any remnants of sleepiness. After dealing with an overwhelming number of reports, she had merely intended to close her eyes for a brief moment, never anticipating such a delightful surprise upon waking. It dawned on her that she had overlooked the fact that such thunderstorms could be quite frightening for a child, regretting not having gone to keep her company. Wrapping Yingyue gently in the blanket and taking the curse-bound skeleton along, Naoko returned to her own quarters. It was a small indulgence on her part. Tonight, she would allow Yingyue to keep her company as she slept. Holding Yingyue close, Naoko tucked the blanket snugly around them, shutting out the last remnants of chill. She is still alive. Feeling the warmth radiating through their clothing and the rise and fall of each breath, Naoko was acutely aware of this truth. That fool who injures herself at the slightest provocation. That fool who is even more stubborn than Geto. In the end, she has returned. Taking a deep breath, Naoko cast aside the chaotic memories swirling in her mind and closed her eyes. She had a premonition that this respite would be the most profound one she would experience since her rebirth. Chapter 48. Trust Go. Go. With her disheveled hair in a mess, Yunquan Yingyue burst from her room, her expression dazed as she called out repeatedly. Go. The mightiest Gojo Satoru has arrived. Is someone calling for me? In an instant, a tall, dark silhouette appeared before her, catching the unprepared Yingyue as she leaped into his embrace. The flustered girl, upon sensing the familiar aura, quickly calmed down. Do not be upset. Leave it to me. Do not be upset. Aware that she must have had yet another vivid dream, Gojo allowed her to nestle into his neck, even as her warm breath tickled his skin, making him slightly itchy. Very well, let us entrust everything to Yingyue, for she is indeed quite formidable. We must ensure her safety. Following her words, Satoru Gojo affectionately tousled her hair. Once Yingyue grows weary, I will gladly take care of you. The remainder of Satoru's thoughts remained unspoken, as he contentedly cradled Yunquan Yingyue in one arm, greeting the hastily arriving Suguru Geto. Hey, Geto, what's this? Just as we were conversing, you vanished into thin air. Even Teacher Yaga was startled by your abrupt disappearance. Suguru, unfazed by Satoru's attempt to divert the conversation, produced a box he had left behind. You forgot to take this. My apologies. I rushed over as soon as I heard you call for me. Satoru waved his hand, gesturing for him to toss the box over. Given his limitless abilities, Suguru harbored no concerns about harming Yunquan Yingyue, so he complied and threw it as directed. However, to their surprise, the box's lid popped open midair, and a strip of talisman-wrapped object tumbled out. Satoru remained unperturbed, but at that moment, Yunquan Yingyue, who had just awakened from her slumber in his embrace, suddenly became alert at the sound of the box slicing through the air. Was there a danger? Realizing the potential threat, she instinctively reached out to catch it, but was grazed by the sharp edge of the box, a small wound oozing a drop of crimson. In an instant, Suguru was at Yunquan Yinyue's side. Go see Shoko. Satoru promptly tossed the box aside, allowing it to hover in the air, while he inspected the minor cut on Yunquan Yinyue's hand. Seeing it was not severe, he felt a wave of relief and silently carried her to the clinic of Shoko Iori. Uncertain of her misstep, Yunquan Yingyue blinked, choosing to obediently remain a doll in Satoru's arms. Suguru sighed, dutifully placing the cursed object back in the box. Such a minor injury could be healed in an instant with a reversal technique. Observing the pale palm of Yunquan Yingyue, Shoko couldn't help but be reminded of her own past memories, those moments of failure to heal, steeped in regret. The wounds she bore were always heavier than others, and the effects of healing were perpetually inferior. Initially, it was thought her constitution was unique and sensitive, but it became clear that the world's rules were unyieldingly harsh towards her. Yet, now, things were different. Shoko gently patted Yunquan Yinyue's head. She was now acknowledged by the world. Although Yunquan Yingyue had not fully recovered, the prospect of any harm left them anxious. More importantly was her own mindset, the inclination to self-sacrifice whenever danger arose. Satoru felt it was crucial to address this. Come here, you. He called her over from Shoko's side. Kneeling to meet her gaze, his azure eyes imbued with seriousness. Have you forgotten? My limitless technique ensures no mishaps. We are the strongest. Do not rush headlong into danger alone. You must trust us. Satoru, usually carefree, spoke with such earnestness that it struck a chord, prompting Yunquan Yingyue to nod obediently. It wasn't he that she distrusted them, rather she wished to shield them from harm. Shoko and Suguru were also momentarily captivated, but in the next instant, Satoru winked at them, as if to say success. Look how clever I am. He should have known better. Suguru sighed, thinking Satoru's earnestness was quite naive. Chapter 49. In this lifetime, Yunquan Yingyue's condition grew increasingly stable, her form gradually rising. This was indeed encouraging news, as they all wished for her swift recovery. However, lingering in their minds was the concern over her memories. The ceaseless cycle of painful recollections weighed heavily even on those who had been saved, let alone on Yunquan Yingyue. The savior herself. They hoped she would forget everything. Perhaps it was their selfishness, but in this life, all they desired was for her to live joyfully. Yet, retaining those who should have faded was a tall order, and they felt helpless regarding the rest. All was uncertain, and they could only hope the world would treat her kindly. It felt as though Yunquan Yingyue had been asleep for an eternity. She experienced a sensation akin to being immersed in warm water, warmth seeping into her limbs, the techniques and cursed energy etched deep within her soul being fully unleashed. Her strength returning. Gradually, she sat up, gazing at the familiar dormitory, her mind a blank slate, sensing the surge of cursed energy emanating from her. The talisman resting by her pillow stirred slightly, then rose to stand before her. Upon seeing the talisman open its arms towards her, Yunquan Yingyue cautiously embraced it, and it shifted to find a comfortable position, quietly accompanying her. She sat for a considerable time until her chaotic memories coalesced. Unable to contain herself any longer, Yunquan Yingyue found it was a sunny morning, the gentle breeze warm. Despite their reluctance, the three of them found themselves seated in class. As Yaga had minimized their lessons as much as possible, if not for graduation, they would have long since lost track of the years. Facing content they had studied countless times before, it was sheer torment. I'm so bored. Geto, come find something for us to do. Satoru stretched his long legs across the desk, languidly balancing his sunglasses on his fingertip. Go write your own report if you're so eager for something to do, Suguru replied, his grip on the pen tightening. The metal creaking under his force, his smile growing ever brighter. Satoru merely turned away, avoiding Suguru's gaze, falling silent. You're such a coward. Releasing the pen, Suguru noticed the smooth metal casing was marred with visible cracks. Satoru, avoiding responsibilities is shameful. What's shameful about it? If it's useful, then it's fine. Tisk. Shoko wished Yaga would arrive just as they were about to quarrel. That would surely heighten the drama. Bang. Just as Shoko entertained this thought, the classroom door was suddenly flung open. The figure standing at the threshold was so familiar it left them momentarily stunned. With waist-length black hair and a petite frame, her bluish-gray eyes sparkled with moisture, her delicate face bearing an expression of mild panic. It seemed she had run all the way here, her breaths coming in hurried gasps. The scene in the classroom mirrored Yunquan Yingyue's memories perfectly. Satoru remained in his usual slouch, bantering with Suguru, who half-heartedly engaged while scribbling notes. Ultimately unable to restrain himself from escalating their bickering, Shoko sighed, her face reflecting a world-weary disdain, and she pulled out a cigarette, placing it between her lips. But before she could reach for her lighter, the door's sound interrupted her. The trio's actions froze as they all turned to face the newcomer. Under the gaze of her peers, Yunquan Yingyue felt tears welling up. She had intended to greet them with her brightest smile, yet her lips felt as heavy as lead, and her eyes brimmed with a bittersweet sting. Welcome back. With gentle smiles, they greeted her. Satoru Gojo's laughter was exuberantly flamboyant, his pearly white teeth gleaming like porcelain under the light. Suguru Geto squinted his eyes in mirth, casually placing his pen and paper aside. Shoko Ayari's expression softened as she closed the lid of her lighter. Yuki Tsukumo looked up, her face illuminated by the dazzling sunlight streaming through the window, revealing a radiant smile, with a single tear glistening at the corner of her eye. Yes, I have returned. End of the main text. Postscript. She no longer remembered. Casting a glance at Yuki Tsukumo, who sat at a distance with a bewildered expression, Shoko Ayari made a decisive statement. The absurd tale we concocted about being cursed and transforming into children has somehow become her actual memory? Suguru Geto also sensed the gravity of the situation. But after exchanging a knowing glance with Shoko Ayari, both turned their attention to Satoru Gojo. Gojo, who had remained silent, blinked his long lashes, his crystalline blue eyes suddenly appearing wounded. What does this look? Are you questioning my integrity? His silent accusation went unanswered, leaving Gojo in disbelief. Don't look at me like that. Am I the kind of person who would act out of selfish desires? In the next moment, he was met with Shoko Ayari's piercing gaze that seemed to suggest otherwise. Go, hurry up. What if Yuki feels like we are excluding her? In pursuit of clarity, the trio sought a location far removed from Yuki Tsukumo, ensuring she could not overhear even the slightest whisper. Suguru Geto expressed concern. What if Yuki, having just regained her memories, forms a negative impression of us? Her trust may not be what it once was. However, this seemed unlikely. Satoru Gojo and Shoko Ayari discreetly glanced back, and upon noticing their behavior, Yuki Tsukumo responded with an innocent smile, subtly raising her hand in a wave. Seemingly unfazed by their hushed deliberations, Yuki placed immense trust in them. With this thought, the trio felt a sense of elation. All right, I have considered this scenario. In simple terms, our curse has altered the very essence of her existence. Thus, Yuki Tsukumo is now recognized by the world and no longer regarded as an outsider, leading to an automatic modification of her memories to align with what we have spoken. This revelation provided a sense of relief, and they collectively exhaled. Lack of memories could be a blessing in disguise. Shoko Ayari was the first to turn, approaching Yuki Tsukumo. Her purpose in this lifetime could be summarized in 4 words: happiness and joy. By the way, should we go out to celebrate Yuki's recovery? Satoru Gojo adjusted his sunglasses, suggesting. Given Gojo's idea of going out, there was an 80% chance they would end up at a dessert shop. Suguru Geto saw through his friend's nature. Enough with the chatter. I'm treating, so are we going or not? Why not seize the opportunity? Shoko Ayari nodded in agreement. The only one left, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation, was a certain fool. Noticing all 3 were looking at her, Yuki Tsukumo momentarily froze in surprise. Then, she smiled widely. Yes, let's go. Chapter 50 Postscript Extra 1. Upon entering their second year of high school, as per tradition, Kento Nanami and Yu Ishijiro entered the Jujutsu High School. However, for some inexplicable reason, they did not remember the previous cycles. Only a select few retained their memories. Perhaps it's due to the curse, but what about Teacher Yaga? Suguru Geto pondered. Maybe a sense of regret? Shoko Ayari inhaled a puff of smoke, the white tendrils swirling as sparks flickered, unable to prevent her from perishing repeatedly. The topic weighed heavily on them, and a profound silence enveloped the group. Apologies, Shoko Ayari unexpectedly broke the quietness. Let us forget what I just said. 2. Although Yuki Tsukumo lacked her previous memories, it seemed that the techniques and applications of martial arts were firmly etched in her DNA. Caught by Yuki Tsukumo, Suguru Geto's wrist was pinned behind his back, his eyes widening in astonishment. Though her strength was insufficient, she exhibited remarkable agility, subtly exhibiting a tendency to match the 2 strongest. Suguru Geto chuckled lightly, observing Yuki Tsukumo, who was embraced by Satoru Gojo. They were genuinely happy. Finally, the class ended, and Yuki Tsukumo eagerly settled down, accepting a bottle of mineral water from Shoko Ayari and gulping it down with a look of utter relief. Considering that Yuki Tsukumo had not undergone any training in this lifetime, Suguru Geto wore an expression of helplessness. Well, physical endurance is also a weakness. 3. During the summer of their second year, unexpectedly, they did not receive any assignments regarding the obliteration of the star plasma vessel. Lord Tenjin had not issued any directives. Yaga was puzzled, but in any case, avoiding such tasks was for the best. Satoru Gojo was restless, but fortunately, he returned shortly with news. Lord Tenjin no longer requires the star plasma vessel. He rarely withheld information. This revelation was indeed explosive, causing their eyes to widen. Yuki Tsukumo, however, appeared bewildered. She knew who Lord Tenjin was, but what exactly was the star plasma vessel? Lord Tenjin no longer needed the star plasma vessel to assist in memory clearing, as if someone was aiding him in reconstructing his physical form, preventing him from losing his sanity. At this point, a glimmer of understanding passed through their eyes. Turning to Yuki Tsukumo, they found her looking utterly lost. Suguru Geto couldn't help but pat her head. You've worked hard. 4 days passed, and the seeds of calamity were nipped in the bud before they could sprout. Gradually, they graduated and remained at Jujutsu High as instructors, embarking on a new trajectory in life. This time, a genuine happy ending was on the horizon, excluding the higher-ups. Somehow, they became aware of Yuki Tsukumo's versatile techniques. Such a convenient tool was not one they could overlook, prompting them to covertly plot, using the pretense of reducing casualties to subtly exploit Yuki Tsukumo. Would they achieve their desires? Truly, they were fixated on causing trouble. As the paper door slid open, Satoru Gojo's impatient expression came into view. Some individuals simply never learned to settle down, even at their age. Did they not have a few days of life left? Satoru adjusted his sunglasses, concealing his cold, celestial blue eyes. Gojo, have some understanding. Beside him, Suguru Geto, who had taken half a step back, wore an ever-present smile, though it did not reach his eyes. His indifferent gaze suggested he had just crushed an ant. Perhaps they have grown weary of life. After all, they did not meet their demise when they were supposed to, but have instead endured until now, which is quite a torment. Behind the two, the room was suffused with a silent crimson hue. Since the recent restructuring, the higher-ups had failed to stir any significant unrest. The atmosphere within the jiu-jitsu community had transformed. But those were matters for another day. At this moment, Yuki Tsukumo was abroad with 2 students on a business trip. Chapter 51 All Characters Extra. One note. This narrative is a personal conjecture. When Zenin Shinjiro left the Zenin clan, he changed his surname to Fushijiro. The extras feature a one-sided affection from Satoru and Suguru. Proceed with caution if you dislike pairings. About the teacher named Yuki Tsukumo. That scoundrel of a teacher. Kinji Hakari kicked a stone by the roadside, visibly disgruntled. He exploits our break time just to make us work for free. Although it was merely a trifling third-level task, it still left one feeling quite irked. Perhaps it was due to a last-minute engagement of teacher Gojo. Yuji Itadori, however, was indifferent if there were no missions. They were destined to accompany Nobara Kujisaki on a shopping spree, acting as her free pack mule for the day. Due to the cycle of reincarnation and being used repeatedly as a vessel for the Shinjuku's cursed entity, Yuji Itadori had cursed energy inscribed within him. Even without consuming the fingers of that cursed entity this time, he was still able to wield cursed energy. Though lacking in techniques, his formidable physical prowess rendered him quite capable. That individual was so resolute in his ways, one simply had to grow accustomed to it. Fushijiro Megami, having entered school 2 months prior, was already unfazed by such antics. As long as things did not go too far, he could maintain an expression of complete calm. Yet, this was hardly an excuse for the sudden disruption that left me unable to cancel my appointment. Perhaps in her exasperation, Nobara's eyes glinted sharply as she grasped the bewildered Yuji Itadori beside her and shook him vigorously. Wait a moment. Seeing the two in a commotion, Yoshino Junpei hurried over to intervene. How splendid. As they ascended the final flight of stairs, the group returned to the entrance of the Jiu-Jitsu High School. Fushijiro Megami, engrossed in his phone, let out a sigh of relief, his features softening with relaxation. Teacher Yuki Tsukumo is coming back. Yuki Tsukumo? The remaining 3 first years, apart from Fushijiro Megami, displayed varying degrees of confusion. You don't know? Ah, indeed. When you enrolled, Tsukumo had already left for a business trip abroad. On the training grounds, Zenin Maki, practicing martial arts, overheard their conversation and called over a companion and a panda. Hey, panda, Kiyotaka, break time is over. Oh, so you're talking about Tsukumo. As soon as he approached, Panda understood their thoughts. He was in the same year as Satoru, Yuata, and Shoko, and shared a good rapport with them. Is she related to that unreliable teacher? I hope she isn't another difficult personality, Nobara pondered. Recalling Satoru Gojo's carefree nature and Suguru Geto's concealed malice, already feeling a headache coming on. No, you needn't worry about what she is thinking, Fushijiro Megami interjected, eager to salvage Yuki Tsukumo's reputation. She is the only reliable teacher. This statement, delivered with unwavering conviction, left the other 3 first years momentarily taken aback. Definitely. Kiyotaka and Inamaki nodded in agreement, affirming his words. After all, she was voted the most popular teacher by the students. Scrolling through his phone, Panda displayed the voting results to them. The name Yuki Tsukumo was adorned with a small red flower, and her vote count soared far above the rest. Megami chose Tsukumo without hesitation. Faced with Panda and Inamaki's knowing smiles, Fushijiro Megami chose to look away. However, Tsukumo herself is quite gentle. Throughout this time since enrollment, I haven't seen her lose her temper. Zenin Maki propped her wooden staff aside, crossing her arms in contemplation. To coexist with someone like that without getting upset? Nobara was utterly taken aback, finally grasping just how good-natured Yuki Tsukumo must be. Subsequently, with Panda leading the charge, they took it upon themselves to enlighten the 3 newcomers about their teacher, Yuki Tsukumo. She is exceedingly kind to the students, always sneaking them snacks whenever she visits. And she worries about them constantly. When on tasks, she is incredibly responsible. As Panda put it, she is as nurturing as a mother. Well, she had to go abroad for business to take care of Yuata and Rika, but it seems she is returning today. Having said all that needed to be said, Panda spread his hands, and Inamaki nodded in agreement. What a divine teacher. The 3 of them appeared to be spellbound, as if struck by an overwhelming force. However, Tsukumo is quite formidable, Panda reminded them with a knowing glance, a comment that seemed somewhat out of place. Upon hearing this, Zenin Maki tightened her grip on her wooden staff, urging them to continue their training. All right, enough resting, it's time to train. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, A black-haired woman whom they had never seen before emerged from Principal Yaga's office and unexpectedly collided with the 4 first years. Hey, are there really such soft-spoken sorcerers among us? Nobara quietly inquired of those around her, her gaze fixed on the black-haired woman. She was acutely aware of the rudeness of her actions, but found it difficult to resist. Despite being 26 years old and having taught for quite some time, time seemed particularly kind to Yuki Tsukumo's visage. Aside from her features being slightly more defined and her hair having been cut shorter, she had not changed much at all. Even her height remained largely the same. Teacher Tsukumo. It was only when Fushiguro Megami gave a slight nod, respectfully greeting her, that the other 3 realized. She was indeed Yuki Tsukumo. Ah, Megami. Long time no see. Upon spotting her cherished student after a long separation, the smile on Yuki Tsukumo's lips deepened, and she quickly approached. So you must be the new students that Satoru mentioned. Hello, I am Yuki Tsukumo. Please take care of me. You may address me however you like. And if you need anything, feel free to come to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. Her gentle smile and sincere words left the 3 of them in a daze. By the way, I also brought some gifts. Since I'm not quite sure what you all like, I bought a variety, so feel free to choose what you like. Megami, here you go. Though she could not fathom why the 3 newcomers appeared so dazed, Yuki Tsukumo noticed their good health and handed the bag to the only one still listening, Fushiguro Megami. I'd appreciate it if you could share some with the others. I have matters to attend to since I just returned, so I must take my leave. Goodbye. Waving her hand, Yuki Tsukumo took a few steps forward when she suddenly heard a vibrant shout from behind. Teacher Tsukumo. Yuji Itadori rushed over, extending his palm toward her. This is for you. Inside was a handful of colorful, exquisitely wrapped candies. This is all I have for now, but thank you. Facing the earnest gratitude of the pink-haired youth, Yuki Tsukumo smiled. No need for such formality. As a teacher, I wish for every student at Jujutsu High to grow up healthy and happy. Yuki Tsukumo accepted the candies and gently ruffled the boy's short hair, which felt surprisingly soft. Contrasting with his somewhat tough exterior, the youth of this generation is indeed invaluable. Watching Yuki Tsukumo disappear around the corner of the hallway, Nobara exclaimed how one could overtake on a curve to claim first place, playfully hitting Yuji Itadori on the head. Meanwhile, as Yuji Itadori cradled his head in agony, Yoshino Junpei and Fushiguro Megami glanced at the bag of gifts. It contained an array of delightful treats from renowned brands. Suddenly, they were reminded of the earlier voting. If only they had arrived sooner, they would have cast their votes in person. Chapter 52, Everyone's Side Story, Part 2, A Warning Regarding Her Greatness. The grass had only been repaired yesterday, making it somewhat prickly rather than soft. Lying on the grass, the 3 first years gasped for breath, facing the scorching sun. Yet they lacked the energy to even lift a hand to shield their eyes. In their stupor, they recalled Panda's words from the previous day. Tsukumo is indeed formidable. It was the truth. Aside from the astonishment experienced upon discovering the seemingly bug-like convenience of the universal spell crafted by Yunquan Yingyue, the remaining sentiment was one of sheer disbelief as she was being mercilessly beaten during her physical training class. One individual effortlessly subdued 4 opponents, maintaining complete control. Yet, true to Yunquan Yingyue's gentle disposition, her strikes were tempered. Though they lacked force, they effectively incapacitated her adversaries without inflicting significant pain. Observing the first-year students sprawled on the ground, Zenin Maki felt a twinge of mischief and suggested, "Shall we join in?" "Certainly," Yunquan Yingyue replied with a smile, embracing the spirit of the physical training class. Thus, the first-year students, still lying incapacitated, were summoned by Zenin Maki to take their positions. "How dazzling," muttered Suguru Geto, standing by the window, his gaze fixed intently on the agile figure below. His comment raised a flag of alertness in Satoru Gojo, who quipped, "If you sneak away, I'll raid your home, you cunning fox." Gojo mechanically turned his head, his piercing gaze so intense it seemed it could burn a hole through Geto's gentle visage. It was hard to believe he was already 28 years old. "How rude, Gojo, but there will be no opportunity," Geto replied, unfazed, hands tucked in his pockets. His smile unwavering. Who knows?" Gojo responded cryptically, their banter akin to riddles as they focused on the sparring below. With a swift motion, Yunquan Yingyue deftly deflected an attack from Inamaki Tuj with her left hand, pushing him aside. Skillfully evading a flurry of chaotic strikes, she struck Yoshino Junpei's arm, sending him flying, then leapt gracefully into the air, utilizing her momentum to snatch the staff from Fushiguro Megami. A gentle thrust sent him reeling back. As she descended, she used the staff thrust at her by Zenin Maki to spring higher, twirling her arm to intercept Yuata, Itadori, and Panda, catching them entirely off guard. Upon landing, she seized the staff thrust by Naberi Kejumi, pulling her closer while raising her right knee against her wrist. Seizing the fleeting moment of her disorientation, she wrested the weapon from her grasp. Evading Maki's subsequent strike, She raised her right leg, bending her knee to trap the staff, seemingly exerting minimal effort, yet proving impossible to dislodge. A rapid downward thrust lifted the other end of the staff, and in the blink of an eye, she struck Kazumi's wrist, causing her to lose strength, halting mere centimeters from Zenin Maki's face. All done. Not too painful, I presume? Would you like to take a break? Yunquan Yingyue offered, her demeanor shifting from the fierce combatant to a figure of warmth as she stood in the center, met with the astonished gazes of her students. Observing the bout, Satoru Gojo applauded, even though the only other presence was Suguru Geto. Impressive, as ever, Yingyue's prowess remains unparalleled. Truly, her gentleness endures, he remarked, noting her restrained approach, seemingly disinterested in causing harm to her students. That's just her nature. If she were to act otherwise, I would suspect the sun had risen in the west. Gojo sighed, somewhat resigned. Yet, he knew she wouldn't excessively shield them, which reassured him. Yingyue has finally returned. Shall we dine together this evening? Geto suggested, having not seen her in quite some time. Absolutely, Gojo agreed, just as Yunquan Yingyue sensed two lingering gazes upon her. She looked up, her lips curving into a smile as she waved at the familiar figures. Both men raised their hands in greeting, with Gojo leaping from the window with an audacity that startled her. Gojo, she exclaimed, momentarily taken aback despite her awareness of his limitless capabilities. You scared me. Please be careful, she admonished as she hurried over, concern etched on her face. Observing that all of Yunquan Yingyue's attention had been drawn to her close friends, Geto took a step back, smirking. Well, you sly cat, perhaps I should rename you the cunning feline. The first and second year students murmured among themselves. Yingyue. Did the teacher really underestimate how fragile Gojo is? If I'd known little Yingyue was returning, I would have been there to greet you in advance. Gojo bent down, draping an arm around Yunquan Yingyue's shoulders, affectionately nuzzling her head like a playful cat. My apologies, I simply completed the main tasks over there, with Miguel overseeing things. Yuta and Rika suggested I return early to rest. Therefore, I didn't purchase a ticket and just used my technique to teleport, she explained, patting Gojo's fluffy head in reassurance. Now that you're a teacher, you ought to embody the role a bit more, Geto interrupted, unable to witness their exchange any longer, playfully placing the blame squarely on Gojo. And Gojo has something to announce, doesn't he? Oh, right, Gojo said, noticing Yingyue's puzzled expression as her attention shifted. He clapped his hands and declared loudly, to welcome all the first-year students now gathered, and to finally meet the legendary teacher Yingyue. Let us all dine together. What awaited him was a sea of indifferent gazes from the students. The silence was palpable, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. It seemed Yuta Itadori was eager to join in, but before he could speak, he was swiftly silenced by Naberi Kazumi. Of course, it's on the teachers, Gojo added languidly. Instantly, discussions erupted over steaks, sushi, ramen, and a myriad of culinary delights. Ultimately, as Gojo was footing the bill, the consensus leaned towards indulging in high-end sushi. Let us inform Ninako and Miko. They should be wrapping up their tasks and returning shortly, Kazumi noted, pulling out her phone to draft a message. Fushiguro, what are you looking at? Amidst the lively discussions, Yuta Itadori noticed Fushiguro Megami standing silently to the side. His gaze fixed on his phone screen, his expression dark. Nothing, he replied, snapping back to reality as he turned off his device. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Itadori glimpsed something, a message from Fushiguro Shinji. Took my wife out to play, you're on your own at home. Followed by a transfer record. Good. At least he remembered to send him living expenses. Surely his mother must have reminded him, Fushiguro thought, feeling as though he might crush his phone in frustration. I truly can't tell if he is reliable or not. That old man. Chapter 53. All members extra. 3. 2 questions about teacher Geto. Today's physical training class was under Geto's instruction. If one were to assume I'm merely a summoning wizard and thus inept at physical training, they would soon find themselves at a disadvantage. The cheerful, black-haired figure proclaimed this while thoroughly putting them through their paces. So painful, Yoshino Junpei lamented, lying on the ground, feeling as if he had been thrown into a wall, utterly drained of energy. Did we just keep eating? The physically resilient Itadori had already fully recovered, sitting cross-legged, intensely focused on the front. Kazumi felt her strength waning, mustering a grunt through her nose to express her confusion. Teacher Geto has been chewing gum the entire time. Upon being discovered, Suguru Geto approached to inquire if they wished to partake in a snack. Naturally, one could not refuse an offer of food, and even Makizinen, who was sipping water nearby, accepted a piece. It seemed that Suguru always carried gum with him, and he only indulged in this particular flavor. Yuji Itadori, curious, wondered aloud how one could not tire of such a taste. Is that so? Suguru replied with a smile, as though he had never contemplated the question before, simply finding the flavor somewhat nostalgic. Ultimately, he delivered a rather ambiguous response. Nostalgic? Wasn't he always consuming it? This response only deepened the confusion, prompting not only Yuji but also the others to have question marks hovering above their heads. Yet, Suguru merely smiled in silence. As the break came to an end, he clapped his hands to summon them back to their tasks. Several of them responded lazily. Since the topic of food had arisen, it naturally segued into the peculiarities of Satoru Geto's cursed technique and the unique manner in which he consumed it. It must taste terrible, Maki asserted with conviction. Why? Have you tasted it, Maki? Yuji asked innocently, incredulous at his companion's certainty. Of course not. A beauty wouldn't touch something that looks utterly unappetizing. In a fit of irritation, Yuji received a light smack from her. Ouch. You sounded so certain. It was as if you had tried it yourself. Cradling his head in pain, Yuji found his companion's irrationality hard to believe. It seems quite peculiar, Junpei Yoshino interjected, attempting to mediate while sharing his thoughts. I've heard it truly tastes dreadful. Keeping a distance from the center of chaos, Maki joined the discourse. Not just dreadful, but utterly atrocious. There's nothing worse. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind them, causing Yuji to jump in surprise. Inyu. This is Yuji Itadori. Inyu. This is Junpei Yoshino. And this is Maki Zenin. Yuji introduced his friends enthusiastically. Do you know what it tastes like? With the arrival of someone who might possess insider knowledge, the group seized the opportunity. Like a rag soaked in vomit for a week, Inyu replied, nodding with a conviction that suggested familiarity. Ugh. Both Yuji and Maki grimaced in disgust, while Junpei managed to suppress his distaste. Fushijiro's brow twitched slightly. Could it be that the teacher had tasted it? Maki, sensing Inyu's unwavering confidence, felt she had stumbled upon the truth. Wait, what? Upon hearing her assertive claim, Inyu appeared momentarily bewildered, yet upon reflection, realized she had never actually tasted it. Now that you mention it, I haven't eaten it. After all, only Suguru's cursed technique requires such a method, they all thought in unison, silently critiquing the absurdity of the situation. How do I know this? The answer seemed embedded deep within her soul. She had no memory. Yet the knowledge surfaced whenever the subject of taste arose, leaving Inyu perplexed. She searched her memory, trying to comprehend. It must be something I mentioned, Suguru interjected, placing a hand on Inyu's shoulder, interrupting her thoughts. Is that so? Inyu did not doubt his words. She trusted him unconditionally, and thus, even if her memory asserted otherwise, she found herself questioning whether she had simply misremembered. Back then, you and Satoru were so curious that you nearly wanted to taste it secretly. I warned you it might upset your stomach, Suguru continued, weaving a tale that sounded plausible, his gentle smile concealing any hint of deceit. Suddenly, someone among the four chuckled, quickly covering their mouth to feign nonchalance. That didn't really need to be said. Inyu maintained a polite, yet awkward smile. Indeed, Suguru was quite awkward back then, bearing the burden alone, acting like a fool. A resonating voice, which seemed to appear out of nowhere, belonged to Satoru Gojo, who empathized with the sentiment. Casually placing his hand on Inyu's opposite shoulder while simultaneously pinning Suguru's arm beneath his own, Suguru's smile widened, sensing the challenge, and discreetly increased his grip. What a battleground. Maki and Fushijiro observed the childish competition between the two teachers, blinking their eyes like dead fish as they glanced at the oblivious Inyu. These two, despite being teachers, seemed to have their intellect halved when together, akin to children. Best to let them sort it out themselves. Come on, Inyu, let us go train. Maki pulled Inyu away, leading her off without a backward glance. Hey, you two fools over there. Satoru and Suguru, still bickering, turned to see Kinji Hakari gesturing at them. Following her gaze, they realized Inyu had already wandered off. With the main subject gone, their squabble felt pointless, and they tacitly ceased their antics, leisurely pursuing her. Is that flavor still etched in memory due to absorbing Kinji's cursed object? Is she starting to remember? Amidst the dull sound of shoes meeting the ground, Suguru suddenly posed the question. Not sure. Maybe, Satoru replied unexpectedly. You actually gave such a vague answer. It's quite unlike you, Satoru, Suguru remarked, hands tucked in his pockets, wearing a playful grin. What image do you hold of me? Satoru retorted, lifting his eye patch and gazing at the sky. His 6 eyes, illuminated by the sun, sparkled like glass. Whether she remembers or not, her presence is sufficient. Even if one day she does recall, if those memories only bring her pain, I can make her forget once more. Satoru's calm demeanor belied the confidence in his words. After all, we are the strongest. A glimmer of understanding passed through Suguru's elongated eyes as he completed Satoru's final thought. Surrounded by her students, Inyu lowered her gaze, attentively listening to their chatter, occasionally responding with a smile. At some point, they erupted into laughter, even Fushijiro displaying a faint smile. Inyu beamed, her porcelain white teeth shining, her blue-gray eyes sparkling with joy. Satoru, Suguru. Upon seeing the two approaching, She waved enthusiastically. Her eyes brightened even more as she extended her arms, clearly spotting Kinji Hakari at the back. Hakari. Satoru raised his hand first, flashing a wide grin. Hey, slow down, Suguru. I want to wait for you. Donning his eye patch once more, Satoru strode forward, leaving Suguru to amble along leisurely. With a gentle wave of her hand towards Yunquan Yingyue, signifying that she had heard her call, Satoru Geto composed himself and once more smiled as he stepped forward, initially intending to return to his office. He found himself captivated by Yunquan Yingyue's innocent smile. With a sigh, Kairi Irie responded to her summons, hands tucked into her pockets as she began to walk. Indeed, her presence was here. Whether or not memories lingered, what did it matter? They had ample time ahead of them. Chapter 54. Wataru Fushijiro's personal side story. Above the gods, the classmate who was a month late was a fool. Wataru Fushijiro had always known this. While he spoke eloquently of principles, he lacked the strength to match his excessive kindness. No matter how he teased her, she never grew angry. Even when asked to share desserts, she would acquiesce, repeatedly compromising, only to smile foolishly at him, as if hoping to reveal the true self beneath that cheerful facade. It would be best if she cried. With his long legs crossed, Fushijiro leaned back in his chair, playing a balancing game with the chair's legs, his thoughts turning mischievous. Yet when she truly did cry, her face marred by tears, sorrow blurring her vision as they cascaded down her cheeks, Fushijiro thought, how unappealing. That silly smile suited her far better. Despite his inner disdain for her, his gaze remained fixated on her, almost masochistically, until his eyes grew dry and her figure became indistinct. In truth, he had always felt uncharacteristic when facing Yunquan Yingyue. He had once secretly suspected that she possessed some peculiar passive trait, one that engendered affection in others. However, now, as chaotic memories surged forth, Fushijiro silently employed a reversal technique. His nearly malfunctioning brain resumed its operation, emotions so complex they brought him to tears. Fushijiro maintained an impassive expression until the last fragment of memory was meticulously processed and securely stored in his mind. What kind of emotion was this? It felt somewhat disordered, and he found it hard to comprehend. If someone had told his 15-year-old self that there existed a person who would come entirely for him, willing to go to any lengths to save him, even to the extent of tying their existence to his, Fushijiro believed that the youthful, reckless version of him would have mocked that person heartily and patted their shoulder, advising them to indulge less in gal games, for such fantasies could be difficult to shake off. Yet, as that excruciatingly vivid scene began to materialize before his eyes, as memories continuously flooded and occupied his mind, Fushijiro suddenly felt a desire to laugh. Indeed, he did so. From a low chuckle to unabashed laughter, he bent over, his tall frame gradually curling as joyous laughter echoed throughout the subway station, creating an eerie sensation that clashed with the surrounding dilapidation. How fortunate he was. Fushijiro lowered his hand that had shielded his face, his azure eyes sparkling with excitement. He had been protected. This was the first time in his life, from birth to now, that the strongest had experienced such a feeling. As if something coursed through his limbs, clamoring to break free from his heart, thrilling him to the point of tingling fingertips. Yes, it was joy, Fushijiro thought. He finally understood. That overwhelming sensation swelling in his chest was a maddening delight. How could he laugh so freely at such an inopportune moment? He had no idea that his usually unflappable self could be so easily amused. As a form of punishment that nearly made him laugh himself into a fit, he resolved to retrieve that mischievous child who had teased him and then chosen to disappear without a trace, ensuring she too experienced the overwhelming joy that nearly brought him to tears. However, as a reward for his own delightful laughter, he would begrudgingly treat her to desserts. If that failed, he could always grant her a wish. After all, it was the strongest wish. He could fulfill any desire, be it leisure or urgent matters. What a bargain. Many would envy such an opportunity. So, do not display that expression any longer. Cursed be you. The six-eyed Shinjuku stood tall, a faint smile gracing her lips, wisps of hair obscuring her view. Her stunning icy blue eyes remained fixed on the fragments that had yet to vanish, her clear voice echoing amidst the ruins. Watching that fool shatter into countless tiny pieces, Fushijiro felt little in the way of emotion, in a daze. He seemed to return to that moment 11 years prior when he grasped the reversal technique, floating as if on a cloud. Wataru Fushijiro was the strongest. Nothing in this world could truly bind him from achieving his goals, not even death. Cursed be you. In the final moment before the world line reversed, Fushijiro extended his hand toward the dissipating form of Yunquan Yingyue, his fingers curling naturally into a fist. I will never leave again. Yingyue, a soft voice came from behind. Fushijiro peeked around the door to find Yunquan Yingyue there, shoulders hunched as she cautiously approached him. Her demeanor perfectly encapsulated the essence of guilt. Are you still angry about me ruining your lip balm? Yunquan Yingyue, initially focused on organizing a report for submission, turned her chair to face him, raising her gaze to meet Fushijiro's sunglasses-clad eyes. His azure, glistening eyes were filled with a peculiar sense of grievance. It was clear that he was the one who had erred, yet he was on the verge of tears. At 28 years of age, he certainly did not appear to embody the role of a teacher, especially being 2 years older than Yunquan Yingyue. Lip balm. Oh, if it's that. I'm not angry at all. Why would I be? Yunquan Yingyue replied, her expression one of confusion, as if she did not comprehend why Fushijiro was being so cautious over such a trivial matter. Really not angry? Fushijiro's cat-like demeanor tugged at Yunquan Yingyue's clothing, looking quite pitiful. Nope. With a gentle blink, Yunquan Yingyue offered him a soft reassurance. Wonderful. I knew little Yingyue wouldn't be mad at me. He twirled in place, cupping his face and beaming with joy, as if blooming with flowers all around. Seeing him return to his usual self, Yunquan Yingyue smiled back, her lips curving slightly. Well, I have to submit my report now. Principal Yaga is waiting. Wait, I'll go with you. I need to find him for something. Yunquan Yingyue paused her steps, waiting for Fushijiro to catch up before continuing forward. Here. Fushijiro rummaged through his pocket and handed her something, simultaneously snatching the report from her hands. Yunquan Yingyue focused her gaze and discovered it was a lip balm. I remember this is your usual brand, right? What's wrong? Noting her unresponsive demeanor, Fushijiro gritted his teeth inwardly, yet outwardly he maintained a facade of calm. Since I ruined yours, I need to make amends. I do know a bit about common courtesy. I see. Yunquan Yingyue observed the Fushijiro adjusting his sunglasses, hiding his eyes completely, then continued to examine the lip balm. She recalled that Fushijiro typically used strawberry or unscented varieties, but the one he gifted her was matcha-flavored. Since her hands were empty, she might as well give it a try. With that thought, Yunquan Yingyue twisted off the cap and applied a small amount to her lips. The refreshing aroma of green tea filled the air, while the smooth balm nourished her lips, which had become somewhat chapped due to the dry weather. Yunquan Yingyue pressed her lips together, securing the cap of the lip balm. It's very effective. Thank you, Mewtwo. However, Mewtwo did not respond. Instead, he silently gazed at Yunquan Yingyue. It was then that she realized they had come to a halt without her noticing. Mewtwo. She tilted her head, puzzled. Mewtwo's eyes were completely obscured by his sunglasses, leaving her unable to discern his emotional state. It's fine, as long as you like it. Let's go. Principal, you should have been waiting for a while. She was certain he had no idea how radiant she appeared at that moment. Bright eyes and a graceful visage. Her ruby lips glistened with a lustrous sheen. But the time was not yet right. Mewtwo continued walking, feigning ignorance to Yunquan Yingyue's bewildered gaze. Now was not the moment to speak of such things. The indifferent and unfeeling deity cherished all beings, but could never quite learn to bestow his singular affection upon someone special. Moreover, in Mewtwo's heart, she was destined to surpass even the divine, a presence more compassionate than any god. Mewtwo subtly fell back 2 steps, removing his sunglasses, observing her in a manner that she remained oblivious to. His 6 eyes granted him an unparalleled view, yet he longed to see her with his own eyes. It's all right. Cherish the splendid moments. Take your time. Above the gods. A being more compassionate than a god. Chapter 55, Suguru Geto's personal side story. All beings suffer disgusting, nauseating, painful. Each time he consumed a cursed spirit talisman, gazing at the murky black sphere in his hand that seemed to encapsulate all the filth of the world. Suguru Geto found himself swept away by a tumult of complex emotions. Ultimately, just as the urge to vomit threatened to rise to his tongue, he chose to swallow it before it could escape. His Adam's apple bobbed, the veins in his slender neck bulging, instinctively covering his mouth as he turned away, attempting to conceal this wretched side of himself. In that moment, the pride of youth was magnified infinitely. He did not wish to reveal such a fragile expression, nor let others perceive his suffering. This had been his resolve since the moment he recognized his own technique. For everything must hold significance. Suguru Geto observed the ordinary people he had saved, each vibrant life pulsating in their hands, refusing to succumb to dust, suffering, or entanglement, it mattered not. His Adam's apple moved, the cursed spirit talisman slipped away. Everything held meaning. After all, sorcerers bore the duty to protect non-sorcerers. After all, the strong must safeguard the weak. Yet, were the weak truly weak? The black-haired girl lay quietly on the bed, her pallid complexion devoid of its former rosy hue, with only the slight rise and fall of her chest betraying her continued existence. Betrayed. The many times he had emphasized that point, even at the cost of sparring with dear friends over it, now wavered in this moment. The very weak he had sought to protect had dealt his companion the most lethal blow. Betrayed. Mewtwo was lowering his voice, chattering incessantly, while Ijiri Neko occasionally voiced her disdain for him, yet Suguru Geto heard none of it. He merely gazed at the sleeping girl, the icy glint in his violet eyes. as he finally allowed a true expressionless visage to form. The weak he had protected had betrayed him. Thus, what did the pain he had borne all this time truly amount to? As a sorcerer, though Suguru Geto felt a flicker of doubt, he did not halt the exorcism of cursed spirits. Such individuals were merely a minority, and such events occurred only by chance. He silently recited Yunquan Yingyue's comforting words, attempting to bury his chaotic thoughts deep within. The strong must protect the weak. Move. Lying on the ground, Yunquan Yingyue appeared tattered and torn, as if she had rolled in crimson paint, her gaze fixated on the unmoving Tenai Riko not far away. Her self-pitying tone, laced with a cry, conveyed a sense of unwillingness that, despite its quietness, struck a painful chord. Yet the outcome had already been predetermined. Yunquan Yingyue, nearly drained of cursed energy, fell into unconsciousness, while Tenai Riko's life was as fleeting as a blooming flower, leaving no one with the power to alter fate. The laughter of the members of the Pangxing sect lingered before her eyes, inducing a wave of nausea. The applause surged like a tide, amplified to a deafening roar. Suguru Geto felt more repulsed than if he had swallowed 100 cursed spirit talismans. The strong must protect the weak. The information was erroneous. It was supposed to be merely a secondary belief in the deity of Earth. Nanamai Kinto's voice was ethereal, dissipating into the wind as soon as it escaped his lips, revealing his first glimpse of despair, a rare sight indeed. Yet, regardless, the cheerful and kind-hearted classmate, Uehara, would never open his eyes again. Suguru Geto stared at the battered face of his junior for a long while. Gently covering him with a white cloth, he left behind a wish for a swift recovery, turning away without a trace of regret. The strong must protect the weak. Two exceptionally frail little girls huddled within a large cage, clad in tattered garments, their bodies marred by wounds, warily observing the movements of the newcomers, fearful of further harm. The villagers behind them chattered incessantly, venting their ugly malice upon the two girls, as if they were the most malevolent beings in existence. They were merely ordinary people. Ever since the disillusionment in his first year of high school, the foundation of his principles had begun to crack. Yet, Suguru Geto continually buried those emotions deep within, unwilling for anyone to discover them. But he had forgotten. His heart was but so large. So when the murky black tide clamored to engulf him entirely, the tower of principles he had constructed inevitably crumbled. As the cursed spirits tore open the first villager's throat under his command, Suguru Geto suddenly felt an exhilarating rush. Yes, ordinary people devoid of cursed energy were not the weak. They were simply primitive monkeys, naive and foolish beings capable of harming their companions. Thus, the second, the third, the fourth fell, crimson splattered, the stench of blood permeated the air, and the once tranquil village transformed into a slaughterhouse, until the last villager stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Collapsing backward and stirring up a small cloud of dust, Suguru Geto raised his hand, his thumb brushing across the streak of crimson on his cheek. There was no turning back. It was utterly filthy. According to Article 9 of the Sorcery Regulations, Suguru Geto is designated as a cursed sorcerer and must be sentenced to death. Suguru Geto resolved to create a world solely for sorcerers, where ordinary people would vanish, and cursed spirits would cease to exist. In such a world, sorcerers would no longer suffer injury or death in their exorcisms. On Christmas Eve, he orchestrated a night parade of 100 demons. Ultimately, he failed as expected. After all, the one standing in opposition to him was Ryuto. After all, Ryuto was the strongest. Leaning against a cold wall, heavy breaths echoed, warm blood oozed from his wounds, flowing freely afterward. The once dapper young man now found himself in this wretched state. Defeat is defeat, and Suguru Geto remains indifferent to it. However, as Satoru Gojo approaches, a myriad of images flashes before his eyes, ultimately crystallizing upon a face that is both familiar and alien. Yuki Tsukumo, his truly gentle peer in every sense. Since the day of her defection, he has not laid eyes upon her. Is she well? Geto does not articulate this thought, yet he knows Gojo is capable of understanding. How remarkable that you would inquire about her. I almost believed you had forgotten her, Gojo quips as he stands before him. She hasn't awakened. Ah, I see. Geto slowly closes his eyes. Hey, Geto, Gojo suddenly calls out, prompting Geto to muster his spirits and lift his eyelids. What a pity that tomorrow is Christmas. If she does awaken, you shall be the only one absent from the gathering, which is bound to be so delightful. Gojo's tone carries a hint of lament, as if Geto's absence were merely the result of a business trip. At first, his eyes widen. Then a faint smile graces Geto's lips as he fully relaxes his previously tense body and closes his eyes once more. In a daze, he recalls that Christmas Eve in his first year of high school, when the four of them secretly smuggled alcohol into the school and frolicked in his dormitory, eventually becoming so intoxicated that they sprawled across the floor in disarray. All of it feels strikingly vivid, as if it transpired just yesterday. Why don't you utter some curses? Death is both an end and a beginning. Yet Geto finds himself caught in between, neither here nor there. He has traversed the end point, yet the beginning eludes him. Instead, he feels ensnared, isolated from the world, undetectable by any living creature. He is aware that after his demise, his body was usurped, and he can see that cursed entity manipulating his form. He attempts to reclaim control over his own body to intervene, but can only exist as a mere observer, powerless to effectuate any change. It seems even the divine will not rescue him. Geto chuckles bitterly. This world, which cannot elicit a genuine laugh from him, does not welcome him either. Yet, it is only fitting. After all, he is a notorious curse user, and a person of his immoral stature is destined for hell. Thus, he can only find a semblance of amusement amidst his ennui. At the moment of his death, he had irrevocably failed. No. The voice of the black-haired girl trembles yet remains resolute. Despite her evident fear, she takes a deep breath and continues. You have not yet failed. Do people transform into stars upon death? Geto does not know, nor has he ever believed such a notion. Death is simply death, dissolution of consciousness, obliteration of the flesh. Yet when Yuki Tsukumo vanishes from his sight, Geto is left in shock. The girl slowly shatters, morphing into star-like specks of light that extinguish before they can touch the ground. No. A torrent of memories floods into Geto's mind, leaving him no time to process. He can only stare vacantly at that heart-wrenching scene, as the accumulated memories threaten to overwhelm his consciousness. Don't go. Yet his plea is destined to go unanswered. As the memories reach saturation, Geto is forced to engage his mind, gradually partitioning his attention to digest the influx of recollections. Countless instances of injury, innumerable deaths, and endless cycles of rebirth. I, who cannot save you, am truly an irredeemable weakling. The girl, slumped against the wall, continuously spills crimson from her lips. She gazes upwards, her already dimming pupils fixated on the starry sky, until the last glimmer of light fades, merging with the meteors above into the eternal abyss of darkness. No. Geto clenches his fists, then slowly releases them. Weakling? If she is deemed weak, then who amongst us is strong? Had another endured such experiences, they might have long since screamed and succumbed to despair. The distinction between strength and weakness has never adhered to a fixed standard. Is such categorization truly necessary? He once believed that the burdens he bore were sufficient to drive anyone to madness. Yet even as a mere shell, Yuki Tsukumo strives for a glimmer of possibility, a chance to save everyone. This surreal sensation, as if she were the sole deity capable of alleviating suffering in this world. Eternally tireless. Yet, regrettably, Yuki Tsukumo is but human. Despite the memories etched deep within his mind, why has he forgotten in this lifetime? Watching the frail figure in his memories, desperately trying to shield him, Geto instinctively raises his hand to assist, only to ultimately let it fall in disappointment. Now, he is merely a wandering soul, destined to observe as everything hurtles along its predetermined path. Until this moment, when Yuki Tsukumo abruptly reappears as Gojo faces imminent ceiling, seemingly poised to tread the same old path once more. This time, she finally succeeds. Though she has achieved her long-desired goal, tears stream down her face. The girl, once fiercely resilient, who has weathered everything, breaks down at this moment. I want to be with everyone. Strangely, Geto comprehends this sentiment and connects the dots. Indeed, the thoughts of a deity bear no relevance to him. After all, he has already been redeemed countless times. In this final moment, that brief second feels stretched into eternity. Geto feels as though his body is on the brink of splitting apart, one half yearning for her to find everlasting peace, while the other incessantly repeats a few words, leave her, curse her. His throat is rendered silent. All he can do is extend his hand, yearning to grasp her, to offer aid to the figure that has saved him time and again, despite being devoid of any physical form, unseen by anyone. Curse her. Something within him churns, surging forth from the depths of his being. Hurry, speak. The taut string snaps suddenly, as one of the strongest gazes upon the fading light before him. His voice hoarse and low, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. I curse you. How absurd. In that final second before closing his eyes, Geto finds himself harboring such a thought. Redemption has not slipped through his fingers. How wonderful. It seems that Gojo was right. Time reverses once more, everything returning to its inception. Gazing upon the slumbering girl, surrounded by a chaotic aura of potent cursed energy, Geto gently clasps her fingers. Sorcerers are a mad lot. Geto. A soft voice resounds behind him, jolting the expressionless Geto from his tumultuous memories. He turns to face the newcomer, his lips curving into their customary gentle smile. Welcome back. Tsukumo. If one were to ask how he perceives ordinary people now, still as monkeys? No, Geto shakes his head. Such distinctions are devoid of significance. Among ordinary folks, good souls exist, just as the sorcerer's realm harbors its share of scoundrels. Everything is twofold. To be entangled in such trivialities is meaningless. Now, he simply wishes to live well, along the path he is meant to tread. To protect a certain fool for a lifetime of peace and joy. That is sufficient. In this world, all are born with suffering. Who can predict what tomorrow holds? Who knows what fate awaits them? Suguru Geto is extraordinarily fortunate to be redeemed. Time and again, all beings suffer. Only she is that point of redemption. Chapter 56, a personal side story of Shoko. May your wishes come true. There are still normal people. Upon encountering the two boisterous peers from the same cohort, who were both detestable and annoying, Shoko felt that her high school life was destined for ruin. However, a month later, a significant turning point arrived. The gentle girl, like a lamb straying into a den of wolves, was spun around by malicious scoundrels, bullied yet smiling with delight, as if she were an emotionless toy, showing no signs of distress regardless of the torment inflicted upon her. She had been hasty in her judgment. This cohort member was a normal person who did not understand the concept of refusal. Moreover, she was the least likely sorcerer one could imagine. A fool indeed. Returning with wounds, the first thing she did was apologize for failing to keep a promise, presenting an obedient smile that stirred a complex mix of emotions within others. Shoko gently lifted the girl's arm, and under the reverse technique, the ghastly wounds were gradually healing. She cared deeply for the girl's injuries. The reverse technique could mend wounds, yet it seemed particularly reluctant when treating the girl, the healing process slower than it was for others. It felt unjust. Seeing Yunquan Yingyue, who winced in pain as her wounds were exposed to the air, the first thought that crossed Shoko's mind was this. It was not out of curiosity to uncover the underlying reasons, nor was it an expression of disbelief. The reverse technique, which healed everyone equally, seemed to treat her differently. A surge of indescribable feelings washed over her, enveloping Shoko entirely. She frowned, lowering her gaze while holding a cigarette, unlit and never to be ignited. After all, she was still present. The black-haired girl on the bed had succumbed to exhaustion and was fast asleep. Shoko once again lifted her clothing to inspect the wound. Though it still bore a hint of redness, it had largely returned to its original state. Gazing out the window, Shoko kept vigil by the slumbering girl's side. The room was silent, and in a moment of reverie, everything seemed to revert to the starting point of their school journey. Shoko was a sorcerer capable of applying the reverse technique to others for the purpose of healing. This precious ability had rightfully earned her the title of the first caretaker in the advanced school. However, the price she paid was a ceaseless accompaniment of bloodshed and brutality. From the initial turmoil, she gradually found tranquility, eventually reaching a state of emotional numbness. She had witnessed far too many wounds, deaths, and rebirths. The more she could heal, the more she marveled at the fragility and resilience of life. Shoko did not shy away from death, yet she also did not wish to bear witness to it. This sentiment reached its zenith when she first encountered Yunquan Yingyue. So fragile, the petite figure of the girl was so close. Yet in the presence of two extraordinarily powerful peers, she appeared utterly inconsequential. Watching the girl, who faced an insurmountable cursed spirit alone due to erroneous information, succumb to her injuries and fall into a deep slumber, Shoko remained silent, inhaling a deep breath of smoke. In truth, she had never mentioned to anyone that upon first laying eyes on Yunquan Yingyue, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat. She longed to see her smile, a genuine, unclouded laughter that resonated from the depths of her being. She wished to envelop her in warmth, to let her experience all the beauty the world had to offer. Typically indifferent to most people and matters, Shoko found herself nurturing such thoughts for Yunquan Yingyue. She felt no surprise. Instead, it was as if she had released a heavy burden, making a promise to the bewildered girl just entering school. If you are hurt, you must tell me. I will help you heal. May I heal everything for you. But if the reverse technique is especially harsh towards you, how can I assist you? A profound weariness enveloped Shoko, inexplicable and overwhelming. She did not know. The only thing she could do now was to devote herself entirely to healing. After all, fate is the most elusive of all things. How many pieces can a human being shatter into? Holding a medical book, Shoko picked up a pen and began to sketch out plans for the two foolish peers, contemplating where to strike, whether cutting or hacking. No matter how meticulous the operation, the ultimate outcome would always yield a tangible and measurable number. Yet Yunquan Yingyue shattered, completely shattered, dissipating with the passage of time. Unseen and untouchable, leaving Shoko at a loss. Why? As a caretaker, she was not particularly adept at physical techniques. Yet now she shed her usual indifference and ran with all her strength. Wait for me. The majority of the girl-esque form had already vanished, leaving only her upper body continuing to disintegrate. If only she could reach her. Ignoring the metallic taste of blood in her throat and the treacherous terrain beneath her feet, Shoko stumbled forward, striving to reach the girl. If only she could make contact. If only she could employ the reverse technique before she disappeared. The light gradually faded, and the existence of the subway station vanished entirely. If only she could save her, even if it meant cursing you. But as the light dimmed, everything ultimately proved futile. Countless suffocating memories surged forth, and Shoko recalled the endless cycles of self-reproach. As the bearer of the reverse technique, she found herself powerless in the face of her pain, unable to assist in any way. Only a sense of helplessness filled her to the brim. Yet fortunately, her curse found a response. This time, did I succeed in healing you? Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The infirmary was bright, and it seemed as though she had merely dreamt of the past during a brief afternoon nap. However, when she turned her head, she saw Yunquan Yingyue sitting beside her, a few crimson stains adorning her wrist. Her gaze sharpened, and Shoko instantly grasped her hand. Yet before she could employ the reverse technique, she discerned that Yunquan Yingyue was not injured. I'm fine, Shoko. Don't worry. It's merely something I picked up during a mission. Sensing Shoko's distress, Yunquan Yingyue reassured her. You fool, be careful. Embracing Yunquan Yingyue tightly, Shoko's tone carried a hint of reproach. All right, I'll be more careful. Yunquan Yingyue replied with a warm smile, returning the embrace. Fool, you just don't understand. Shoko silently countered in her heart, gently nuzzling Yunquan Yingyue's shoulder, inhaling the delightful fragrance that lingered. Even if it is for me, even if it is for you, be a little more careful, no matter when. The wounds that appeared on the girl always tugged at her heartstrings. She is Shoko, the bearer of the reverse technique, the sorcerer who saves lives. She can heal wounds, but cannot reclaim pain. She hopes for the girl's future to be filled with happiness and health, far removed from suffering, whether physical or mental. Thus, it is the best gift for the girl. May your wishes come true, is the most heartfelt blessing for her. Side story. A personal side story of Yunquan Yingyue. Endless unceasing. Yunquan Yingyue always understood the purpose of her existence. It was not for her family, nor for herself, but for salvation. An endless salvation. Born from her obsessions, she empathized with the pain and struggles of those she sought to save. She yearned to liberate them, to free them from sorrow. She longed to witness their smiles, genuine and heartfelt. However, the path to salvation is fraught with hardships. Yunquan Yingyue stumbles along, battered and bruised. Yet she makes no tangible progress. Before her lies an endless expanse of darkness. Yet, she reflects, she has never felt resentment or solitude. For in her state of homelessness, she possesses the most precious treasure, the moments spent in the company of others. Each fleeting second is cherished like a gem. Whenever she thinks of these memories, a sincere and warm smile graces her lips. Yunquan Yingyue feels an overwhelming gratitude towards the heavens for granting her the opportunity to meet them. Such wonderful companions, she cannot bear the thought of their disappearance. Let her take the regrets with her. This is her mission, after all, the very reason she has come here. Yet, a tinge of regret lingers. The warm recollections of yesteryears transform into sharp blades, piercing her heart and causing tears to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. As she gazes upon the three figures rushing towards her, she can no longer hold on, slowly closing her eyes. But it matters not. Everything is worth it. She has succeeded. The full moon hangs high above. The darkness that lies ahead shall never descend again. Ryutu and Jia are good souls, the gentlest of hearts. This was the very first sentence uttered by Yunquan Yingyue, who had mistakenly ingested a sip of alcohol during a gathering of women. In the next moment, the inebriated Nguji, her face flushed, staggered over upon hearing those words and embraced Yunquan Yingyue tightly. No. I refuse to accept that my most adorable junior is destined to be blind at such a young age. Having just downed a large mug of beer, Jironiko sighed, reluctantly rising to rescue Yunquan Yingyue from Nguji's suffocating embrace. Yet, before she could intervene, she found herself ensnared by the drunken strength of Nguji, unable to break free, and resigned to listening as her senior cried and berated the two scoundrels who were not even present. When asked about her impressions of the two strongest peers, the question that ignited this entire debacle, Mingming, the mastermind behind it all, retreated to a sofa, quietly recording the entire scene with her phone. She pressed the stop recording button, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she contemplated the price at which to purchase silence from the two central figures in this unfolding drama. We're here, just as the saying goes, speak of the devil. Mingming tucked her phone away and turned to face the two individuals who had just entered the room. Though they had both taken on the mantle of teachers, Ryutu had not only retained his youthful appearance, but had also regressed in maturity, becoming increasingly childish. As evidenced by his current exclamation, "Oh, How adorable. Little Yingyue is drunk. Like a child discovering something delightful, Yuto entered the room, removed his eye mask, and approached the trio huddled together. He crouched down, seemingly casually pushing aside the most obstructive Nguji. His tall frame curling into a ball as he poked Yunquan Yingyue's soft cheek with his finger, his sky-blue eyes shimmering with excitement, as dazzling as gemstones. Yuto, your mischievous nature is showing. Observing Nguji next to him, who was waving her arms and hurling insults at Yuto for being an incompetent teacher. Jie maintained a gentle smile, cautioning his dear friend to refrain from going too far while grasping his wrist to prevent further mischief. Hypocrite. After Yuto had pushed aside Nguji, Jie and Nico, now free from his antics, watched the chaos that had ensued since the arrival of the two foolish boys with a sigh, shaking her head in dismay. She was well aware of Jie's discreet poking at Yunquan Yingyue's cheek. The splendid gathering had been interrupted by the two. Leaving Nguji thoroughly displeased and unwilling to sully her eyes further, she stood to leave. Her unsteady gait was indeed a cause for concern. And as Mingming also intended to withdraw, she decided to escort Nguji back. Yuto, Jie, Mingming called out to them, waving her phone in hand. Yuto responded with an okay gesture, while Jie nodded with a smile. Just like that, a deal was struck in an instant. Conversing with intelligent individuals is a breeze. Mingming departed with a satisfied grin, accompanied by Nguji. In the vast room, only the four of them remained. Stripped of distraction, Yunquan Yingyue finally escaped Yuto's relentless teasing. She turned her gaze towards the window, where a pure white light beckoned. What is it? Jie, closest to her, naturally heard her soft murmur and leaned in closer. Inquiring gently, I want to see the moon. Her delicate voice lingered like a soft melody, and Jie, captivated by the sight of her pink lips parting, felt her sweet breath fill the air around him, both intimate and hazy. So sweet. What has Yingyue eaten? Realizing his momentary daze, Jie awkwardly wiped his face, striving to dispel the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. All right. Accompanying his words was a large hand, veined and strong. Let us go see it together. As Jie's shoulder was grasped, he frowned, squinting his eyes, his entire demeanor adopting a mask of distress. In stark contrast to Yuto's overly sweet tone, Jie's expression darkened as he retorted, Are you trying to steal my home, you sly fox? He pried Yuto's hand from his shoulder, returning a provocative gaze. How can you say that? Opportunities are for those who are prepared. What a tiresome sight. Having witnessed countless childish brawls, Jie and Nico had long since grown weary. Seizing the moment when the two were engaged in their silent quarrel, she helped Yunquan Yingyue to her feet and led her out the door. Wait. The two combatants, snapping back to reality, realized the room was now empty and chose to cease hostilities. How bright. When Jie and Nico returned, she found Yunquan Yingyue standing on the playground, gazing dreamily at the moon. Be careful. Supporting the unsteady Yunquan Yingyue, Jie and Nico handed her an opened can of grape juice. Drink slowly and sober up. Yunquan Yingyue glanced down at the can in Jie and Nico's hand before raising her gaze, staring intently at her. With recent tasks being lighter, the dark circles under Jie and Nico's eyes had begun to fade, her radiant face glimmering like jade in the moonlight. Yes, it's Nico. As if suddenly realizing her closest friend was by her side, Yunquan Yingyue's eyes widened in surprise, and she opened her arms. Just as Jie and Nico braced herself for an embrace, she noticed that Yunquan Yingyue merely wrapped her right arm around herself, purposefully avoiding her left hand that held the grape juice. Really, it's always like this. Jie and Nico's typically indifferent gaze softened as she turned her face to gently nuzzle Yunquan Yingyue's soft hair. It is this tenderness, revealed in every moment of detail, that ensnares their hearts, leaving them willingly enmeshed. Nico is the best. The hushed whisper just happened to reach the ears of the two strongest, who had arrived a moment later, causing them to freeze in place, their rigidity akin to that of two freshly carved statues. Despite their extensive precautions, they could never have anticipated that the intruder was not the rival they had long been fixated on, but rather an unknown entity that had surged onto the track, rushing towards the finish line with wild abandon. Ah, two fools. With a triumphant smile directed at her foolish peers, Nariyuki Sakura paid no heed to their impotent fury and continued her affectionate antics. What about me? What about me? The student, who was dubbed less mature than even a child, Fushijiro Satoru, darted to the side of Yuki Kiyomizu. His newly donned eye mask mysteriously vanished, his cerulean eyes blinking pitifully as they fixated on Yuki. Dazed, Yuki looked up, recognizing the person before her, and broke into a gentle smile. Satoru too. Upon receiving this affirmation, before Geto could reprimand him for his exuberance, Satoru leaped 3 feet into the air, eager to push his luck further. Yuki gracefully turned, locating his position, her customary warm smile unwavering. Suguru too. Bathed in moonlight, Yuki's elegant visage appeared exceptionally gentle, her bluish-gray eyes shimmering with a faint glow. In this world, they were the most beloved. Even her nonsensical words could easily touch one's heart, causing the three to soften their expressions, their hearts swelling like vessels filled with water. We are two yet. Even as they proclaimed this, Yuki would not hear it. Gently cradling the girl whose eyes had fluttered shut, Satoru gazed down at her as she nestled against his chest, her breath shallow in sleep, his tone tinged with regret, though the smile on his face betrayed his delight in the moment. Ultimately, he hadn't partaken in any drinks. Narayuki felt a fleeting twinge of frustration. But it was trivial. She had prepared a hangover remedy in advance. Lifting Yuki into his arms, Satoru relished the lightness of her form, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. The bedding in their dormitory had already been meticulously arranged by Suguru, and Satoru gently placed her on the bed, allowing Narayuki to squeeze in and tuck her in snugly. As they gazed at Yuki's serene sleeping face, none of the three harbored intentions of departing. Yuki Kiyomizu was an unceasing breeze, arriving for them, yet remaining ethereal and elusive. At any moment, she could vanish without a trace. Were they content with this? They questioned themselves. Certainly not. She was their beacon of hope, the embodiment of boundless forgiveness, illuminating their paths forward. They would never let her go. After all, it was widely acknowledged that their personalities were the most troublesome. Thus, it was only natural for flawed individuals to commit flawed acts, right? My apologies. I have unwittingly cursed you. As they caressed Yuki's face, the three shared a covetous gaze, all mirroring each other as sentiments. Yet, this apology was destined to go unheard by her. Rest well, you eternal breeze. At last, she was willing to linger in the embrace of their palms. The unceasing breeze. The cherished breeze among the multitude.